या मृत्योन्तीर्त्वा विद्ययामृतमश्नुते सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Leena ji, thank you. So now let me begin the session. Let me first introduce myself. I am Poonam Mehta from the School of Physical Sciences, and I'll be the introducer for this session. I would let you know that the first part of this session would be a keynote talk by Dr. Suma Varugis, who is present with us, and the second part of the talk would be a panel discussion, and that will be moderated by Professor Shweta Sharan of the School of Life Sciences, who is the Dean of School of Life Sciences. So if we have your permission, we can begin the session. So the chairperson for this session is Dr. Sangeeta Kale. She is the Director of Policy and Planning and Professor of Physics at the Defence Institute of Advanced Technology in Pune. And she's also Director of Navyukti Innovations Private Limited. That is a startup that was incubated under the DIAT IIC Pune. I would just go into a little bit of details about her accomplishments. She graduated from University of Pune and then studied at the University of Maryland, College Park, USA. And she has been working at DIAT as Professor and Director of Policy and Planning. And she has also been to International Center for Theoretical Physics, where I have also overlapped with. So I feel a immediate connect with her for long duration, actually from 2006 and 2020 in Trieste, Italy, which is a beautiful place in Italy. She co-owns a startup company, which I mentioned, Navyukti Innovations Private Limited, and she was also the officiating Vice Chancellor of DIAT and Dean Academics and Dean Students Affairs and so on. About her interests, she's interested in nanomaterials for their sensing and biomedical applications, and typically pertaining to, of course, defense research and tri-services, Army, Navy, and Air Force. And her work includes nanotechnology and its applications in the domain of CBV sensors, electromagnetic shielding for radars, optical sensors for field directions, and metamaterials for smart detections and drug delivery using nanomaterials. She has, of course, graduated many PhD students and has large number of publications, more than 100. So these are all accomplishments. In addition to that, in the terms of women in science, there is a popular book called Leelavati's Daughters, and she also has a contribution to that. So I think besides all this, she is also a great teacher. She has been awarded the INSA Teachers Award and Material Science Research Society of India Medal and the DRDO Science Oration Award and so on. She has also been the president of Sharda Shakti and different foundations such as Leela Poonawalla Foundation, which supports education of girl students from deprived sections, and elected fellow of the Maharashtra Academy of Sciences. So with this, I would like to request Dr. Sangeeta Kale to please come on the stage. Please give her a big round of applause. So she will be the chair of this session. I would also request Dr. Suma Varugis to please come on the stage. And Next, I would request Dr. Manisha Kalatkar, who will be the co-chair of this session. I'll just not take more time between Dr. Kale and Dr. Varuge's introduction, but briefly, let me say a few words about Dr. Manisha Kalatkar. She is an associate professor of chemistry in the Government College of Engineering, Yavatmal, and her interests are basically, of course, chemistry. She's a recipient of Innovation Teachers Award in December 2016 by Center for Educational Development Administration, academic coordinator of the Indian Institute of Information Technology, Pune. Then she has been a recipient of Gandhian Young Technological Innovation Award in 2017 and felicitated by Pune Municipal Corporation in 2017 for her contribution to teaching and innovative research. And she has also been felicitated by DRDO, recipient of Sant Ishwar Seva Samman by Sant Ishwar Foundation. And of course, she also has patents and huge amount of contribution to academia. So with this, I would... Yes. So with this, I would now like to request Dr. Kale to please introduce our keynote speaker. Dr. Kale, please.
Thank you, Dr. Poonam, for the introductions. And on behalf of the organizers, let me all welcome you to this session 3 of Women in Pure and Applied Sciences and Women in Technical Institutes. So I welcome you all. It's my pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker of today, Ms. Suma Varghese. She's an outstanding scientist and Director General, METCOS, and CS of DRDO. She has obtained her master's in computer science from Mysore University in 1988, and she's done her MS engineering in ECE from ISC Bangalore in the year 2000 after specializing in the area of radar antenna measurement systems. Ms. Suma Varghese joined DRDO at Electronics and Radar Development Establishment, that is LRD, as scientist in the year 1989, and now she rose to a position of Outstanding Scientist, Scientist H, in October 2015. She moved to the Center of Airborne System, that is called as CABS, in September 2004 to work on the Airborne Early Warning and Control System program, which is a flagship program of DRDO. In the year 2017, she took over as Program Director of AEW&C and successfully delivered 2 systems to Indian Air Force assets that only few other countries possess. These have put to use significantly by Indian Air Force for the operational purposes since year 2017. During her illustrious career of approximately 33 years, she has contributed towards the development of first indigenous planar near-field measurement facility. This was used extensively to evaluate the phased arrays of Akash radar antenna. This was followed by successful development of airborne maritime surveillance radar. As a project director of various projects, she has led the team of that designed and developed the first indigenous airborne active electronically scanned antenna. This was used, this is still used by Indian Air Force highly appreciably. Being trained in multidisciplinary field, she has notably led the team of successfully designed and developed multi-sensor data fusion system leading towards network-centric operations in AEW&C systems. Ms. Varghese was instrumental in setting up various infrastructure facilities as active antenna measurement system, active array measurement system, the mission system test and integration rig, the antenna assembly rig, and so on. She is a recipient of various awards like NRDC National Award, JC Bose Memorial Award of IET, MN Saha Award of IET, the Path Breaking Research and Outstanding Technology Development Award of DRDO, the Agni Award for excellence in self-reliance of DRDO Performance Excellence Award of DRDO are just a few of them. She has also various publications in noted journals of IEEE, Wiley, IIT, DST, AESI, and so on and so forth. We are very, very happy, ma'am, to have you here. It's a pleasure and honor for us. I now request ma'am to deliver her talk.
Presentation up. Yeah. Firstly, I should say, good morning to all of you. And I should thank Shakti and Jawaharlal Nehru University for giving me an opportunity to share my views more than anything else here with you people. I have seen that, from last 2 days, we have gone through with women in various forums where the success stories of women have been talked about. The interaction session in S&T and research areas has brought how the women who are in that field, women in health and life management, women in sustainable agriculture, partnership and entrepreneurship, and also on the prospects and possibilities of women administrators. Today we are talking about women in science. All I just want to bring out here is that, women are already in all walks of life. And it is only that we have to make it happen to go to the next level. So with this, I should thank for giving me the opportunity. When we talk about women in science, for me, this idea resonates more than anything else. The idea of women in science is entirely irrelevant, and we should not be having this conference in the first place. Either a woman is a good scientist or she is not. In any case, she should be given an opportunity, and her work should be studied from scientific and not sex point of view. This was in fact told by Hertha Arton, who's the inventor of today's, what we look at the electric bulbs, where she helped in bringing down the hissing noise of the electric bulbs to, controlled levels. So when we talk about women in science, the role model what we look at is basically Marie Curie. That's what everybody say. Oh, she's like a Marie Curie of science. That is what we always see. It's not that I want to discount her contributions to the science. She was in fact the first woman to win the Nobel Prize, first person and only woman to win Nobel Prize twice, and she became the professor of university in Paris in 1906. So the contribution of women is certainly there. But what came to light was she was strongly supported by the men around her so that she could get this award. The sad story goes, as what we know today is the DNA. The DNA is, in fact, I just want to talk about the citation that was given. The discovery of three-dimensional molecular structure of DNA is of great importance because it outlines the possibilities for understanding in its finest details of the molecular configuration which dictates the general and individual properties of living matter. DNA is the substance which is the carrier of heredity in higher organisms. We all talk about DNA, and today DNA has become, is it in your DNA? We all ask about it. In fact, in 64, when 62 prize for this DNA went to Francis Crick, James Watson, and Maurice Wilkins, who received the Nobel Prize. So this is the story of DNA as what we know. Just want to roll back there. We had Rosalind Franklin, who is mainly remembered for photograph 51, a superb X-ray diffraction image of DNA, which was crucial to unlocking the secret of life itself. She became the wronged heroine, the dark lady of DNA, and the forgotten heroine of the DNA. Nobody talks about today DNA as Roslyn, but it talks about Watson and Crick. This is the first thing that women, where the suppression comes from. Just want to look at it further in the it has been happening in all various fields. Like Belle Berlin, together with her supervisor, went on to discover what was both exciting and astonishing, the predominantly neutrons that were given the name pulsars. I have put the this thing on her face because two people, that is her advisor and Ryle, were awarded Nobel Prize in Physics in 1974 for the work on the development of radio aperture synthesis and for his decisive role in the discovery of pulsars. Certainly there is no mention of Bell in that one. It's a sad thing again. So sometimes what I want to say is, all that is needed to lift women is not to pull her down. That is the only thing that is required to lift the women. So when we look at all these things, we see that there is a requirement for role models of women, and that makes a significant contribution, because the imagination of the young generation and nation is captured when we have such role models. And as girls in science, if we look around for role models, we should not have to dig around to find them. So we have Asmiya Chatterjee, Rajeshwari Chatterjee, who was the first professor of microwaves in IISc, Chauristya Chakraborty, Preeti Shankar. We have, of course, Kalpana Chawla, and our own DRDO lady, Dr. Tessie Thomas, is there. So where we have role models. Why the role models are important in the science is basically we need to correct the cues that are given to girls at their young age. So when they look at these role models, at least they feel, yeah, we can do it. So usually the girls are told what they are good at and what they are supposed to be like. These kind of binaries that we grow up with often brings down the girls away from science, because I remember as recently as in, I am talking about early 2010, 2013, where a letter was written by one of the girl to Lego toys, because the Lego toys had two sections, one pink and one blue. The blue for the boys, the pink for the girls. All the girls did was do cooking, go for shopping, go to beach and enjoy life. And boys were having all the adventurous things to do on the boys section of the toys. These are some things which we should and must get rid out of, that girls cannot do this kind of a thing. So that is where the requirement of role models grow higher, and there is a need for such the forums what we are today talking about, where there is more audience who can listen to this, and a level of talk that happens at the school level, at the primary school education level, where we can bring in the scientific temperament amongst girls. So by treating women in science like scientists, instead of anomalies, some vago person, she has gone to science, or wives who sometime moonlight with science as a faculty, is some of the things what we often see in various walks of science. We can accelerate the growth of a new generation of chemists, archaeologists, cardiologists, or whatever field, while also revealing the hidden history of the world, which what the science reveals to all of us. Often the hurdles that women face are women are more conservative and they don't overstate their projections. I'm reminded of Melinda Gates when she was mentioning about in one of the statements, where if there is a qualification requirement of 10 and if the boys can meet 6, they are 100% fit, but the girls has the hesitation if they have 8 to go for the interview. These are some of the things that we always face, where men are generally over projecting and we understate our projections. and issues relating to work-life balance, which becomes one of the major point for women to take up science, and lack of personal networks, strong networks. We hardly meet people, we hardly see anything, and if you are in science, it is more looked at as, oh, she's weird, she's in science, she cannot come, which she cannot enjoy in this thing. And also lack of access to professional networks, because generally men are in higher professional levels and we are not able to network with them to say and put out our points of view, and this often causes a hurdle for the growth of women in science. In India, women do take up science for degrees, but few of them pursue in the area of scientific areas. If we see the statistics today, there are many women who are taking up science as degrees, engineering as degrees. But when we look at from the point of employability, there is hardly anything that comes up. Maybe it is because of the default role of women as homemaker and society's perception that only women are responsible for rearing of the child, and marriage and not career is perceived as the primary goal of women. And no matter what profession it is, these are some of the constraints what we see. But what is science? Why science? I mean, when we have talked about all these things, we should also educate our girls why science is so beautiful, why science is so important. Science is the process of discovering new information, a quest for more truth in this world, a quest for unknown, which is, which itself is fascinating. When you know there is unknown, you know what you are so adventurous to go to make that thing known. The rewards from science are not just new information, new discoveries, but also the better understanding of the world what we live. And science, I should say, it explains itself to anyone who is interested, irrespective of gender, age, anything. And it provides answers to those who seek for answers. So just for the sheer love of science, some of us are in science. So coming to DRDO per se, I should say that DRDO is a very big organization. We have around 7 clusters in DRDO dealing with various aspects of science and technology. So if we look from the point of science, just from the point of science, from the material science, I mean, it's so fascinating when we say that it's silicon carbide, what you see as a source powder that can do all your computer circuits today. What has grown from a small rock-like thing to getting into silicon circuits itself is fascinating. And also, not only that, the process of how to do it, what to do, and why to do is itself captivating, and it is one of the greatest art in science, I should say, of making this system. And I'm sure Sangeeta would agree with me 100% on this, leading to various aspects of development. Be it understanding material science for technological needs, be it laser diodes, what we do, or the readout circuits, what we implement, or the FPGAs and the computers, your mobile phones, what you carry, everything has this as the base technology. The mobile phone today, what you carry, has microphones, power circuits, the lasers, the photo cameras, what you are carrying. All these things are sensors that comes from material science. And that drives the complete science, or the technology what you have today is driven by this basic material sciences. The opportunities that it gives out itself for development of new things is enormous when we look at the technology of material science per se. Be it, I have not listed some of them like terahertz, which can be used for medical imaging, or the imaging itself where the cancer detections can happen. Technology, once it comes into being, it makes things cheaper, making life better. That's the power of science and technology. And I should say DRDO is working in this area, and we are proud that some of our systems what we have developed for strategic use are having these components in that. So as I was mentioning, DRDO, I work for DRDO. I come from a lab where I was working in the field of radar and communications. So if we look from radar and communications, the technology, when we talk about material science, it's a single part of the technology. But when we put everything together to build up a radar kind of a system, it is a multi-technology, multi-forum area where you may have to know something about material science, you may have to know something about electronics, you may have to know something about microwave, you may have to know something about thermal engineering and environmental science. Many things come into picture. So the science, as we see, where the science ends, the engineers begin. That's what they say. So if we look at it, the use of these materials, sensors, are put to use in a very emphatic way to meet the technological challenges of the country, either in communication or radars or sonars or any of these fields. It can be EOIR sensors, or it can be even the processors that control your unit, a crypto unit that is required for development and used by military radios, etc. Everything is one of the part where DRDO works, and these kind of technologies throws the challenges to make things better. And these can be put on various platforms. As you see, it can be from LCA, what you are seeing. The development of LCA per se itself is a major task where it is a multidisciplinary effort that has gone in to bring the system together. Often we see that, parts does not add up to the whole. The whole has something more than the parts. So that technology, that challenges is what we can do using our understanding of science, our understanding of the nature, how things interact with each other, so that we can take it forward to meet the technological challenges. As we see, it can be on the LCA kind of planes, or it can be on the commercial class of planes. It can go down to submarines, ships, space, and also the missiles. When we look at science feeding to all these aspects, we see that the challenges varies, because from space to submarines where we go down, to airspace to ships where we have different, the whole concept of our metallurgy, the way our system works, changes drastically. But is DRDO only that? No, we also work in the mathematics for design. The use of mathematics and cryptology is well known. Design of crypto algorithms, analysis of their specific strengths and vulnerabilities, cryptanalysis, statistical analysis, requiring the major fields of mathematics in terms of number theory, field theory, coding theory, and statistics forms the basis of some of these things, which helps us in analysis of the security parameters, which is of paramount importance today when we are talking about things connected to each other. Testing and analysis of keys, ciphers, and ability to carry out cryptoanalytic attacks. So the field varies vastly in all these things. Today we also have where the science and technology has touched in terms of SCADA, what we call it, where you can control the water and sewage plant, you can control the power grid totally, you can control your railway systems, the banking system, and also it has touched the stock exchange, where the fast inputs are required even for the financial markets, where the science has made its touch there. So DRDO is working in some of these aspects, if not on all. But science does not limit there. We also have life sciences, where stem cells, which have offered much hope by promising to greatly extend the number and range of patients who could benefit from transplants, and to provide cell replacement therapy to treat debilitating diseases like Parkinson's and Huntington's diseases. It is still a beginning. The opportunities are large, where we have many more challenges to work in the field of stem cells. When we look from that, slowly we see that there is a merging of the life science to the actual science, to computer science, to microelectronics, to everything. It is becoming interdisciplinary. As we were hearing about Dr. Sangeeta Kale working on nanomaterials for medical use, or a terahertz application for imaging use, we have become slowly, interdisciplinary, where we are all connected. And this connection is one of the fascinating fields where, there is a need from every person here to collaborate with each other to come out with what we can do in terms of science for the betterment of the humanity. So if we look at it, AI today, the buzzword of today's industry being AI, is it has revolutionized the complete drug discovery. Complete drug discovery. And I should say that, there are many things that we are working where, the battlefields, the future of the battlefields are AI driven, and we are hearing about swarms, about biomimicry in one area where the technology comes, and we are also hearing about the fungus, the recent development where it shows the fungus that is underneath all our forest area, how it interconnects, how it helps the plants to communicate, and how it can make things happen. So why I'm talking about all these things is, it's a fascinating field. When we look at it from astronomy, where we go to a fungus of a plant technology, or AI for drug discovery, everything is slowly, we are seeing that things are getting interconnected. And that is what makes science to be pursued in a bigger way for better things. When we talk about all these things, I also have to say that there are many cracks in the glass ceiling that has started to happen with our people out here, the women out here. We have Director General of CSIR, the Director of Indian Institute of Geomagnetism, Director of ISI Calcutta, and of course Dr. Tessie Thomas, and the VC of this JNU, who have broken these glass ceilings to come here. So I would like to quote what Kiran Majumdar said: equality must be the order of the day. And for that, it is important that you don't put yourself in the corner and start asking for space. That is not what women scientists should be doing. Your fight must be for equality, not for a separate space where you can work for yourself. That should be the aim, and that should be the takeaway from this conference, what we have to look at it. So I would also like to bring out that there have been a lot of initiatives that has been taken by Government of India towards this. iSTEM, Indian Science, Technology and Engineering Facilities Map, and initiative called Women in Engineering, Science, Technology, West, has been launched by Dr. Parvinder Maini, Scientific Secretary to PSA. The West program will cater to women with STEM background and empower them to contribute to science, technology and innovation systems. iSTEM, it is a national web portal for sharing of equipments, facilities, and is an umbrella under which many programs for promoting collaborations in R&D and technological innovation among and between academia, industry, and especially startups are underway, because sometimes some of the science requires facilities which we are denied of when we are working in a smaller institutions. So the government has taken an initiative of opening up of all these facilities to see where we can, collaborate and work and make use of these facilities for the ideas of science that has been grown in us. Through the West initiative, ISTEM shall provide a separate platform for scientifically inclined women researchers, scientists, and technologies for pursuing research in basic or applied sciences in the frontier areas of science and engineering. This has been an initiative taken by government, and women may join this program and explore the opportunities to become stakeholders in various domains and pursue their careers in R&D at various levels, be it technicians, technologists, scientists, or entrepreneurs. Opportunities range from operating scientific equipment to maintaining them to designing and to manufacturing. This opportunity has opened. Baby steps are there for the bigger leap. All I say is what deters women from doing things what they want to do is they have a problem of fear of failure, risk aversion. These are some of the things that are holding us back against us. I think if we start looking into ourselves and with the opportunity that government has offered to us to utilize the facilities, I think today, maybe in 5 years down the line, there should not be a need for this kind of conference where we are talking about women. Thank you.
The chair and the co-chair to please come on the stage. Can we summarize the session now? If you have few minutes, we can summarize. Yeah. Okay. So. I would also request our moderator, Professor Saran, to please come on the stage, and our panelists. Please come on the stage, our panelists also. Dr. वो कर दे नहीं वो स्टेज में आ जाएंगे फिर वो ही कर देते हैं फेलिसिटेट या बाद में करेंगे ठीक है ओके सॉरी फॉर द कंफ्यूजन
Let me summarize and
so
can you call
Dr. Kale, please summarize the talk.
Let me thank the speaker for a wonderful talk, ma'am. It was a lovely talk in the sense that it brought out what are the strengths that our country has, what are the opportunities that we as a women have, and what are the things that we should, kind of push and create a space around ourselves. It was a very, very nice thought process that has been brought in. It's also important to note that she also gave a glimpse of what all are the different platforms that we can use to progress on the path of scientific discoveries, also on the path of research, and how science and technology kind of merge together in the interdisciplinary way of thinking and the interdisciplinary way of knowledge sharing. So science and engineering in some sense is now slowly merging together, and everybody should work on a particular problem right from the start, so that wherever science will end, engineering and the applications will start. So thank you, ma'am, for a very mesmerizing talk. I'm sure there are the students here who would take the inputs from you and they'll go ahead. Thank you for your time as well.
Now it's time for felicitation. So we would request Dr. Ranjana Arya to please come and felicitate Dr. Suma Varghese, who was our keynote speaker for the day.
So, namaskar everyone, and good morning everyone who are here. So, today on the third session that we have on women in pure applied sciences and women in technical institutions, we are having our esteemed panelists here who will be sharing their viewpoints and their concerns regarding this area of where most of us are working in this particular area, I think. So I would request my panelists to come on the dais. Dr. Vishwa Janani Satigari, Dr. Vinita Sahai, Dr. Vibha Tandon, Dr. Sangeeta Kasture, and Dr. Kamna Barkataki. Please come on the dais, please. I think we are running a bit late, so we need to start it very soon. Please come. So here we have Dr. Vishwa Janani Satigari, who is a scientist and heads CSIR Traditional Knowledge of Division Digital Library Unit, and this is a tool for the defensive protection of Indian traditional knowledge currently pertaining to Indian systems of medicines, that is Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Yoga and Savarikpa. She has taken and also initiated steps for expanding the scope of TKDL. So I welcome you, madam, here. The next is Dr. Vinita Sahai. So welcome, Dr. Vinita Sahai. And she is an educator, researcher, academic administrator, and is the second woman in the country appointed by the Government of India to head the IIM. She is currently in the IIM Institute of Management, Bodh Gaya, and is a professor of marketing since February 2018. So welcome here. And during her course, they will always tell you as to their journey, and they'll let you know what they have been doing. The third panelist that we have here is Dr. Vibha Tandon, who is a professor at the Special Center for Molecular Medicine and works in the area of translational research. Sorry about this. Dr. Kamna Barkataki, she is from Assam, and she has worked in the area of backyard poultry farming, moringa plantation and vermiculture in CPDONR as an experiment in Agriculture Science Research University. So she has received a lot of awards like the Fieldman Green Outstanding Lady Veterinarian Award, Inspiring Lady Veterinarian Award, World Egg Day, she is a part of it. So, and the last one here is Dr. Sangeeta Kasture, who is a scientist from DBT, that is the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and she has actually been a part of the steering committee which looks into the innovations, missions. So we have here our panelists, and I would request all of them to share their viewpoints, and then we can have a discussion on them with the audience too here. And I'm sure all of us have experienced some advantages as well as disadvantages, moment or concerns during our period of research that we've had here. So I request, can we start with Dr. Vishwa Janani Satigari, please? Sure.
A very good morning to everyone. It gives me great pleasure to be on this platform. Thanks to the organizers and Professor Ranjana Arya specifically for giving me this opportunity. It's really nice to see not just the women faces but many men as well. So I think it's really something to be celebrated and enjoyed. So talking about myself, I think I would represent the larger women population in the country who's gone with the flow of how life takes you. And that's largely been my case. So as a child, I think I've been very fortunate to have been born in a family that gave great importance to education. from a very conservative family, but then educated in a Christian missionary school, as you would see with many of the South Indian families. And grew up, wanted to be a doctor because everybody else wanted to be one. But then didn't go through the entrance exams as well. So my brother said, why don't you do BSc? I said, okay, let me go for chemistry. Let me go for zoology, because I had an inclination for being a doctor. He said, no, do chemistry, it will have better job opportunities. So I took chemistry. So that's how my life had, So I finished my undergrad, joined the master's program, was fortunate enough to be joining, excuse me. Yeah, fortunate enough to join the IISc for PhD, and then life went through the curves as the flow would be, nothing very specific. I was very fortunate to again get a postdoc position in the field of medicinal chemistry, and I thought that laid my career stone, to join a pharmaceutical industry. So I joined Ranbaxy, served there for many years, and that's how I know Ranjana as well. We work together. So the drug discovery process is a very complex process, unlike what we believe that, you do some kind of R&D and you get a drug out. That's not the case. You would see the attrition is so high. You explore about 10,000 or more molecules, and there is only one that is taken up as a drug. And again, I think I've been fortunate because many of my candidates showed great profile, and there was one clinical candidate that went to the phase 2 clinical trials. But while we were counting on the joys and the successes, the unfortunate thing is that the drug discovery is a high risk, industrial endeavor, and the Ranbaxy closed down. Okay, I moved on. I joined a techno-commercial assessment organization, a consultant group. With all my experience in the pharmaceutical industry, I did a lot of techno-commercial assessments to advise the pharmaceutical companies what holds opportunities and where the risks are. And as life went on, I joined the CSIR because they had a very wonderful program called the Open Source Drug Discovery Program. So the ball moved from the industries back to the academics and the research organizations to do drug discovery and development. If you see in India today, there aren't many pharmaceutical companies that do hardcore drug discovery and development. We are largely generic companies. We do reverse engineering, and we are pretty fortunate enough to have a lot of successes, and the whole world is dependent on us. While we are at it, the drug discovery came back to the academia and research organizations, as I just said. And while I was interviewed, they said that, I think you have better managerial capabilities, so you move into the planning division. So that is how I ended up in the planning division of the CSIR at the research headquarters. And I continued my journey. So 4 years back, I was given an opportunity to head this very important unit of the CSIR called the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library Unit. So when we talk of traditional knowledge, although we have grown up with our heritage and feeling very proud to be an Indian, when it comes to R&D, it is a hatke, subject matter. Not many people, you are not the mainstream. You are still, considered somebody aside. And it is kind of a little difficult when, all along I have been in the mainstream doing hardcore modern science and technology. And here I am with a responsibility of, taking care of the traditional knowledge of our country. So for people who are not aware of the TKTL, the genesis of the TKTL is that, in the mid-90s, you must have heard about the stories of Haldi being patented, Basmati being patented, Neem being patented. And what happens when the patents are granted is that we lose ownership of our own traditional knowledge. So if you have to exercise our own traditional knowledge for our benefits, you have to go back to the inventors and seek their permission. So the government of India woke up to the stark reality that we are on the verge of losing our own ownership on our own traditions and culture, and that is how the TKDL took its birth, the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library. So we have a very important role in protecting and preserving traditional knowledge from misappropriation and biopiracy in a digitized format, which is structured very well, thanks to all the founders of the TKDL, and as well as it is in a searchable format. And so far we've been giving the grant of the TKDL only to the patent offices for search and examination purposes. So very recently, I'm very happy to say that the Government of India has provided approval to widen the access of the TKDL to all users so as to promote traditional knowledge in the context of its integration and co-optation, and also furthering R&D, innovation and trade, so that we move towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. So that is where I am, and I believe it would be inspiring enough for all other people to take upon traditional knowledge and make it mainstream. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I'll request my next panelist. Would you like to come? Dr. Vibha? Huh? Okay. So by the time they do, Dr. Kamna, can you please let us know your plus and minus experiences that you have had during this journey?
Good morning. First of all, I just thank the organizers for inviting me. Sure. For inviting me to this to be a panelist, and I'm really fortunate to be among such a talented gathering. I am currently a director in the Central Poultry Development Organization, Chandigarh. It is under the Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Ministry of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries. So actually we are mostly dealing with providing germplasms, LIT germplasms to the state governments and the farmers. Mostly what we are doing is trying to generate employment through entrepreneurship development. What we do is we provide the germplasms to different state governments of the northern state. Actually, most of you must not have known about this CPDO. We have 4 CPDOs in India for all the regions. For southern region, we have in Bengaluru, and for eastern region, we have one in Bhubaneswar, and for the western in Mumbai, and for the northern region of the country, we have in Chandigarh. So we are dealing with all the states, almost from Uttarakhand to Bihar to UP and everywhere, for this employment generation through entrepreneurship development and providing these LIT birds. What are LIT birds? Are the birds which are actually, those breeds are developed by like crossing between the local birds and superior germplasm, so that they can give a better productivity with low feed intake. Means they can go for browsing also. You must have heard about the backyard poultry and all that. So that's what we do. And actually about veterinary science also, it was a male-dominated area usually. And the first entry was in 1952. There were 2 lady vets from Tamil Nadu University who were Sakobhai Nagarunjana and Dr. Kalyani, and they were the pathfinders, and after that now you can see almost 70% people entrants are ladies. But still, although the participation is more in the leadership roles, there is still very low, and there's a long way to go for that. But what I have seen is they have this knack, like when we are dealing with the Himachal Pradesh, I have seen one Dr. Ranjana Sood is there. She is doing so well actually. She is working at the grassroots level and she is picking up so many women farmers. We have done some entrepreneurship or skill development trainings in Himachal also. Chautra, it's a very interior place. But when you have seen the participants for the trainings, usually the women are more and they're more interested. When you give them the training, you empower the whole house, you empower the whole area at least. So what they do is they have come for every day for the training. They didn't even miss for one day. And there are so many women farmers have come up. Like one day I have known about Jyoti Devi. She has started her own Kadaknath farm. Kadaknath farms actually they bring a lot of like eggs also. They bring almost like 25 per egg, and she's keeping the hens also. This is selling them for 3,000. So like she's getting a employment, and not only employment, I mean she's employing few people also in a farm. So she's generating employment also, and she's getting a subsidiary income for this thing. And moreover, usually it is for the poor and marginal section of the rural people, those who cannot afford like poultry sector. You have known it is a very highly developing sector. Like it is in the agriculture sector, it is the fastest growing sector. Agriculture, it is growing for 1.5 to 2%, but poultry sector is growing at 11%, because mostly it is due to the commercial sector. We are not dealing with the commercial sector, we are dealing with the unorganized sector. So recently this NLM has come up, National Livestock Mission. They are giving a lot of subsidies, almost 50% subsidies, those who are going for LIT button, those who are going for hub and spoke and all that, forward and backward linkages and all that. They will bring a mother unit in the area and they will supply the chicks to the farmers, and that's how, and they will again go for the marketing also. So those are the areas they are giving. It's very, anybody can go to that site and they can go for that. They can go to that DASDNIC.com site and they can go for that. The whole mission, all the schemes are given there. So it's very easy for them to go for that. And we are dealing with that. And because of Dr. Ranjana, since he has, like one Jyoti Devi is there, I told you, and there is one more lady is there who is also going for, hatchery management. Like she is putting up a hatchery also. Usually what they do when they keep the birds, after that they, for the eggs also, again to hatch them, they have to go to some some hatchery, and then again they'll have to, because of the transportation and all the, this thing also comes down, hatching percentage also comes down. So she has put up a hatchery in her own place. There are very small hatcheries also there now in places. So they have got up that hatchery and she's doing very well now. She's earning at least 45,000 per month. So it is usually this backyard poultry and all in the women's source, from the before also, from the long back also they are dealing with this backyard poultry. So we are thinking that if we go for the women flock mostly, we go for SC and women flock mostly. So we are doing it that way, and most of the ladies who are working in the field, and lady doctors, veterinarians, they are doing very well and they are having that connect with the people also. So I hope that we can go for that, and so thank you. The time is very less, so anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamna. So I request Dr. Vinita Sahai to be here. And I would actually sincerely request you to kindly let us know your viewpoints on this particular topic.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, thank you, Ranjana, for creating Stree. I really appreciate it because this has given us some time to create the much needed sisterhood after 2 long years, which were very, very difficult for women especially. I think Corona was bad, but Corona was really atrocious for women. And of course, the lady requested me that I should be giving my viewpoint. I come from the world of business. So before me, I heard people speaking from science, there's that, but I come specially from the world of business. And I thought I'll be talking more to the young brigade. So that's the reason I was asking the young Turks there, come on, can we get to see more girls? Because I was so fortunate, I was late yesterday. So by the time I came, seniors had gone, and all that I saw was loads and loads of JNU young people. And that was so energizing. So, because what I'm talking about is kind of, we all want to become Atmanirbhar. We all want our country to go ahead. And at least in my business school, I've started telling youngsters that yes, it is great to seek jobs, but it's much greater if we create jobs. America, or for that matter, any developed economy, has become what it has become by promoting entrepreneurship. So, yeah, I created a small PPT for just for the sharing sake. Can somebody just put it up? So this is about entrepreneurship done by women. And I'm going to take you through the journey that how has women contributed in it. Can we have the PPT?
To connect that.
Wow, so please go ahead and
use that wireless for sometime.
yeah, sure. So this PPT, while they just fix it up, is all about women in various capacities. See, because generally when we say women, especially in business, we tend to get these feelings that, okay, it's all about SHG, small health groups, it is about microfinance, it is about small businesses that women have been doing. In a way, we've been setting our own glass ceiling by carrying on with these perceptions. So I basically want to start with that, okay, come on, take a break. Women are doing good. Women are doing great. And there are so many instances, at least in the business world, where they have really outshone. So a few examples around that. And then the second role, where women have been supportive. And thirdly, but not the least, why we still celebrate that women, of course, had been doing great at SHGs as well. Before I share those case studies, and case studies is the way through which we talk about in an IIM. And proud of the fact, representing that brand, because somehow it is being said that all said and done, India, if globally, has created 2 brands, which are now really recognized. Of course, JNU is also one of them, but IITs and IIMs are those. So coming back to that where is that women have a distinctive edge. So all these case studies which I was supposed to present, though there's no input signal till now, was where only women could have thought of it. Look at the way Zimame has come. Only a women could have thought of it. And my own institution, I'm from Bodh Gaya, I have on my board the CEO or the founder of Nykaa, Falguni. I have seen her, first of all, getting a brainwave around 50. She was a merchant banker all her life. At around 50, she decides she wants to get into business. And business also, the way only a woman can read and understand. Those needs which we understand better. And that's the reason I thought I'll talk to the girls more, that come on girls, we understand few things, we have certain insights much deeper. So just let's have courage to kind of, to play them out. There are so many cases, there are so many instances where women has done it. And whether we talk of Atmanirbhar or whether we talk of equality, it all is going to come through that action. We don't have to be, I loved it when somebody said that why should we create a separate corner? Why should we ask for reservations? No, first let's try and create a situation, because the moment we ask for privileges, then we're not talking equality. Somebody said that why should we have these special conversations? Why is that female athlete? Come on, athlete. Yes. Female archer. What's this female archer? Archer. Simple. So, and I think the conviction has to first come within us. Simple as that. I hope this works. Yeah. So as I said, IIMs we teach through case study. I'm not here to teach, but still even sharing through case studies. So this is the lady. We all know, we keep talking about menstrual taboos. This was the lady who created Metropedia. See, such a beautiful way of educating about this, creating comics. And today, of course, needless to say that she is Forbes 30 under 30, and she has reached it. This particular product has reached 6,000 schools, about 1 lakh girls in 44 languages. Such a beautiful way to educate and yet create business. Do you think men would have got this idea? I don't think so. Then look at this lady. She was successful. Citibank, this, that. Then she took a break. And then came the challenge. She recognized that she was not very welcome in the industry. So, how you create an adversity into an opportunity, she taught us. She has created a business out of it, that how you just understand it better. That there is so much of talent, so much of workforce which just goes out of the sphere just because they chose to have babies or do something which nature wanted them to do. Okay, so here she created a business, and again the insights only a women can have. So the whole business, she created an HR consulting port, and now of course she not just works for women, she also has expanded by working for all marginal groups. There's a beautiful project she heads, Project Putri. Again, so much to learn from, so much to celebrate again, as I say. Look at this, Zivame. Only we would have understood it the way we understand. So the product became a runaway success. Nykaa, this is the lady I was just talking about. It's so inspirational sitting in the board position along with her. I consider it as one of my biggest privilege, because every time you speak to her, you recognize that it's just a conversation. There is no gender in it. We just meet. In fact, I remember once she said it to me, Vinita, our conversation should be so compulsive that people should forget that there is difference in gender. So, yeah, coming from merchant banking industry, getting into beauty, And look at the business models where everybody was talking about marketplace. She actually created a business model which was purely inventory led. So again, because customer centricity was an idea, she knew if a woman wants a particular product that way, she needs it that way. That idea wouldn't have happened to a man because they don't buy cosmetics. So breaking a lot of rules, and of course now she's finally saying, okay boys, I'm making space for you as well. So now she's started getting into male domain of products as well. This lady again has done, we as moms know the best what is good for children. So why not tell it to the whole world? Why not just give it to our children, to other children, and make business out of it? This lady taught the world that how nutrition, children growth, which we understand, can just be made a business. And the list goes on. Zolo, she taught people how to create a hostel accommodation with good food. And as ma'am wants me to rush up, let me do it. She Rose is also again about creating a sisterhood. हमारी परंपरा में तो हमेशा से था कि हम एक दूसरे को uplift करते थे. Sisterhood was always a concept which was Indian. She just made a platform. We understand each other's problems, the setbacks we face in the careers, the challenges. She made a business proposition out of it, the way only a woman could have understood. And of course, Miss Malini for this Gen Z, or Gen Z, my daughter tells me, don't pronounce it wrong. Okay, if you want to talk about fashion, you want to talk about beauty, if you want to talk about entertainment, okay, come to my portal, I'll educate you. So many ways celebrating. And of course, Baby Chakra, how can we forget it? Because this is one of our biggest role. We only know how to be a nurturer. And in parenting, there is so much of help which is needed when dadis and nanis are no more so handy. And you are lost with the baby, so she helps you by just calling it Baby Chakra. And just parenting and child care app is something which has become hugely successful. The mothers are helping the mothers. So, okay, somebody's battery is again running low. So I hope I should be able to. And this lady just celebrates the success of others. She creates a portal where all other entrepreneurs are giving up this cheer up, and go ahead. She documents their stories, and their stories are celebrated, because as an entrepreneur, when it gets tough, when it gets low, you need cheering brigade. So this is the platform for her. So all this was where the women almost went solo and made such businesses where the insight came from being a woman. But we are also great supporters. So there are so many case studies where women, either their better halves or any of their companions, they have created businesses just by being there, by being such a huge support. So whether it is Stree 10, this is a pure artificial intelligence and computer vision company where they are working together, or Small Travelers, or Trilophilia, or Byju's, as we all know, there can't be any Byju without Divya. She's the backbone behind Byju's. And see how gracious we can be. We can still allow people to celebrate and be at the back. So I think this is the reason why we keep saying that behind every man there is a woman, but we also appreciate that behind every successful woman also is a man. So whether it is a progressive father, or a supportive husband, or any supportive companion, there are so many stories that why even create this conversation? Support is needed either way, and women have proved it time and again that we've been a huge support. So many case studies are suggesting that. So whether it is e-tailers, weddle planners, fintech, MobiQuick, all these are names where women have been really a huge support. So wherein I was saying that they can also be better halves. Of course, if you go by the figures, because sometimes we really need to pump ourselves up that we're doing a great job, and going forward, we're going to go even better. So a lot of figures, these are some of the names, the companies which they had headed, and look at the latest valuations. And of course, we are talking about unicorn founders and how many of them are lady bosses. Going forward, in 2021, India witnessed a creation of 46 unicorns or startups valued at 1 billion or more. Out of these, 13 unicorns were founded by female entrepreneurs. Look at, in 22, This list, India listed 15 unicorns and 5 of them were headed by female entrepreneurs. So see, look at it, we've already gone to 33%. That's something which we have been asking in parliaments as well. So yeah, it's a fair representation, but consider the fact that we are 50% of the population, roughly speaking. So this is not just the end, but having said it, let's also celebrate something. This is just the data. We have about 20% as per World Bank data. 1 in 7 entrepreneurs currently are in India, which are there, but self-employed women stand at about 50%, which is where we continue to have this impression that most of the women are in that self-employed category. Okay, well, even that's good, because in any case we are contributing to the GDP. What holds them back, we all know. Whether it's patriarchal society, red tape, this, that, all that is fine. But women entrepreneurs definitely are changing the conversation. And definitely, as again and again I'm saying, we are paying attention to what others are not paying attention, which I am again and again saying, which is the big hope for women. The kind of sensitivities that we have, the kind of insights which only a women can have. And definitely it will give us entrepreneurship in our own terms. This is something which we have been doing great. Self-help groups, all the data which is there, 70 lakhs SHGs, 7.6 crore women, working great. We all know that our repayments are much better, our trustworthiness is much better, our productivity is much better, and so on and so forth. So all this data is there, but point of view is that first of all, we've been doing it. Second of all, maybe to start with, we started at the self-help groups or self-employment, but let's not carry these limiting beliefs. We have done it in partnerships as supporters, as spouses, as somebody who is there, and we have also done alone. And we'll continue to do this because, first of all, we are bound to, because we are 50% of the population, and there is nothing which is stopping us. So the first thing which we need to completely imbibe in ourselves is the self-belief, and of course cheering on from each section. And sisterhood has always been the mainstay. So let's continue to do it, and more so with the youngsters. Let's continue to give them faith and hope to them, because limiting conversations are no more the cool thing to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Vinita. So I'll request Dr. Sangeeta to please come over and share her concerns on this topic, please. Go ahead.
Very good morning, and my fellow panelists here, and all the women in science, men in science, and students. It's really a pleasure to be part of this panel discussion on National Conference on Women in Science, Role of Women in Science and Technology for Sustainable Development. Thanks to the organizing committee from Shakti as well as JNU. I'm Sangeeta Kasturi. I'm coming from Nanded, which is one of the small district from Maharashtra. And now I'm working in Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. I studied in Marathi medium, very small government school, but I have reached here. So that is with support from my family members, encouragement, and all my colleagues here, and as well as the support from society. So there are a lot of opportunities. This is just an example I just quote here, because there are a lot of opportunities if you do hard work and determination that is required. Coming to the science, energy and environment, there are very important aspects. We know that climate change have many adverse impacts these days, and India is also committed for net zero, that is by 2070, and we already have the target of 500 gigawatt clean energy, non-fossil based energy by 2030, meeting that, and also to reduce the carbon emission by 1 billion tons by 2030. So we have huge target. And there are a lot of opportunities. As my speaker, earlier speaker, Vinita, she's told that there are a lot of entrepreneurship opportunities are also there in waste to energy. And India being the agrarian country, there are a lot of waste is there, carbon waste. It's coming from solid waste, liquid waste, and gaseous waste. Solid waste, what I say that means agriculture residues, the organic waste coming from municipal solid waste. Now, you might be hearing that a lot of waste, there are mountains of landfill sites are there. How we can reduce that? So this waste carbon can be efficiently converted to energy or valuable products. So that is the role we are looking at, and biotechnology plays very important role. We know that science and engineering, that is technology, both are important, and when we have convergence between these two, they can enable to solve the major global challenges which we are facing in terms of both agriculture, food security, energy security, as well as affordable health. Biotechnology is, you might be aware that recently, past 2-3 years, everyone is suffered from the COVID, and how vaccine has been developed with collaborative effort. That is a good model example, not only the national but also international level, how industry, academia work together. So that is a good example, and within 1 or 2 years, we got good vaccine product, right from the discovery to the end product. So that is the example of how this knowledge is being translated into the product. And if you want to avoid the climate pandemic, we also need to work on how climate change mitigations. So these agriculture residues, what department has been promoting the science and technology and innovation in these areas. In decade, I have supported more than 200 R&D projects. I have set up 5 centers of excellence in clean energy, that is bioenergy. We have under the biotechnology public sector unit, BIRAC, they have supported a lot of entrepreneurs in various areas, medical as well as other areas. So those are numbers. Biotech startup also recently was organized. So there are tremendous opportunities also in biotechnology. Now coming to the energy, clean energy, bioenergy has a huge aspects. Government of India has mandate of 20% blending of biofuel in the fossil fuel, that is petroleum as well as diesel 5%. So currently 10% is blending, and that is coming from 1G ethanol, that is from sugar, molasses, alcohol, sugar cane, and etc. grains, damaged grains, etc. So how 10%, we need to have more 10%, and that should come from 2G ethanol. So DBT, from DBT we have been supporting this, the agriculture residue, this rice, straw, wheat, so etc. It is very difficult to depolymerize that. So indigenously we have developed enzyme, cellulase enzyme from a couple of these centers, and that can easily convert this biomass to polymerize into depolymerize into sugars, that is pentose and hexose, and then that is fermented to ethanol. So this is, we feel that this is very simple, but it is not simple. So there are challenges, and those are being addressed by scientists. But I'm very happy to share that not only the women, but 50% women scientists are coming in this area, and we need to have more and more scientists, women scientists coming into energy space, for bioenergy and solar, smart grid, carbon capture, smart clean energy materials. There are a lot of opportunities. I'm also leading with the international program on mission innovation. So there also India, we need, if India wants to become the global leader, world leader, we need to come, all women need to come into the energy and environment space in a big way. With this, once again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sangeeta. And our last panelist is Dr. Vibha Tandon. And I request Dr. Vibha actually to let us know what her advantages and disadvantages were during her journey. Anyway, if you wish to.
So very good morning to everybody, and we have been listening to Lot of panelists from last 3 days, lot of speakers, our young students, oral talks, and everywhere we talked about that, about the women. So obviously, because this conference was all about the women, so we have been talking about the women. So now the question arises that, as this panel title says, that the problems with the women in pure sciences and in technical institutions. So I'm directly coming to that. I'm a faculty and I teach in Special Center for Molecular Medicine, and I'm a chemist who has started my journey as an independent career in somewhere in 1998. So let us talk about that. What is the problem? So problem is this, that we see that there are a lot of students at the master's level, undergrad level, master's level, and when I used to teach in the class, I have taught such classes also where there was one boy and there was 19 female students, and suddenly those 19 female students, and out of them 4 or 5 of them were there who have actually topped in the classes also, and they disappeared after the masters. And they were not fearful students, they were not they were coming from the good family, they were not having any emotional crunch or something, but where do they disappear? They really disappear, they do not come to the research. And then when we go from research to the hierarchy, there was a lot of data have been shown from 24th to 26, which has shown that the number of directors, number of assistant professors, associate professors, the officers in DRDO, in DAE, in DBT, in DST, in universities, in IITs, in ICERs, they just start diminishing, and at the end we can say that even in the institutions like JNU, we have less number of faculty in terms of the female faculties as compared to and this less number is alarming number. So we know it. So now let us come to the point that why these problems are there and what are the solutions there. So the first problem all of us know is because of the biased mindset of our own society. And there is one thing which is very, very alarming, that few of us females are biased to the females. So first thing which is required, that we have to stop biasing. I can tell you certain such faculties who do not hire female students for the PhD positions because they think that they will get married and the faculty, whatever time they spend on the student, will really not go ahead and they will not get some good positions. So the faculty will not get the name, and there is no so that is the major mindset which has to be removed over there. And then there are a lot of, I tell you, I have been member of the Standing Committee for the Women, National Standing Committee for the Women, INSA. You talk about, there are so many recommendations are there. But why recommendation? Why cannot be gazetted? We need to gazette it. We need to put a policy. We do not need any recommendations. And very nicely, Dr. Suma Varghese said that please do not push us back. Don't give us any reservations. We don't need reservations. Please let us work. Please recognize us. That is the only thing we recognize. Please put us in main space. Don't give a special space. I don't need any special space. Yeah, I agree that we all are sitting in the metro cities, but the village and the small town, I also come from a small town, girls do not have exposure. So let them do their hard work and come to there. So there are certain recommendations because I'm supposed to do this short. I have to keep it short. So I'm coming directly to the certain recommendations. And those recommendations can be given as an outcome of this panel, and Professor Shweta Sharan can always submit it to the Stree organizing committee, and we can submit it to the Government of India and see if we can really pursue it. But submission is not my motto. My motto is this, that telling it that we want to, we have to break the glass ceiling, we have to do. But one thing I want to tell my younger student and younger faculty, that please fight for it. Yesterday you heard Dr. Lakshmi Kantam that please fight for your position. Please ask that you are not wrong, you are not less than anybody, but how can we do it? So let us talk about that why, what are the major problems with us? Okay, one thing which is required, that we get married. After getting married, we get child. We have to nurture our child, and that is our responsibility. So we have, some of us have gap in our career. Some of us do not have gap in career. So I'm starting after getting the science education. I'm not looking into the before the science education. I do not have time here. So after getting the the science education, if we are here, so first of all, if I'm coming to an institution, there should be a flexible timing. If there is a flexible timing, I can teach, I can work in an office, I can do my job, go back at 2 o'clock, spend 1 hour with my child, make them sit properly, and come back, and you take the job from me again up to 8 o'clock. So give me flexible timing. You give me an housing, when it comes to that, we need a reservation in housing preference. If I'm a female, give me a housing preference in the campus. Please give me some kind of a housing preference in the campus. Maybe then I do not have to travel outside the campus, and we can contribute more and more in our offices or in May. So that is much more required as compared to the. When you talk about the age for intake of the, as a faculty member, as a, some positions, so let us talk about the age. Now I tell you, in the university system, age is not there. If you read the IIT advertisement, university system, IIT advertisement doesn't mention the age. But DBT, DST and other institutions, they do mention age somewhere, sometimes they do not mention. But there is a hidden agenda behind it. In the IITs, they very clearly, the professorial committee, they declare in between them that above 35 years, they will not take the assistant professor. So it may happen that you may get an application from a female, so give them some, not too many, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. So make a flexible, so increase the age of the intake of the faculty at a particular position. If it is a faculty or even the scientist, or you are taking them at whatever way you are hiring a student, hiring a faculty, science person, please give them some flexibility in the age. Now let us come to the crush. So we need a full-fledged crush in every institution, and that is a recommendation of Government of India long back, long back, but all of us know that half of the offices, 70% of the offices do not have any crush. We do not have an organized crush. We have a very small number of people as a part of the crush. So that is one thing we require that. Another important thing we require, that there are still offices where we don't have female toilets, or if we have a female toilet, it is only for some senior officer, which remains locked. If we don't have the basic facility of the toilets, enough number of the toilets, what are we talking about? Why are we talking about that we want to do something very, very big for our females, and we are really looking for them. Now let's come to the salary parity. There are published publications in Nature and Science where they have shown that if you hide the name of two people and you just say that put the same person qualification, you put one Julie and another you put John, so they will offer John much money as compared to the female. I know some of our friends may not agree this, but this is a truth, that there are certain private sectors where the male and female, and specifically the pharmaceutical industries, they do not offer certain jobs or certain R&D leadership positions to the female faculty, thinking they may not give the time. Maybe now there is one thing which is a very long recommendation over there, that
please make any selection committee, whether you are selecting a clerk, or you are selecting a professor, you are selecting a director, you are selecting a DG, please have one female as a member of the selection committee. This remains as a recommendation. There are certain offices which follow it, there are certain offices they do not follow it, and you will be wondered to know that they say we didn't find any woman to be the panel member, which is a completely unacceptable situation in my opinion. I am very small to say this, but I don't think that we do not find enough female to be member of this. Then there are, say, whether you are belonging to, say, any kind of a institution, so when we are talking, when I told you that we used to have a lot of MSc Master's Science students, but there is a leaky pipeline. This is a very famous phrase for the women talk. Everybody gives whenever we talk in the Women in Science. So what is this leaky pipeline, and how can we really plug it? We need to plug them by changing our mindset, I said, but I have to say one thing, that we have to open more and more number of the jobs which are more female oriented, and I won't say that there are certain jobs which are female oriented. I can only say that more and more number of female entrepreneur, if they will be there, they will have, there is a data of the Department of Science and Technology is there which says that number of medicos which are there in the say are similar, like 50% are the females are in medical in medical jobs. Why? Did we ever think about it? The reason is this, that those medical, and that is the most difficult life of a medical personnel is there. We all know it. And if females can go there, then why can't they go into the other jobs? So, and when they did a survey, the Government of India have found that number of females in the medical field are more because they open their own clinic and they can settle themselves. So with all these words, I would like to summarize. So, and thanks Dr. Shweta Saran and the organizing committee for giving me a forum to speak my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vib. I think I request Dr. Manisha to speak something about her views. Okay, so there are some people who have to leave urgently, so we'll try to felicitate them first. So Dr. Sangeeta, please. Dr. Sangeeta, she has to leave early. So thank you so much for participating as a panelist here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anybody else has to leave? Kamla, you wanted to? Okay, so that's very nice. And you want to speak? Dr. Manjari wants to say something.
Hello all. The topic for today is women in technical education and research. I would like to propose a model for hand-holding of young, fresh teachers, especially in engineering colleges. Whenever girls enter into teaching profession, first of all, they must complete their PhD already and then enter. But the required qualification does not say that PhD is required at lecturer stage, and almost 80% of the young assistant professors who enter the profession are having ME, MTech, MSc, MA, such type of master's degrees. When they enter into profession and they are up to 35 of years age, technical and teaching competency is lacking because there is no formal system through which they learn to teach. They may be very good students, but they are not ready-made teachers. So they have to acquire teaching competencies. Most of them are on family way, so they are always torn between home responsibilities and teaching responsibilities. There are many mandatory requirements of the profession, plus they have to complete their PhD. Because unless they complete that, their next promotions like associate professor and professor will not be granted. In such situation, how we can do hand-holding for these young teachers? Can we have a regular formalized structure where a senior professor can guide 2 or 3 associate professors and they can form a group with 2 or 3 new lecturers? A specific funding can be granted to them for a period of 5 years, 6 years. They can be given 2 or 3 project students from the same institute, and this way we can share resources, analytical facilities available. We have to break silos. Even departmental cooperation is not available. It should be there. We have to handhold each other and lift everyone. So sharing of resources, sharing of analytical services, sharing of manpower, sharing of instruments, and making those work groups who will help each other. Like that, we can develop domains for research also over a period of time, and within 10-12 years, if this is followed, then very successful researchers and research groups can give good results. So this is my appeal that such type of mentoring model should be thought and worked out. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manisha. So I request our co-chair, Dr. Sangeeta Kale, to get this audience ask some questions that they have.
Thank you for the, let me thank all the panel members for putting up the views. We are already late in the schedule, so I'll not talk much. We have listened to all the different opinions and views of the speakers here. I would now request the students and the participants here, if they have any question for anybody in the panel, please do ask, because we have this panel discussion is intended for this very purpose. So I request all of you to have, if you have any questions, please, we'll be happy to answer.
Request the younger ones, who are actually maybe facing problems at the moment. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good morning, all of you. My question is for Vinita ma'am, actually. Hello ma'am. I just write it down so I didn't forget.
Please hold the mic.
Okay. So it was such an amazing talk and courageous. So my question is, I want to ask you about investments. Because there are stereotypes like men can do only investments and they are more better than women in investment. So what are your thoughts on what are the important things that women or anyone should keep in mind before investing?
Thank you, young lady, for that question, because if you would have noticed, all those women that I introduced, for many of them I use the word merchant banker, and towards the end I mentioned that the general stereotype is that women are very good, but they are good at the self-employed level or SHG level. And I also mentioned that when it comes to SHGs, people have far more faith in SHGs which are governed by women. you know, and the returns and the payouts are far better. And see, by instinct, because of the fact we are nurturer, so all these concepts of savor, keeping for the rainy day, all that comes very naturally to us. And what has been, look at the finance sector, look at the banking, it's all dominated by women. Whether it is Arundhati or Chanda Kochar or I don't want to name them, but they're all women. So it's very naturally coming to us. So just let's not listen to the voices which have been telling us you can't do it.
But ma'am, if though they don't have a background, like they don't come from IIM.
So we would learn the way the boys do. Simple. So all these stereotypes, na, you are girl, tumse maths nahi hoga. I have never seen, sorry boys if you're there, listen to it very carefully. I have never seen boys hiring a gaadi ko sikhane wala dabba and actually learning it like this. Why is it only reserved for women? कि अच्छा बेटी को गाड़ी सिखानी है, एक पहले गाड़ी सिखाने वाला हायर होगा, and then we'll have the brother sitting next to him or the father sitting next to her, and then पूरे मोहल्ले को पता चलेगा वर्मा जी की बेटी गाड़ी सीख रही है. और लड़के कब सीख लेते हैं? We don't even ever get to know. We never get to know. And parents also don't feel any problem in sharing that car keys with them कि हाँ हाँ तू सीख ले. But उसको सीखना है तो then there is a whole why. So yes, some is, which is what I was more interested in talking to young girls. We are in our head have to first stop it that I don't know how to drive. Oh well, it's just driving. When a illiterate can do it, at least I'm 5th pass, I can do it. So first we the self-conviction, you know, and that's the reason why I say we don't have to beg, you know, because anything which comes with as a sanction or a reservation comes with a lot of tags. This country is inundated with reservations already. So let's not, you know, like sorry to say, but at an IIM, only 20% girls write CAT exam. Fine. So out of 2.5 lakh girls or 5 lakh students who write exam, 20% are girls. So even if we select them all, it's still going to be 20%. So for us to bring it to healthy 33, we in any case have to jack up. But look at the boy who's of normal category, he hates it. उधर पहले reservation कम था क्या कि एक और reservation for girls, and they just hate it. So let's not create another such situation. Let's just earn it. And which is where the responsibility is on each one of us as mothers, as brothers, as fathers. Let's, इतना सुंदर concept था हमारा sisterhood. Just let's revive it. That's it.
Thank you so much. So there's another question. Anybody else wants to? Yeah, madam, please.
एक्चुअली हम क्वेश्चन तो नहीं बोल सकते मेरा. मैं आयुर्वेदिक डॉक्टर हूँ. आप सब साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की फील्ड के सारे लोग यहाँ पे जमा हुए हैं. 3 दिन से मैं यहाँ पे एक्चुअली अपना टॉपिक भी स्त्री नाम से है, और 3 दिन से क्या पिछले 10-12 साल से भले ही ये लैंग्वेज वाला पार्ट है, लेकिन हम मेल और फीमेल बार बार यूटिलाइज कर रहे हैं. From last 10 to 15 years, there are more beautiful words, girls, women, lady, but why we are go for male and female? बार बार हम ये सुन रहे हैं और ये चुभता है मैडम. We are not just female, we are women, we are lady, we are girl. So please, अगर हम खुद को विमेन बोले, हम खुद को लेडी बोले, rather than female, it will be more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anybody wants to comment on that? Any more questions we have here? That's probably from the genetics we learn female and male.
अगर माँ इतने बुरे हाल में होगी कि उसके प्राण बिल्कुल संकट में होंगे और फिर भी बच्चा बच जाता है, तो that child is a female. Such strong and strength God has given. और माँ के छींकने से भी बच्चा आईयूडी हो जाता है, दैट इज अ मेल. फॉर अ मेल एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट्स हैज टू बी डन टू मेक देम सर्वाइव. तो yes, we are a superior race. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So shall we conclude this? Yeah. So shall we conclude this? So we all agree with our panelist who has spent the time and told us about their concerns and their journey. And as an entire thing, I personally feel as a moderator that we ourselves have to work over and showcase our strength to the people around us and the society. And I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, let me thank all the panel members for this very fruitful discussion, and we conclude this session by the token of appreciation from on behalf of the organizers to everybody on the panel.
नाम का लिस्ट का नाम
छोड़कर यही खड़े रहेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा, पुलिस स्टेशन करने में भी आसान रहेगा।
यहाँ से ठीक है। So I request now Sudha ji and Leena ji to start the felicitation session with Dr. Vishwajanani Satigiri ji to present a memento to Vishwajanani ji. Now I request Leena ji to present to Dr. Vinita Sahai. I request Sudha ji to present memento to Dr. Kamna Barkati ki. I request Leena ji to present to Professor Vibha Tandon. I will request Sudha ji to give to Dr. Shweta Saran, who is the moderator. Very nicely conducted time. I know it is very difficult. We get overwhelmed with the time management, but Dr. Shweta Saran could do a very good job in this. And now I request to Dr. Sangeeta Kale. Leena ji, maybe can give to Sangeeta Kale ji. Thank you.
एक मिनट 1 minute. I request Leena ji to felicitate Dr. Manisha Khadatkar.
arrange the session, and we would like to continue with the session second for the day, which is on environment protection, role of women in environment protection. Thank you. Five minutes break.
welcome you all to the 4th session of Stree 2020, Women in Environment Protection. Here, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Srimati Neeta Ganguly ma'am, to the dais. Srimati Neeta Ganguly. Am I audible? It is indeed a great opportunity to invite Srimati Neeta Ganguly ma'am, an educator, author, motivator, climate reality leader, mentor, TEDx speaker, humanist. She has been an educator for over 2 decades, who has won several national and state awards, including the national winner of Rustam Irani Foundation's Best Teachers Award for Excellence in Education in 2004. And the Excellence in Teaching Award in Innovative Teaching Practices in 2010. She has conferred with the Indian Achievers Club 99 Women Achievers of India acclaim in 2020, the Most Admired Inspiring Indian Award 2021 by the Indian Ex-Defense Service. She mentored for Climate Reality Leadership Corps in 2015. Her profile as a climate leader was put up on the victory wall of the Climate Project Asia Pacific Summit in Jakarta 2011. In 2008, she was certified as the climate leader by the Nobel laureate and former Vice President of the USA, Mr. Al Gore, who is the founder of the Climate Reality Project, TCRP. She is the member of the Climate Education Advisory Board and National Coordinator of Waste Management for TCRP India. She has also authored several books. She has authored 365 Ways to Save the Environment in February 2022. She firmly believes that people cannot be forced to adopt certain attitudes unless they embrace a sense of responsibility and accountability to protect the environment. We welcome Srimati Neeta Ganguly ma'am. Namaste ma'am. I would like to invite Dr. Chandrakala Padya, ma'am, to chair the session. We welcome Dr. Chandrakala Padya ma'am. She is former chairperson, Indian Institute of Advanced Study, Rashtrapati Niwas, Shimla. She is former vice chancellor, Maharaja Ganga Singh University, Bikaner. She is former dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, and former professor and head of the Department of Political Sciences. Welcome, madam. Thank you. Now I would like to request our keynote speaker, Neeta ma'am, to please take over the stage. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I request all those people sitting at the back to come forward so we don't see empty seats? Can you please? Thank you so much. That'll be wonderful, and I can see your faces too. Thank you so much. You can come to the middle, please. This side. All of you. Thank you so much for doing that. All right. It'll take me a few seconds to juggle between my finger over here, which I have to be careful. I normally don't like to stand behind a podium because I feel it's a block between me and, so if given a chance, I would have been there, but then it's too difficult to manage with the laptop too. So can I begin with all your permission, ma'am? Yes, thank you so much. And thank you, Stree and JNU for inviting me to give this talk. As you've just heard, I'm Neeta Ganguly. I am a motivator. So I'd like to talk about environment and look at environment as your own home. All right? So that is what I like to do. So you can see about 19 parameters, you know. Thousands of people were actually tested. And obviously, when I say people, you know what category we are going to talk about. We just now had a discussion about whether to use the word male, female, feminine. So remember, so I just reminded me that phi in a female is Fe, and you're all scientists here, and Fe is ferrous, and we all know that is iron, and iron is a solid thing, so we have that iron in front of the male, right? So I will use the word female or feminine with a lot of gutso. Is that okay with all of you? Yeah? Okay, thank you. So there were these 19 parameters. Thousands of people were actually tested to the leadership capabilities. And guess what? Who got an edge over the other minus the last two? Guess who? I just now said we were going to say it with a lot of gutso. And that is because of the females or the women or the girls, whoever you want to address it. We know we are talking about us. And they came to the conclusion that women actually had an edge over the male because they work through transformation. And that's a very, very crucial thing, except for the last two, of course. The male, they, they got into a better score than this. Now, you can see a variety of animals in front of you, right? Right? Can anyone spot the similarity between all of them? Right from that mosquito to the lion. Anyone? Mother, all right? So when you said mother, in a way, like I would like to say, is basically all these animals, they are matriarchal. They're all matriarchal. So we do say king of the jungle, lion. But when it comes to food, when it comes to hunting, it's the lioness who goes for the kill while the male takes care of the children. All right? So it's actually, we should be talking about the queen of the jungle. And yes, they are all matriarchal because they all have these characteristics, barring, of course, some of them are larger, but they all are leaders. They are in their pack. They will lead. They decide. They defend. But they're also humble at times, right? When required, they know how to fit into a situation. Also, if you see the characteristics, is most of them have a very settled down life. It's the male who roams around. So this is the characteristics of a matriarchal animal world. I hope you all consider humans to be animals too. There are some categories who don't want to, but please let me tell you, we are all animals. So what about the human world? What type of a society are we in? Really? Do you think so? But the history doesn't say that. If you look at India, all right, much before the Aryans came into, we were a matriarchal. We did talk about dominance, and we did talk about, taking the lead, but we did not show hierarchy. This is the characteristics of a female. She can show her leadership without doing any gender or occupation hierarchy. So we were. And not only that, the entire world. So even you had in Europe, Arabia, Africa, they were matriarchal too. Until the monotheistic religion came in and told the world there is only one God. No matter what it is, most of the time, that one god was male, and then the whole world started following, right? But even in India today, if you look, every village has a Devi Mandir. Every village. So this system is totally and quite prevalent in our country too. So a very wise person said that if you educate a man, you educate an individual, but if you educate a female, you not only educate the whole family, but you educate the whole nation. And how relevant it is. Can anyone spot what is this area I'm showing over here? It's a sacred grove. Where is it located? Right? Absolutely, you're right. It is northeast, and the northeast, the Khasi culture actually considers the forest to be their library. All right? This is a sacred grove. India has about 15,000 of them all across India. But I'm specifically talking about it because if you look at them, this Khasi society is a matrilineal. That means we are not talking about a matriarchal, but a matrilineal society where the women, the men, the children, they take the mother's name, right? And that's a beautiful thing because women, as somebody, all the speakers have said, they nurture. They understand the value of a natural habitat. They understand this forest is going to give. In fact, when you visit this place, I would recommend less people to visit. The more people go to places like this, the more ruins come in. But if you go to places like this, you're not even allowed to pick up and take home a leaf. They pray over there with whatever is naturally available over there, and you cannot give your coin and give, I am giving my dakina, because that coin is unnatural. So that is a system they believe. But this matrilineal system is slowly on a decline because people are now wise. Why? Why not matriarchal? So the division is happening slowly, but with the division, with the dilution, even the grooves are suffering. So is there a connection between when women lose their hold with nature? We need to think about it. And remember who said this? Sar sante roh rahe to bhi sasto jaan. Remember? If a tree is saved, even at the cost of one's head, it is worth it. Who said this? Yes, absolutely. She was the first woman world environmentalist way back in 1703. She, along with her 3 daughters, and 363 people were beheaded. Why? Because they saved this kalpavriksha, a khejri, a thorny tree. That's it. But this tree is the lifeline for the desert. And they understand that. So the Bishnoi, bit means Bishnoi, 29. They actually follow 29 rituals. And out of those 29 rituals, 6 are dedicated to environment. They understand the value of environment because they are living in a situation where they understand to survive, nature cannot be your foe. It has to be your friend. So you have to embrace it, right? Yes, there's a dilution of this culture happening too, but at the same time, research and studies have shown a lot of young Bishnois are going back to the village, working in the city, but going back to the village and doing their Shramdan. They're donating because they understand, especially now, how we are facing the wrath of nature, how important this nature is to us. So you see this lady in green sari. I had an opportunity to meet her when I went on a Prava trip to Chamoli village. And she was a panchayat there. The panchayat woman, the head over there, panchayat head. So the story goes that when she was just like any other, the women of those villages, they actually had to travel, they walk They walk for about 10 kilometers to the forest and they collect this banj oak tree. You can see it's a silver on one side and green, okay? Because they feed that to their cattle. And not only that, they also, the leftovers, they put it on their fields just before sowing and plowing. This acts like an antibacterial and an antiviral thing. And this is the natural way of taking care of the environment. So when I remember this lady asking me, because we came from Sanskriti school, Delhi, I was teaching at that time, she asked me, "Aap kya bote ho? Aapke ghar mein kitne bachre hai?" So I really didn't understand. Then I understand she's asking me how many cattle I have in my house and what do I sow. And I said, "मैं नहीं बोती हूँ, मेरे पास घर में कोई बछड़ा नहीं है." So in a very in a pitiful state, she said, "Oh, aap dukaan se rehte hain." Means, you don't know how to live. You are those pitiful ones who have to go and depend on the shops, right? That's the thing. And I realized, oh my God, she really means it. So why she became the panchayat head? Because as usual, when there's a forest, people want to go there and they want to cut the trees. Why? Because timber is money. So you cut the trees, who cares about oxygen? Wo dekha jayega. That's the attitude. Paisa is more important than oxygen. But the pandemic has actually taught us what is more important, right? So they used to come, truckload of wood they used to cut and go away. The men in most of the hills, they work in, they are working in the army, so their work is only hal chalana. Right from 5 o'clock in the morning till dusk, dawn to dusk, these women do everything. Everything. Chai bhi banate hain unke liye. Right? So this woman said, enough is enough. So when a truckload was coming down, after felling, after cutting the trees, this lady, she lay down right in front of the truck on the road with other women. And she told her friends, when I do that, you will get up, get into the truck and throw those logs out. Obviously, it became a police case. They were jailed. But this woman did not give up. She kept lying there for days after days after days until the police also had to give up. I'm not going to disclose anything, right? And this procedure, this practice of cutting trees stopped. And next year she was elected. Same time I read very recently, yes, she's another Gaura Devi. She's another Gaura, the recent Gaura Devi. And recently I checked that a village next by, there also the women have taken charge because influenced by her. So there is this panchayat land which was going barren, and it's a question of time when people are going to occupy it. So the women said, okay, fine, we will plant our oak trees. Why should we travel 10 kilometers to buy those, to get those? So they started planting there. In 2006 they planted, and now when they say they just have to walk 500 meters and the oak leaves are there for their cattle. So this is what happens when women take charge and they say that we are going to decide what. So there are many of them. And I just had with Rahiba Bhai, I just had a breakfast with her. It was such an honor to be sitting with her, the Seed Mata, the Beej Mata. You heard her yesterday, right? I believe she was very powerful. So there's sung and unsung leaders over here. So if you talk about the true meaning of Stree, yes, are the scientists, they are the technologists, they are the researchers, they are the entrepreneurs, and yes, they will enhance. Because without them, this nature is not going to coexist. And as very rightly Vandana Shiva said, and a very powerful word she said, that we are either going to have a future where women lead to make peace with earth, or we are not going to have a human world at all, a human future at all. And the 6th mass extinction is already happening. It's a fact. We all know that. We cannot deny it. As we know, the single biggest cause of extinction is habitat loss. So it's nature's law, if you look at it. Nature says and then spells it out that in nature, somebody's waste becomes somebody's food. Potion for someone else becomes poison for somebody else, but they coexist. And that's what the natural law says. And there are these 5 elements which brings in this balance. And in this balance, we have these categories, and we dare say that the earth and the water is the feminine because it's gentle. All right? It knows how to maneuver, it is receptive, and totally opposite to the masculine air and fire. And the space is the 3rd category, which does not belong to any of these groups. And yes, earth, the feminine, the mother earth. We call her the mother because she is unique, she is indivisible, and she regulates. She's the one who creates. Remember, the earth can exist without us, but we need the earth for our existence. So we have to be intelligent enough. We call ourselves intelligent, but we don't act intelligently. We need to be intelligent enough to know the value of this precious earth. And if you look at nature, these 2 life forms, there is no conflict. The conflict is only in human world. It's in our head because we divide male, female. Nature does not divide. Nature coexists. It integrates, it cooperates, it collaborates. There's oneness, inclusion, there is embraces. Both of them embraces because they are the foundation of all creatures. And very rightly, Sadhguru said that the masculine and the feminine are the 2 aspects of who you are, who I am. But if I only recognize one part of it and feel very proud of it, then I'm incomplete. I am not complete because there is yin-yang in both. So we need to have. So I have my masculine power also and my feminine power also. And the doctors over here will know that the hormones do exist. The physiology does exist. The balance has to be there, right? And we need to talk about that balance. And that balance was seen in this gentleman. He was known as an eco-feminist. So this person was also the panchayat at the same time when Rohila was. In 2005, Shyam Sundar. The story goes with him is, he was the panchayat head, and by 2007, his 17-year-old daughter, whom he loved dearly, died of dehydration. So in her memory, he planted a tree right at the entrance of the village. And then he thought, if I love my daughter so much, and if I'm going to do this, and I'm the panchayat, why not bring in a change? And they decided any daughter born in that village, 111 trees will be planted. And to add to that, the villagers, they loved the idea. They still practice it. And they said, they also brought in later on that they sign an affidavit saying that we are not going to get her married before she turns 18. And they also used to collectively save money for her, put in the fixed deposit, spending it on her education or on her marriage. But this was a stand which was taken. So that area, Pipilantri, which used to be a quarry, a marble quarry, dry land, has got about 350,000 trees over there because people are planting and they understand. So where there was water shortage, they have actually reservoirs there. And not only that, even small cooperatives have been opened up, making use of what they are producing, because if you give it to earth, the earth will give it back to you. We need to understand that. So somebody said, why not replicate this Pipilantri model in all Indian villages?
Yes, we can. But somebody also rightly said, we just cannot take up a project and just plant it somewhere else. That project must link with the tradition and emotional attachment. Because if you do something with that emotional attachment, then only there is success, then only there is well-being, then only there is happiness. So when life is at its most variant and vigorous and biodiverse, then only sustaining life on earth, including us, can hope to thrive. And we can be more secure. So what do you mean by sustainable development? We keep talking about it, right? And there are two different views to it. Basically meaning that meeting the needs without compromising the ability of the future generation. So the first one, if you see over there, the concentric interlocking system was the first decided. But then if you understand the whole diameter of the earth, if you take, it's about 12,742 kilometers. And we are now 8 billion. And if we make humans stand shoulder to shoulder, those 8 billion can fit into the New York City. So why are we talking about interlocking when there is no size similarity? And what are we talking about profit? Are we talking about profit for the planet, or the profit is only for human? So therefore, we came into the concentric, right? But then when we talk about concentric, over the period of time, there has been a lot of changes, a lot of greenwashing which has been happening. So a more scientific explanation to sustainable development is that we all live in the biosphere. And there are these materials, these elements, which are actually moving between the abiotic and the biotic factors. Solar energy as well as gravity does play an important role over here. And if you look at, there are various laws that governs it. And if you look at energy, energy is an open system. We are getting the energy from the sun, which is outside the biosphere, right? So it follows the laws, first laws of thermodynamics. And if you look at more laws and things, we talk about matter. Whatever stays in the earth stays over here. It's not going to disappear, right? It will eventually biodegrade and disappear. So it follows the other two laws of your conservation of mass as well as the second law of thermodynamics. So when something disappears, then how come we still have life over here? And that's where the boost comes from photosynthesis. That's the one which is paying all the bills. Whatever elements you're going to talk about, it gets converted into, it's going to bring it back into life. And hence, if you look at this, there are, along with photosynthesis, there are other structures which are other, like mineralization, sedimentation, and there are material exchanges which are taking place, but these are very, very slow process. It takes hundreds and millions of years for them. So with this, a new definition was developed, and the definition says sustainability is the capacity of a human society to continue indefinitely. We can in that natural cycle if we follow all the laws that was given by the team. But sustainable development would be the development towards this state of sustainability. We do make lovely definitions, but we never follow it. Right? We've been interfering with all the cycles, with photosynthetic process, with all the laws we have defined, because we feel the intelligent human is capable of doing it. So there are 4 causes to our destruction. जैसे कहते हैं अपने पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मारना. And we have done it for ages together, right from when the industrialization started. Yes, we extract a large flow and we accumulate. Not even thinking about it, whether the earth can actually take care of that accumulation. Second, we create, we add, we accumulate. Look at the plastic pollution. Look at the global greenhouse gases which we are pumping into the environment. 162 billion tons of them we are pumping into it. So James Hansen, a climatologist, in 2013, in a TED talk, he said, We create so much of harmful gases and heat into this earth that if I calculate, it is equivalent to 400,000 Hiroshima atomic bombs bombarded every day, 365 days. That was 2013. If we calculate now, in 2022, it's 600,000. So we are never going to learn the lesson because we are going from bad to worse. And of course, the third one is we are actually inhibiting that natural cycle which we are supposed to function in. Why? Because the sponges, the natural sponges of the earth, the soil, we concretize it. The forest, we cut it down, we burn it. And the ocean, that's a garbage dump. So that is what we are doing. So these are the three ecological reasons or the causes for our unsustainability. And of course, the fourth one is the most important one. We as human beings do not respect another human being. By looking at that human being, we decide the barrier. Don't we do it? So these are the four causes. So unless we stop doing it, our life is not going to be sustainable. So is sustainable cost too much? Is it the work of only NGOs and government? Do you believe in it? That it's very costly if you talk about sustainability? Not at all. That's a misconception, and I'm going to give you two examples, and with that I will finish. If you look at India, we import, we spend foreign exchange to actually buy our energy. And this is an irony, because if we calculate in carbon, then 350 million tons of carbon atom is what we are purchasing, and 500 million atom of carbon, we throw it as unwanted waste. But that waste can give you energy. So there's no question of spending that foreign exchange. But we don't want to look at waste, because waste is a misplaced commodity when it comes to us. And there are various ways. I'm just going to take a few. There are various ways. You can get your polyfuel from plastic. You know about biogases. We can get it from the biodegradables. Even from your garden waste, you can get your briquettes and your bio oils. You can produce it. There are technology that exists because we have scientists who have invented those technology, right? The Indian Railway has taken up the technology of polycrack, where you can take mixed waste and convert it into hydrocarbon. And the last one is close to my heart. And that is, I say, na roko, rukoko. Ruko, used cooking oil, right? Which we throw it down. But that 1 teaspoon of used cooking oil can actually create a havoc. So 1 liter of used cooking oil down the drain can actually contaminate 1 million liter of water. And that's where your aquatic world lives in. So this is what I've introduced in the hospital, in B.D. Pettit Parsi General Hospital, where my husband is there and I live. The collection, it's the same kabadi wala concept. Every spoon of that used oil is collected in a drum. It takes about a year for me to fill up about 20 kg. Once it is done, I call Eris Bioenergy, who is the collector over there, and they pay me money, like a kabadi wala pays you, to take away the used oil. So did I gain? Did I make my money? Yes. But did I pollute? No. That is the attitude that we need to think as an individual. And over here, if you see, there's a gentleman standing next to me, that is Avinash. He's also a climate reality leader. He actually drove down in the month of September, October, 30 days, using his Indica car, where he used chips oil, converted it into biodiesel, 50-50 he used it, and he went around the whole India, all over India in 30 days. And I was the one who connected him to Eris Bioenergy, because he wanted to drive the car, and Eris Bioenergy deals with repurposed used cooking oil, RUCO. And you have a stall outside. Dr. Anjan Ray from the Indian Institute of Petroleum, his stall is over there. You can go and have a look. It's a wonderful concept. So just don't see it and forget about it, but start it in your home, start it in your colony. If you need help, I'm always there. You can always call me. Second one I want to talk about is we do the Shramdan, right? Go and pick up kachra. So this was done on 17th September 2022. All around the coastal region this was done. And I enjoyed it because I took some nursing officers with me and we did clean up and we picked up totally 738 tons. Yes, am I about to finish? Give me 5 minutes, right? I'm about to finish. So what is the purpose of doing it? It's very simple, all right? We actually can take care of 10 SDGs if you just do one act. And if you can start picking up that and segregating your waste at source at home, then you can actually by one act do 10 SDGs. Just segregate your waste and make sure it doesn't reach the landfill. And I did the zero waste garbage target in the school where I was teaching. The school did reach the zero waste garbage, and I'm going to give you a short video, just a short video, just to explain exactly how we reached it. Oh, sorry, this is what I do in my house with my biodegradables, all right? The crows over there are they take away my extra food. I make bioenzymes, I am into composting, and it's been 10 years, every fruit I eat, I sow the seed. I don't put it in the garbage bin. And this is a short video which I would like you to see. Is there a sound? No, there's no sound. Can we have sound? Is there sound? No sound? There's no sound? Speaker नहीं है? Sound. वीडियो लगाए ना तो साउंड चाहिए.
कहाँ पे है?
कहाँ पर है? वो तो आप जानेंगे.
हाँ नहीं एक्चुअली मैं खुद से क्वेश्चन पूछना है.
लगाए?
No.
चल रहा है? Can you play it please? नहीं है. प्ले कीजिए. नहीं, आप प्ले नहीं कर रहे. दूसरा वाला जो वीडियो है. All right, it's not working. I mean, the sound is not connected. Sound connection नहीं है?
Connected है.
तो फिर?
Actually वो slides में आपके थोड़ा दिक्कत है कि वो.
तो वो जो मेरा वीडियो है वो लगा सकते हैं?
बिल्कुल लग जाएगा.
हाँ, तो वो वीडियो लगा दीजिए. Yes, इसमें साउंड है? I'm so sorry. I thought I gave my pen drive earlier so that they can do it. So while they are doing it, I will do my last slide, and I just say that. Okay.
To retrieve the recyclables, mostly smeared with black.
No, it can't be heard like that. Forget it.
Uncle story. Each one adopt one. Can you hear? It was early 2000, and I can never forget the day when I visited Delhi's garbage mountain, Gazipur landfill, with my students for a project.
Can you hear?
It was visibly obvious that the Murga Mandi located nearby used this as a convenient dumping site for all their leftover carcasses. Besides the daily dumping of thousands of metric ton of mixed solid waste collected from the homes of the Diliwalas. Not only the sight was repulsive, especially seeing little children rummaging through the solid waste to retrieve the recyclables, mostly smeared with maggot-infested, fungated, rotten kitchen waste that we daily dump. Since most
So I think I'll stop it because I don't think you can really hear the sound. You can stop it. I'll just give you the thing. So I wanted to reach a zero garbage target. So I did composting. Everyone does it. I did paper recycling machines. We had it, so we used to have our own chart paper. But I didn't know what to do with the non-biodegradable. Uska kya kare? Because teaching institutes are not industries, right? So I did a mutual pact with a rag picker. Have you seen those children, boys and girls, on the road with a huge bag, jhola leke ghumte hain? So the deal was very simple. His name was Abdul. He came to me when he was 14-year-old. All he had to do was, in the morning, it was compulsory that he goes to school because he was enrolled in a municipal school. So he went to school in the morning and we had a teacher who made sure that he did. And by 4 o'clock, he used to come to my school. By that time, the school cleaning staff had already segregated the waste. Whatever has to go for composting is gone. Whatever paper has to be used for my UNIVAT has to be taken away. The rest of the waste in a segregated waste was kept for him. There were buckets of them because it was a school of about 2,500 children. So what he used to do is, 4 o'clock Abdul aayega, he will sort a little bit, bag it and sell it. So I used to ask Abdul, tu bada hoke kya banega? Because he's a rag picker. He says, main bada hoke padha likha kabadi wala banunga. And he became a driver because he got that opportunity. What my whole message over here is, each one adopt one. You are an organization, you are an institute, you also generate waste, but that waste is misplaced. If you treat that waste not as waste, but as resource, and get one Abdul or maybe another girl from the streets who are walking down the streets, maybe you can turn around their life and give them some hope. Right? Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such an eye-opening and insightful talk. Now I would like to request our chairperson, Dr. Chandrakala Padya ma'am, to give the concluding remarks.
What to say? It was such, I think, one of the best lectures I have heard in my life. I must compliment you because I have been listening to so many lectures throughout the world. But what a beautiful combination of science and social sciences. The component of social science which was missing for the past 2-3 days, you have brought it out so well, I cannot say. Yeah, so it's really what she has tried to bring about in very nutshell, because so many speakers are there, that how because of these women, whom we call third world women, you know, how they are the protagonists of environmental protection, what they have done to our civilization. And in fact, the problem with us is that we only read the Western literature. None of us, I'm very sorry to say, none of us ever care to read the Vedas and Upanishads. If you go there, you will find what kind of role the women has been given. We are trying to give. But 2000 years back, you know, we have already given her that position. But we do not know about that. That is our problem. So we have to decolonize our mind. And madam, you should go to all the places, you know, just to say what you have been saying, how there has been a conceptual shift from a reductionist point of view, which has been I think, has been given by the West, and to a very sustainable point of view. That is very, very important. So what you have said, madam, because I won't take much time, other speakers are also there towards the end, but what you have done, you know, that we need, we must distinguish between the technological rationality and sustainable rationality. And we have been driven by technological rationality, reason as a technique. But no, in our tradition, in Indian tradition, reason has never been technology driven. Reason has always been there to sustain us. So that kind of thing, you have made it so clear, and you have been so good in presenting these things, you know. So thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I'd like to have your card.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, we would like to felicitate Srimati Neeta Ganguly, ma'am. I would request Sudha Tiwari, ma'am, President National Shakti, to felicitate ma'am. Neeta Ganguly, ma'am.
Second.
Now here I would like to invite our co-chairperson, Professor Ankita Bohare ma'am, Professor of Zoology, Government Science College, Madhya Pradesh Higher Education, and Dr. Pritha Bhattacharya, Associate Professor, Environmental Science, University of Calcutta, to co-chair the session. I would like to call Dr. Usha Meena ji, Associate Professor, School of Environmental Science, JNU, to moderate the session. Ma'am, please take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, organizers to giving me the opportunity to moderate the session. And with this, I like to invite my panelist, Dr. Akshya Manikra, Fellow Yosek. Ma'am, please come on the stage and have a seat. Professor Kavita Shah, Dean, Institute of Environmental and Sustainable Development, BHU. Ma'am, please come. Dr. Nisha Mandiratta, Head Advisor, Climate Change Program and Vice Kiran Program, DST. Madam is our esteemed panelist. And Dr. P. Binisha, Executive Director, International Institute of Waste Management. And Dr. Tripti Thakur, Director General, National Power Training Institute under Ministry of Power. I request all the panelists to join us on the stage. And with this, I also want to request all the panelists, since the session has been extended already. So I am inviting you all without the detailed introduction of all. So for that, please forgive me. And we will start with Ma'am P. Binisha. So Ma'am P. Binisha is the Director of International Institute of Waste Management, and Madam has been working very tediously for giving solution for the waste problem of India. She is the board member of Technology Development Board, Ministry of Science and Technology. And Madam has been recognized among the 75 women in STEM for her contribution on waste management research. And with this, since the session has, by the keynote speaker, the importance of women's role in environmental protection has already been deciphered in a very detail. So with this, I want to request Madam P. Binisha, please come here, ma'am, and share your experience and on women in environmental protection. Thank you, ma'am.
Or do you have another?
I will draw this. This one?
Yeah, that you can just go. That's fine. a hand mic. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And I know I'm actually standing in between lunch and also there's hardly any time. I did prepare a presentation, but then I think it's too, it might take a long time. So with the permission of the chair, I would just like to give two messages. I know the presentation will go on, but I've cut short that also. One thing is to start from where our keynote speaker mentioned, that there are two aspects which women have actually lacked, and that was, one is on the technology intervention, technical interventions or usage of it, and the other one is in the entrepreneurship, in a different way that I'm just putting it up. So these are the two aspects of women which is going to be used heavily to actually correct our environmental problems that we have created. And being a field scientist in waste management, I have actually been working in the field with the people and with different kinds of people all over India mainly, and also abroad. And what I have seen is that if there has to be a change in the society in terms of environment protection, it has to be women. Because we have been made, our ethos is in such a way that the perspective which we give is something which is of nurturing in nature. And that is the reason why women actually, the decision or the policies which women make is what will drive the earth towards the sustainability angle. And this has been inbuilt in our Indian culture and tradition. And what ma'am just mentioned about, our chairperson, that it is there in all our Vedas, it is there in our Indian narrative. And that is something which we have to project to the world now. Because we always looked at the world in a different perspective, where we thought of using technology for profit or for development in the sense in a very destructive way, because that was just one-sided. But the way our narrative was right from the beginning was very, very different. And in waste management field, now coming to the future and the present and the future, how I would look at is like this. Because in India, currently, we have seen that the environment sector and specifically waste management sector, if we look at it from the perspective, because today everybody talks in terms of net worth, everybody wants to develop, so we can't go back to our olden days of hunter-gatherer stage. So we need to have development, but use that development to correct our ways. That is, whatever problems we have created, if we have to correct that, use that and make profit. Use that and change the world, develop yourself. So 7.3% CAGR is what has been predicted for the Indian waste management sector's growth, which means tomorrow it is for waste management. So that is one thing. The second thing is, for women to take up waste management is one of the best things to do, because today we have hardly any entry barrier for women in this sector, because all other sectors have already been occupied and there has been male domination. But in waste management sector, if entrepreneurship has to be encouraged, women can easily get in. The second thing is that it is also having various other facets, like one is the flexibility of the job, the time, the time flexibility, the way it can be organized, and also for women, another important aspect to get into entrepreneurship is that it has to be something local, so that they can also take care of their homes to a large extent, especially for those kind of women to come out of their homes in the first stage. we are here all privileged. So maybe these kind of entry barriers are not there for us. But I am talking about the women in large who are from the society where there is still a lot of pressure to remain inside and not coming out. So we have actually seen that for all such aspects, waste management has always helped. We have been able to create such about 100 to 150 women entrepreneurs who have been working in waste management sector, who could do this, start with a small income generation activity at home and then come out. And let me tell you, once there is a success, your family will definitely stand by you. Whether you are educated, whether you are not educated, once there is a success, everybody comes behind you. So to enter this field, and today is the right time because India is poised for such a growth in waste management sector. So I think that is the first message which I want to give, that is take up waste management entrepreneurship, and that is going to change the environment, because circularity is something which has been mentioned everywhere, and that is where the world is now going in. Even COP27 gave a lot of emphasis on that. And the other aspect is also for the climate change. We need to, because all the initial aspects of what waste management is has already been told, so I don't have to go into those details, but how to kind of change this and what is it in women is, this is one of the main way forward. The second thing is about technology, because we women always shy away from technology because we think that this is something which is very tedious, or although in terms of education there are almost about 53% of women who pass out in environment, I mean in the technology from engineering colleges, but they don't take up that in the in terms of work or career. So that is something which we need to change. And again in environment, I mean in waste management, there is a lot of research which can be done all over the world, because this is a new and upcoming field. There is a lot of potential for technology, engineering aspects to be taken up. So research, innovation is something which definitely is the right thing. And for you to really take up, I've just put up one slide for you. There is the Material Recycling Association of India, which has come out with an innovation challenge, and there is a special prize for women, so you can actually apply for this, and this can be the starting for you. This is on recycling of waste. Thank you, and I hope I've given the right kind of message for you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for highlighting that how the women can contribute in waste management. And with this, now I invite our next panelist, Dr. Aksha Apte Manetkar. Madam is a trained ecotoxicologist and has a 10-year experience in both academics and industry. And she is associated with Public Policy Division of YOSAC, Center for Research and Strategic Planning for Sustainable Development. Ma'am, please.
सभी को सादर प्रणाम। मैं अपनी प्रस्तुति हिंदी और अंग्रेज़ी दोनों भाषाओं में थोड़ा थोड़ा रखूंगी। इसमें कुछ शब्द आएंगे जो उनके हिंदी में ही उनके अर्थ वो बहुत लोडेड वर्ड्स हैं, तो मैं नहीं चाहती कि उनके अर्थ कहीं गुम हो जाए। मेरे पास 5 ही मिनट है। आई विल रश थ्रू द प्रेजेंटेशन एंड देन इफ आई हैव टाइम आई वुड लव टू शेयर सम ऑफ द स्टोरीज दैट वी एक्चुअली गो थ्रू ऑन द ग्रास रूट। हर कल्चर की यूनिवर्स के क्रिएशन की एक थियोरी होती है, जैसे हमारी भी है, और ये जो श्लोक है वो यूनिवर्स के क्रिएशन को दर्शाता है। हम मानते हैं कि एक अनडिवाइडेड एब्सोल्यूट ब्रह्म है जिससे सारा सब कुछ मैनिफेस्ट हुआ है, और किनके थ्रू हुआ है, तो पंच महाभूतों के थ्रू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट, ये कैसे हमारे जो विचार हैं वो हमारी डेस्टिनी बनते हैं, वो हम इसको कोई प्रमाण नहीं चाहिए, जो हम सोचते हैं वो मैनिफेस्ट होता जाता है। एक मिनट, एडाप्टिव मैनेजमेंट, अब जहां हम बात कर रहे हैं कि जो हम सोच रहे हैं वो हम बनते जाते हैं। कैन यू काइंडली गो बैक टू द स्लाइड? या हम ये मानते हैं कि हम एक ब्रह्म से निर्माण हुए हैं, मैनिफेस्ट हुए हैं। इसका मतलब हम सब एक ही हैं। वी हैव दैट वननेस, एकात्म तत्व एवरीवेयर, बी इट एनी लिविंग बीइंग, नॉन लिविंग, वी हैव दैट एब्सोल्यूट ब्रह्म अंश ऑफ इट एवरीवेयर. So we are ekatma with that being. Next, मैं करती हूँ। और ये जो विजडम है एकात्म तत्व का, that has lead to a very significant understanding that human is not the center of the universe. It is in fact just a part of it. और just part जब मैं बोल रही हूँ तो every part is significant. जब कोई भी सिस्टम ऑपरेट होती है, एवरी पार्ट इज सिग्निफिकेंट एंड सो इज ह्यूमन. तो ये आजकल मान्यता ऐसे भी होने लगी है कि अगर ह्यूमंस नहीं होते तो सब ठीक होता. लेकिन श्री अरबिंदो ने बहुत अच्छा एक चीज़ कही है कि क्रिएशन का अगर स्कूल सारे लिविंग बीइंग्स हैं, एनिमल्स हैं, तो अगर ह्यूमन भी बनाया है तो वहाँ भी क्रिएशन का किसी हायर पर्पस का काम चल रहा है. लेकिन क्या हम ये भूल गए हैं? तो हम थोड़ा आगे चलते हैं. इकोसिस्टम्स के लिए आजकल एक शब्द यूज होता है, सर्विस. दे गिव द सर्विस. इकोसिस्टम से सर्विस लेने वाले हम कौन होते हैं? इट इज नॉट टू सर्व अस, वी आर अ पार्ट ऑफ इकोसिस्टम. तो ये सारे जो प्रिंसिपल्स हैं इनको मैं बस रीइटरेट इसलिए कर रही हूँ क्योंकि ये सारे हमारे चिंतन के विषय, चिंतन का ये बेसिस है जिस पर जाके हमारा भारतीय विकास चिंतन, जो हम योजक के तरफ से जो हम ग्रास रूट पे भी प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, ये सारे उसके प्रिंसिपल्स हैं जिन्हें हम मान के चलते हैं. हमारी एक मान्यता है, भारतीय मान्यता, कि प्रत्येक मानव समूह अपने जनपद, अपने परिवेश का सहज तथा अभिन्न अंग है. इसलिए अपना परिसर अपनी स्वाभाविक पहचान है और अपने परिसर का नियोजन, उसका मैनेजमेंट, वो हम निरंतर निरीक्षण करके अनुभवों के आधार पर प्रकृति के नियमों के अधीन रहकर प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का दोहन करते हुए, आवश्यक बदलाव करते हुए, परंपरागत ज्ञान एवं आधुनिक विज्ञान का मेल करते हुए करना चाहिए, जिसको हम एडाप्टिव मैनेजमेंट कहते हैं. मैं कुछ आई रश थ्रू, क्योंकि ये नोट भी मेरे पास आ चुका है. आई रश थ्रू. आई नो इट्स इनजस्टिस टू दिस सब्जेक्ट बट देन आई हैव टू. ये कुछ प्रिंसिपल्स हैं जिनको हम ग्रास रूट पे प्रैक्टिस करने की कोशिश करते हैं. उसमें विकेंद्रीकरण है, डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन, स्थानिकत्व, प्रमोटिंग लोकल, विविधता का सम्मान, समन्वय, हार्मनी. तो हम बाइनरीज में बात नहीं करते, हम स्त्री पुरुष ऐसे बात नहीं करते, हम हार्मनी की बात करते हैं. सृजनशीलता को प्रोत्साहन, प्रमोटिंग इनोवेशन. इसके जो और भी सूत्र हैं, कर्तव्य भाव. तो पूरा जो हमारा फ्रेमवर्क है जिसमें हम काम करते हैं वो कर्तव्याधिष्ठित है, राइट बेस्ड नहीं है. सेंस ऑफ ड्यूटी उसमें सेंट्रल है. कृतज्ञता, ग्रैटिट्यूड टुवर्ड्स एवरीथिंग एंड सो टुवर्ड्स पंचमहाभूत. अपरिग्रह, नॉन होर्डिंग. सामूहिकता, कलेक्टिविज्म. स्वावलंबन और परावलंबन. जो बेसिक नीड्स हैं उनके लिए इंडिपेंडेंस और जो बाकी के नीड्स हैं उनके लिए इंटरडिपेंडेंस. ये हमारा फिलॉसफी से प्रैक्टिस तक जाने का ये वे है. दिस इज द पाथ वी ले. हम अध्ययन करते हैं परिसर का, भाव जागरण करते हैं कि ये परिसर मेरा है. जैसे मैंने कहा कि हमारा परिसर के साथ एक रिश्ता है, उसको समझना,
उसका अध्ययन करना और फिर उसके लिए एक एडेप्टिव मैनेजमेंट प्लान बनाना, इस तरह से ये सारी चीज़ें चलती हैं। पर्सपेक्टिव उसके लिए बिल्ड करना और फिर परिसर विकास की ओर जाना। तो दृष्टि विकास के बाद हम सृष्टि विकास तक जाते हैं। ये जो हमारी योजना चलती है, मध्य भारत वनांचल समृद्धि योजना, इसका जो बेसिस है वो अध्ययन है। हम किसी भी परिसर का पहले पूरा अध्ययन करते हैं और इसमें कौन सम्मिलित होता है, तो वॉलंटरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, एनजीओस, कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और सोशल लीडर्स इसमें सम्मिलित होते हैं। ये कोर्स है 2 साल का, लेकिन बहुत इनफॉर्मल तरीके का कोर्स है, जहाँ पे लोग अपने ही गांव के क्लस्टर्स का अध्ययन करते हैं, उसके लिए एक एडेप्टिव मैनेजमेंट प्लान का विकास करते हैं और फिर वो कार्यान्वयन करते हैं उसका। ये कुछ ग्रास रूट एक्सपीरियंस है जो मैं शेयर करना चाहूँगी। वाटर शेयरिंग के लिए हमारे यहाँ ग्रुप्स बने हुए हैं। जिन गाँव की मैं बात कर रही हूँ, हम नंदुरबार ज़िले में काफ़ी 20-25 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पे वाटर शेयरिंग के ग्रुप बने हैं। आपको अचरज लगेगा, एक फार्मर जिसका कुआं है वो 5 फार्मर्स को पानी दे रहा है, 3 क्रॉप्स ले रहे हैं लोग, लेकिन ये सब समन्वय से हो रहा है। कौन से क्रॉप्स लेने हैं 5 फार्मर बैठ के तय करते हैं क्या लेना है। तो मेरा कुआं है इसलिए मैं गन्ना लगाऊंगा या फिर और कोई कैश क्रॉप लगाऊंगा, ऐसा नहीं होता। विमेन एज कस्टोडियंस ऑफ ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज, कल भी आपने देखा आदरणीय राहीबाई जी आई थी, तो हम भी बायोडाइवर्सिटी को लेकर वी हैव अ फर्म बिलीफ दैट विमेन आर द कस्टोडियंस ऑफ ट्रेडिशंस, और उनके साथ हम वनभाजी महोत्सव और काफ़ी सारे कार्यक्रम उनके साथ करते हैं। अप्रोप्रिएट टेक्नोलॉजी, जो डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन भी है, क्योंकि ये छोटे छोटे राइस मिल्स हैं जो आप देख रहे हैं, बहुत छोटे कैपेसिटी के राइस मिल्स। इन राइस मिल्स के वजह से माइग्रेशन को काफ़ी अबेट हम कर पाए हैं उस परिसर में। ये नेसू नदी पूजन उत्सव करके है। तो जैसे मैंने कहा कि सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी से काम नहीं चलता, अगर चलता तो अब तक चल रहा होता, लेकिन वो नहीं चलता। तो ये हमारे पंचमहाभूतों के तरफ के लिए आदर रखना, उनकी पूजा करना, ये एस्पेक्ट जो है ये हमने समाज में फिर से ये उत्सव और परिक्रमा दोनों इंट्रोड्यूस करके अभी गत 5 वर्षों से ये चल रहा है। इस पूजन उत्सव में लोग इकट्ठा होते हैं, अपने परिसर की बात करते हैं, बारिश का डेटा डिस्कस करते हैं, कौन से क्रॉप्स लेने हैं ये तय करते हैं, और कलेक्टिवली अपने पूरे साल का एग्रीकल्चर का भी नियोजन करते हैं। तो ये कुछ सैलिएंट पॉइंट्स हैं जिनको मैंने इकट्ठा किया है। आई विल जस्ट रीड थ्रू। Strengthening the natural resources, reverence towards natural resources and hence Panchamahabhutas, diversifying the agriculture, then altering the land use to make agriculture less resource intense and more sustainable. So we have a Wadi project also going. Livelihood diversification based on local needs and available resources. Value addition by processing of agricultural produce. Water resource management and adapting practices like water sharing, as I said. Strengthen the local decision support systems. So we have people who collect the rainfall data, they keep the records, and during this Nadi Pujan Utsav, they discuss their data, which makes a very important basis of decision making. Creating and empowering the local institutions led by people. So we have many Parisar Seva Samitis which are functional, which take lead into all this process. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for explaining that how through community participation we can make the women's involvement in environmental protection as well as those practices sustainable. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite our next panelist, Professor Kavita Shah. Madam is Professor and Coordinator of Mahamana Mallaviya Research Center for Ganga River Development and Water Resource Management. With this, I would like to invite Madam, please come on the dais and share your experiences on women's role in environmental protection. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Uma ji. सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, माँ कश्चित् दुख भाग भवेत्। वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम की जो एक परिकल्पना हमारे समाज में सदैव से रही है, वो पूरी तरह से सस्टेनेबिलिटी और अनसस्टेनेबिलिटी के डिफरेंसेस को बहुत सुंदर तरीके से हमारे समक्ष रखती है। और ग्लोबल विलेज की बात आज हम करते हैं, लोकल टू ग्लोबल। तो 75वें वर्ष में आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव के साथ ये बहुत आवश्यक है कि हम वापस अपने ट्रेडिशंस की ओर जाएं और उन चीज़ों को बखूबी समझें जो कि हमारे अंदर शुरू से निहित है, एक नैसर्गिक हमारी परंपरा रही है, हमारे साथ रही है, और उस धारणा को हम कहीं ना कहीं भूलते जा रहे हैं। तो आज जब हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं तो आई वुड हैव बीन वेरी हैप्पी टू सी कि ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी का इशू पहले आया होता इन द फर्स्ट सेशंस रादर देन कमिंग एट द लास्ट, जहां हम सोशल एस्पेक्ट्स को भी कहीं ना कहीं इंक्लूड कर पाते, जैसा कि वेरी राइटली हमारे चेयरपर्सन ने कहा। अभी नीता जी की बात हमने सुनी और बहुत लोगों की बातें किया हमने। I personally am a biochemist and I am working in the area of food, energy and water nexus. और जैसा उन्होंने बताया कि अर्थ एंड वाटर दोनों बहुत फेमिनिन कैरेक्टर्स हैं, एंड आई वर्क इन दीज टू एरियाज बिकॉज मेरा कार्य क्षेत्र जो है वो लैंडफिल्स, इको रेस्टोरेशन एंड ऑल्सो आई वर्क विद द एबायोटिक स्ट्रेस फिजियोलॉजी। और गंगा, माँ गंगा जो है हमारे क्षेत्र की एक बहुत बड़ी, हम सबको पता है, भारतवर्ष की लाइफलाइन है, और उस क्षेत्र में हम रहते हैं जो पावन धरती काशी की है। तो वहाँ पर गंगा जी के क्षेत्र में मुझे कार्य करने का भी मौका मिला है, जहाँ हम बैक्टीरियोफेजेस पे काम करते हैं, जो एक बहुत ही दुर्लभ प्रकृति है उस नदी की, जिसमें एसेंशियल हीलिंग पावर्स हैं। और इसीलिए वो सदैव से माँ नर्चर नेचर की बात रही है, क्योंकि उस वो जो हीलिंग क्वालिटीज़ हैं वो अन्यत्र कहीं और हमें नहीं मिलती। और वो जितने तरह के आपने अभी सस्टेनेबिलिटी वाली टॉक में यदि देखे, जितनी प्रक्रियाओं को, प्रोसेसेस को, उससे वो एनरिच होती है और इसीलिए वो हमें नर्चर कर पाती है जहाँ पर हम वो काम करते हैं और उस क्षेत्र में कार्य कर रहे हैं। अनदर एरिया जहाँ पर हम वर्क करते हैं और करना चाहते भी हैं आगे, वो है डाई वर्कर्स के साथ। वो पूरी बेल्ट हम सब जानते हैं कि सिल्क एंड जो कारपेट है उस इंडस्ट्री के लिए वेल नोन है। तो वहाँ पर जो छोटे डाई यूनिट्स हैं, उनमें जो वीवर्स हमारे हैं वो इतने वेल इक्विप्ड नहीं है। तो वो जो पानी धोने से या रंगों की धुलाई से जो पानी आता है, उसको अपनी ही विसिनिटी में कहीं ना कहीं अपने घरों के पीछे गड्ढा खोद के डाल देते हैं, और वो वापस उनके ही वाटर टेबल में आता है, जहां उनको कहीं ना कहीं टॉक्सिसिटी, बहुत तरह की मैल न्यूट्रिशन बीमारियां देता है, जिसके बारे में वो जानते नहीं हैं। तो हमने कुछ एज एन इनोवेटर्स स्मॉल बायो रिएक्टर्स डेवलप किए हैं सर्टन कंपनीज के साथ मिल करके, जिसको हम इन वीवर्स को देते हैं कि आप एटलीस्ट बेसिक जो कैरेक्टरिस्टिक उस वाटर का है उसको चेंज करिए, डाइज को न्यूट्रलाइज करिए, ट्रांसफॉर्म करिए, और फिर उस पानी को आप अपने विसिनिटी में डालें, जिससे आपके और आपके बच्चों को खतरा ना हो। तो कुछ इस तरह के एरिया में काम करते हुए, आई ऑल्सो वर्क इन द एरिया ऑफ स्ट्रेस फिजियोलॉजी ऑफ मेटल स्ट्रेस। एंड वाई आई एम सेइंग दिस, बिकॉज दिस हैज़ बीन अ लॉन्ग जर्नी, और इस पूरी जर्नी में कैसे ये चीज़ें ट्रांसफॉर्म हुई, हाउ डिड आई डाइवर्सिफाइड, दिस आई जस्ट वांट टू डिस्कस विद द यंग पीपल हियर, क्योंकि इसमें एक बहुत बड़ी जर्नी की बात मैं करने जा रही हूँ, जहाँ मैंने स्टार्ट किया एज अ बायोकेमिस्ट, इनफैक्ट एज अ केमिस्ट, क्योंकि उस समय केमिस्ट्री ऑनर्स लेकर के बायोकेमिस्ट्री ही मिल सकती थी, एंड आई वॉन्टेड टू गो इन टू लाइफ साइंसेज, डू समथिंग फॉर द मॉलिक्यूल्स। बायोकेमिस्ट्री पढ़ा, और बायोकेमिस्ट्री पढ़ने के बाद इट इज़ ओपन टू ऑल द स्ट्रीम्स, हम सब जानते हैं। लेकिन जब हम लोग फंडिंग के लिए जाते थे बड़ी एजेंसीज में, वेदर बी इट DST, DBT, हमारे यहाँ पर तमाम फंडिंग एजेंसीज अवेलेबल हैं। साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी आज कहाँ इम्प्रूव कर गया है, टू दैट लेवल आई विल बी टॉकिंग। वहाँ पर हमें हमेशा एक ये प्रॉब्लम आती थी कि आप एक बायोकेमिस्ट है और आप प्लांट, माई मॉडल सिस्टम इज राइस ऑन विच आई वर्क, धान पर मेरा काम है पूरा, और जब आप धान पर काम करते हैं तो लोग आपको प्लांट साइंटिस्ट ज़्यादा समझते हैं। तो वो कहते थे आप तो प्लांट पे काम करते हैं तो आपको हम फंड क्यों दें, अगर हम किसी जूलॉजी के सेक्शन में अगर हमारा फंडिंग के लिए प्रपोजल चला गया तो। एंड अगर हम किसी जूलॉजिस्ट के पास जाते थे फॉर फंडिंग, नॉट जूलॉजिस्ट इन अ वे, तो वो कहते थे आप तो प्लांट साइंस पे काम करते हैं, हम आपको कैसे फंड करें। तो दिस डाइकोटमी को चेंज करने के लिए एनवायरनमेंट सबका है। So that's how I had to switch into the line of environment, and why I am saying that's very important to diversify yourself with time, क्योंकि अगर हम as women
अपने को डाइवर्सिफाई नहीं करते, अपने को समय समय पर इस हिसाब से नहीं चलाते कि वी कैन एडजस्ट विद द सिस्टम, तो जहां हम आज इक्वालिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, वेयर वी वांट टू स्टैंड टुडे एज 50% पॉपुलेशन ऑफ द कंट्री, वी नीड टू impress ourselves, we need to understand ourselves and be confident to diversify in different areas. अपने को equip करिए और आगे बढ़िए, ये मेरा विचार है, मेरा कहना है। और ध्यान और मान, ये दोनों चीज पर्यावरण और स्त्री दोनों को होना चाहिए, और यही बहुत आवश्यक है। ध्यान और मान के बिना हम कहीं आगे नहीं जा सकते। तो स्त्री 2020 की पूरी सार्थकता ध्यान और मान पर है, पर्यावरण के भी और स्त्री के भी। विद दीज वर्ड्स, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, just to summarize your views in 5 minutes, for that, thank you very much. And as the ma'am has highlighted, that the environment is after all, is where we all meet, whatever discipline in which we are getting education, but we all can contribute for the environment protection. So with this, I would like to invite our next panelist, Dr. Nishi Mendiratta, ma'am. Ma'am is an advisor and scientist G in Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and ma'am is heading two crucial divisions in DST, Women in Science and Engineering Kiran, that is WISE Kiran program, and Climate Change program. So I would like to invite madam to highlight the strategies or her ma'am's experience, that how women can contribute in environmental protection and can contribute for policy formulation in which DST is contributing.
A very good afternoon to everyone, respected chairperson Sudha ji, Ranjana ji, Usha, all the panelists and all the participants who are here. Already this session has been made very thoughtfully. I believe that the women who are, I will say, that backbone for the whole country in terms of giving power, planning, and also not only taking care of the personal front, but also many important policies and initiatives in science and technology are being dealt by women. So what role they are playing or they are supposed to play in terms of environmental protection? Already we heard a very beautiful lecture in which all the aspects with regard to the environment sustainability were dealt by Neeta ji, and the chairperson also mentioned that what is the role all of us need to play as an individual to sustain our environment. And my previous speakers, panelists, they also spoke about their own perspective plan with regard to the energy and livelihood, community level participation. And here being a person from Department of Science and Technology, who is the, I will say, premier organization working with the prime focus to nurture the acumen of scientific temperament among all. And we are dealing, or we are trying to provide a kind of association or built an association, technical association with all kind of stakeholders. Here I could see, I'm very happy to see all students who are sitting here along with all other researchers. So they are the future gen of our country, and we really want them to take the science in a very big manner, not only in their studies but also in developing many things for the country. Here I would like to mention one thing, that many programs are there which we have launched for women, in which someone was mentioning in the previous session that why female and why ladies and all. Many things were discussed in the previous session. But I would like to say that we are trying to work towards gender neutrality right now. And the time is going to come, because all across the world we have been interacting with many institutions, many stakeholders. And one common thing is coming, that women participation in science and technology has to be enhanced. UNDP did a specific study in which it was told that 30% is the only women who are contributing to the science. So our role or our attempt is to bring all women from all walks of life, right from the education, from the school level till the senior woman. We have developed many programs in which we are trying to give them opportunities to take science as a career, as a leading career. And also with regard to the environmental sustainability, the directives which are coming, because already we heard about Panchamrit and all those 5 sectors were mentioned. All of you are aware of it. Then another important things which we have to look at, there should be again be a combination of coordinated efforts between researcher, between planners, and also between communities. If we are not able to take our research or our research initiatives for the community, then we are lacking somewhere. So Honorable Prime Minister has also given that directives to all the ministries that the activity should be transparent, it should be utilized for the people, for the mankind. And I'm very happy to say that women being the strong workforce, we have a greater role to play with regard to the environmental protection. And I will just quote a statement here that women play an essential role in the management of natural resources, including soil, water, forest and energy, and often have a profound traditional and contemporary knowledge of natural world around them. It is one of the statements which we received few years back. And then advancing gender equality through reversing the various social and economic handicaps and make women voiceless and powerless. It may also be one of the best ways of saving the environment. Women have to take the lead in terms of saving the environment through various processes. We need to work towards the gender mainstreaming, various activities. As I mentioned, various schemes have already launched by Government of India. And also there are many other private players. Recently I handled many programs and I attended the COP27, which was dealing with the climate change aspect. I must say here that the slogan was life. Life means life for sustainable development. Now gender or women policies again has a very important role to play in it. And I must say that skill enhancement through various programs at the local level and also at research level, various capacity building programs are required. And again a networking, as I said, between the right kind of players so that the information goes to the right domain. That is what is the requirement of the time. And I would like to end here by saying that various policies are also being thought of by Government of India. A recent policy STIP is coming up in which a specific chapter is there on gender. And we are working for women for science and science for women. That is what I would like to say here. And all of us should feel responsible in terms of contributing our own worth in maintaining the environment to the best of our level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nishi ma'am, for sharing the different program DST is offering for women, as well as what are the different policies with which DST is coming up for women's involvement in science as well as for environmental protection. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Dr. Tripti Thakur ma'am. Ma'am is the director of National Power Training Institute, and as our previous keynote speaker Neeta Ganguly ji has already highlighted that with respect to energy, we are facing an irony. On one side, we are importing the carbon in terms of oil, and another side, we are dumping the carbon in terms of waste. So with this, I would like to invite our next panelist to share ma'am's experience on women's role in environmental protection as well as on energy side.
धन्यवाद सभी को नमस्कार. The world is facing two major challenges today, and one is the energy security and the second one is environmental concern. And the answer for both the challenges, if you really want to mitigate both the challenges, the answer is only to go for renewable. And when we talk about renewable, India has specified very specific goal. One of the very ambitious goal to become the net zero country by 2070. And for this renewable energy, the women is going to play a very important role. महिला जो धुरी होती है पूरे समाज की, घर की,
वहीं से सारा का सारा कंजर्वेशन का कंसेप्ट शुरू होता है। और अगर हम अपनी कल्चर पर जिसको हमारे चेयरमैन ने भी अभी बताया, अगर वापस लौटते हैं इन हमारे कल्चर के साथ, अगर वापस लौटते हैं तो हम देखते हैं कि प्रकृति के साथ मानव का साथ साथ संतुलन बनाकर रखना, यही हमारा कल्चर हमें सिखाता है, जिसको आपने अपने देखा भी होगा कि आपकी मदर सुबह सूर्य को जल चढ़ाती है, तुलसी को जल चढ़ाती है और उसके साथ अपने दिन की शुरुआत करती है। ये जो हमारा कल्चर है, ये जो हमारी नॉलेज सिस्टम है, जहाँ हमें सिखाया गया है कि प्रकृति के साथ रहना है, और दूसरी तरफ वेस्ट में ये कल्चर है कि ये जो पूरी प्रकृति है आपके भोग के लिए बनी है। तो अगर हम इस दोनों कल्चर को बड़े स्पष्ट तरीके से समझते हुए आगे बढ़ेंगे तो मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि हम भारत, जो कि अमृत काल में जाने वाले हैं, अगले 25 साल कहा जाता है कि भारत अमृत काल की तरफ जा रहा है और पूरी दुनिया का विश्व गुरु बनने का हमारा उद्देश्य और ध्येय भी है। तो वो जब तक हमारी महिलाएं, जो कि 50% पॉपुलेशन को रिप्रेजेंट करती हैं, वो हर तरीके से लीडरशिप रोल में आएंगी और अपनी संस्कृति को अपनाते हुए, जिस पर कि हमें गर्व है, और उस संस्कृति के साथ हम सारी दुनिया को एक नया परिदेश देंगे, एक नया विचार देंगे, एक नई दिशा देंगे कि ये जो हम पंच महाभूतों के साथ प्रकृति में संतुलन करते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, वो पर्सपेक्टिव के साथ जब दुनिया जाएगी तो तभी हम बच पाएंगे। क्योंकि जिस तरीके से आज हम जिस स्थिति में खड़े हैं, वो स्थिति बहुत भयानक है। प्रीवियस स्पीकर ने भी बताया कि 6th एक्सटिंक्शन ऑफ द अर्थ की बात चल रही है, और इस कठिन परिस्थितियों में, इस कठिन दौरान में अगर पूरी दुनिया को हमने एक नया पर्सपेक्टिव, जैसे कि हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट, अब ये जो लाइफ का मिशन है ये स्त्री ही शुरू करेगी। और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि ये जो बच्चे बैठे हैं, इनकी माता उनको सिखाएगी कि जितना आवश्यक है उतना तो लें, लेकिन जो आपकी ग्रीड है, जो अनंत है, उसकी तरफ ना जाएं, और प्रकृति के साथ तालमेल बनाते हुए महिलाओं का जो योगदान रहेगा वो निश्चित रूप से अमृत काल में हमें कहीं से कहीं ले जाएगा। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request our chairperson, Dr. Chandrikala madam, and co-chairperson, Professor Ankita Bore, to summarize the session, ma'am, please.
Dear panelists, participants, and all dear students, I must say this has been a very, very fruitful session, and I myself have learned a lot from all the speakers. And I'm so happy that those who belong to environmental science, pure sciences, they also have so much knowledge about our tradition. So I must congratulate you all for your very powerful presentations. And actually, if I just try to summarize that, I think every one of you has tried to emphasize the first one, which I can conclude like this, is society is not an assembly of social atoms activated by antagonistic interests. It is not. You know, we believe in interdependence. एक दूसरे के ऊपर हम निर्भर हैं. अभी किसी ने बड़ी अच्छी बात कही थी कि जितना हमारे पास है तब तक तो हम निर्भरता की बात करें, जब जो हमारे पास नहीं है वहाँ आपने शायद कही थी वहाँ पर हम इंटरडिपेंडेंस की बात करें. तो ये बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है. आपको देखिए, हम सबको ये समझना होगा, जो ऋग्वेद का नासदीय सूक्त है उसने बहुत क्लियरली कहा कि आरंभ में जो सृष्टि थी वो पूरा एक आग का गोला थी. उस गोले से दो बराबर बराबर टुकड़े हुए, बराबर बराबर, आधा इंच इधर नहीं आधा इंच उधर नहीं. एक से स्त्री का जन्म हुआ और एक से पुरुष का. सी व्हाट काइंड ऑफ इक्वालिटी वी हैव द ओरिजिन ऑफ आवर स्पीसीज, मैन एंड वेमेन. सेकेंडली, आप ये देखिए कि जब तक इनलाइटनमेंट ट्रेडिशन नहीं था, वेस्ट में भी सब कुछ वो नहीं था, पर जब इनलाइटनमेंट ट्रेडिशन आया तो हमने मैन को सेंटर ऑफ द यूनिवर्स बना दिया, जो हमारी ट्रेडिशन में कभी नहीं था. हमारे ट्रेडिशन में वी वर द कॉस्मिक बीइंग. हम इस कॉस्मॉस के, हम सभी, हम एनिमल्स, जैसे आपने कहा छोटे से छोटे जीव भी जो हैं, उसका एक इसीलिए अभी श्री अरबिंदो की बात किसी ने कही, इज वन ऑफ माय वेरी फेवरेट ऑथर्स, कि अगर कोई भी चीज जन्म लेती है, कुछ भी विकास होता है, तो उसके पीछे कुछ उसका पर्पस होता है। आप देखिए कितनी इंटरडिपेंडेंस है। और तीसरी चीज हम लोग ये देखते हैं, जो मदर अर्थ की बात हम करते हैं, पता आश्चर्य होता है मुझे, स्मृति में, मनुस्मृति में एक जगह मनु कहते हैं कि एक उपाध्याय जो है, एक गुरु 10 उपाध्याय के बराबर होता है। एक पिता जो है एक पिता जो है वह एक गुरु के बराबर होता है, और एक माता 1000 पिता के बराबर होती है। 1000 पिता के बराबर होती है। आई एम कोटिंग फ्रॉम मनुस्मृति। व्हाट डज इट मीन? जहां वेस्ट ने बाइनरीज क्रिएट करी, रीजन, इमोशन, आपको जान करके आश्चर्य होगा, मैं किसी आलोचना नहीं करूं, वेस्ट हैज गिवन अस ए लॉट, लेकिन वेस्ट ने आरंभ से, आप देखेंगे अगर प्लेटो को पढ़ेंगे तो प्लेटो कहता है कि विमेन आर सिक्रेटिव एंड क्राफ्टी बाय नेचर, ये वो कहता है अपने लॉज में। अरिस्टोटल जब बात करता है तो कहता है सृष्टि जो है नेचर है, उसमें मैटर है और फॉर्म है। मैटर रूडिमेंट्री थिंग है और फॉर्म किसी चीज का सबसे विकसित रूप है, और कहता है वुमन इज ओनली मैटर। यहां तक कहा है, आप ये सोचिए कि ऐसी ऐसी, हेगल कहता है कि वीमेन आर टोटली इनकैपेबल ऑफ रीजनिंग। That is said by Hegel, such a great philosopher. I have written an article on that on the basis of all the sources I have read. And just think, फिर उसी की तरह से रूसो कहता है, इतना disgusting women के लिए उसने कहा it is not enough that the chastity of woman should be justified by husband. It should also be justified by husband's friends. What I am trying to say दैट हमने एक ऐसे, लेकिन हमारे दर्शन में विमेन को हमने इमोशन के कारण बड़ा स्थान दिया और बाइनरीज नहीं क्रिएट की। बिकॉज शी इज इमोशनल, दैट इज नर्चरर। अब आज कैरोल गिलिगन जो अपनी किताब इन ए डिफरेंट वॉइस में कहती हैं, वो उसी कंक्लूजन पर आती हैं जो शी इज अ साइकेट्रिस्ट, शी इज अ साइकोलॉजिस्ट, व्हाट वी हैव सेड इन अवर अर्लियर ट्रेडिशन। तो कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि हमको सबको ये समझना होगा, क्योंकि टाइम बहुत कम है, कि हम लोग जो हैं, वी आर नॉट एन असेंबली ऑफ सोशल एटम्स। सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट इज नॉट द इम्पल्स ऑफ ऑल इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी एज हैज बीन प्रोपोगेटेड बाय द वेस्टर्न थिंकर्स। नेचुरल इवोल्यूशन इज नॉट ए कॉन्सिक्वेंस ऑफ कॉन्स्टेंट स्ट्रगल ऑफ द स्ट्रॉन्गर अगेंस्ट द वीकर एज प्रोपोगेटेड बाय डार्विन्स थियरी। And we have been teaching Darwin for so long and believing in what he has said. And we must reject those universal ideologies. Every one of you has said that. We must reject. I am happy that you are there. I thought you will be going. No, I am very happy that you are there. Rejection of all those universal ideologies which prescribe a universal concept of human being. Critiquing them, we must tell it that they are Eurocentric, egocentric and androcentric. We do not believe in that concept of human being. K.M. Panikar says in Indian tradition, every individual a person, and person means a web of relations. हमारे लिए व्यक्ति क्या है? संबंधों का समुच्चय है। तो we have to look into those things. इसीलिए we must, what is environmental protection? If you define environmental protection is a critique of all that ontological and epistemological assumptions which are based on uniformity. They talk of uniformity, we talk of diversity, you know. They perceive all the system as comprising of the same constituents, discrete and atomistic. We never do that. Never we have done that. They have given us a reductionist science. But environmental protection and ecofeminism is against that reductionist science. So we are resisting against that system which is reductionist, which is atomistic, which doesn't believe in interdependence, which treats human being as the center of whole universe. अब मेरी दाई कहती है, जब मैं कहती हूँ तुलसी का पत्ता तोड़ ला, अब तो थोड़ी बुद्धि आ गई, शाम के टाइम में, रात के टाइम में, तो साफ कहती है मैडम मैं रात को तुलसी का पत्ता नहीं तोड़ूंगी, बिल्कुल स्पष्ट रूप से। हु इज प्रिजर्विंग दैट एनवायरमेंट? टेल मी और माई मेड सर्वेंट। शी इज मोर अवेयर ऑफ दैट. So there are so many things they will not do because they revere the environment. So we have to understand that we have to review our own thinking and that how much damage we are doing with the environment, and these are the only ways through which the environment can be protected. All of you have done, because the time otherwise I have a habit of making very detailed notes. I would have said what you all have said very beautifully. You all have done wonderful. So with these words, because I didn't have any time, I thank the organizers, especially the Ranjana ji, who has been writing the letter to me, and all other organizers of this Stree and JNU for inviting me here, because it has been a great learning process for me. I have been looking only from the point of view of social scientists, and I have learned a lot from the point of a scientist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Following my chairperson, मैं बस कुछ सेंटेंसेस में कंक्लूड करना चाहूँगी. हमारे स्कूल स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ हैं कि आज वर्ल्ड एनवायरनमेंट कंजर्वेशन डे है, विश्व पर्यावरण संरक्षण दिवस. आज का ये जो सेशन हुआ, इसमें हमें सिर्फ इसी बात का ध्यान रखना है कि बहुत हुई नादानियाँ, अब हमें समझने का प्रयास करते हैं कि जो दिया प्रकृति ने हमें, अब हम उसका धन्यवाद करते हैं. इस एनवायरनमेंट से में जो हमारी महिलाओं की जो भूमिका होनी चाहिए, उसके बारे में आज हमने यहाँ जानकारी ली. और मैं जो विद्यार्थियाँ बैठे हैं उनसे केवल यही बोलना चाहूँगी कि आप लोग जानते हैं आज की एनवायरनमेंट हमारे लिए कितना ज़रूरी है. तो इसको अपने स्वतः अपनी जो रोज़मर्रा की चीज़ें हैं उससे शुरू करिए. 3 R's याद रखिए. रिड्यूस, हमें बहुत ज़्यादा कपड़े पहनने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, जितने हमें कपड़ों की आवश्यकता है उतने पर्याप्त हैं. और अगर पहले चलता था हम किसी बड़े भाई बहनों के कपड़े पहन लेते थे तो उसमें बुरा नहीं मानना है. वी हैव टू रिड्यूस आवर नीड. उसके बाद रीयूज़ भी करना है हमें उसको, और उसके बाद रिसाइकल भी करना है. आप अपने बड़े भाई बहन के कपड़े पहन सकते हैं, उसके बाद जब आप यूज़ कर लें तो उसको किसी नेक्स्ट को पास ऑन कर सकते हैं. तो ये 3 R's का ध्यान रखिए. बिजली बचाइए, पानी बचाइए, जितना खाना चाहिए केवल उतना ही लीजिए. खुद शुरुआत करिए, और हमें विश्वास है कि इस तरीके से आप अपने घर में से शुरुआत करके समाज और राष्ट्र दोनों को इस पथ पे अग्रसर कर सकते हैं. इसी के साथ धन्यवाद.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ranjana for felicitating chairperson, co-chairperson and panelist of the session. Dr. Ranjana, ma'am, please. Ma'am, please felicitate our chairperson, Dr. Chandrakala Padia, ma'am. Thank you. Co-chairperson, Professor Ankita Bore. Dr. P. Benisha, panelist of the session. Dr. Akshya Manirkar. Professor Kavita Shah. And Dr. Nishi Mendiratta. Dr. Nishi Mendiratta, ma'am. Nisha Mendiratta, sorry, ma'am. Dr. Nisha Mendiratta. Dr. Tripta Thakur. And on behalf of the Stree 2020, I would like to once again thanks to all the chairperson, co-chairperson.
How can I leave the moderator? So I would like to felicitate a very nicely conducted session. Thank you, Dr. Usha Meena. भैया इधर आ एक पूरा सबके साथ सेशन
आगे
रंजना जी 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 हो गया आइए
हम आपको ढूंढ
ठीक है कहाँ आने से इनको लास्ट वाले वो लंबी है इसलिए
मुझे भी ये पकड़ा दो फोटो अच्छी आ जाएगी दे दो ये
क्या क्या
एक वो कह रही मोमेंटो आप भी पकड़ लो नहीं आप इधर आ जाइए हम होस्ट हो गए हम यहाँ
किधर गया फोन किधर गया
अच्छा मेरा बैग में अच्छा
Thank you, Ranjana. You've been constantly writing, you know, it's quite a task.
it was a particular learning experience for me also. I earlier it used to be small academic work, now it was a huge marathon.
Sorry, I was also questioning you from time to time.
That was important and it was required. So it also kept us on see, due to certain changes with respect to the arrival of our chief guest for the valedictory session, the valedictory has to start by 3:30, and the next session will be also. It is already 2, so we can give 15 minutes break. Those who want to take lunch, and we need to start the session by 2:15, and that session has to be finished by 3 o'clock or 3:10, and the valedictory session will begin at 3:30.
on women in gender equilibrium and socio-cultural indigenous practices. I am very much delighted to invite today's keynote speaker of this session, Dr. Anjali Vishwas Deshpande. By profession, she is a lecturer in the discipline of the commerce, but she is an active social worker and she has been founder secretary for Women's Studies Center, that is Drishti Stree Adhyayan Prabodhan Kendra, Pune. Drishti is a center dealing with the information, documentation and research related women issues. Few research projects that were taken by the Drishti include migrant domestic tribal girl workers from Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, impact of sex ratio on pattern of marriages in Haryana, socio-economic status of women in Northeast India. Dr. Anjali Deshpande worked as a director of a renowned pioneer institute of women and girls education established by Maharshi Karve Stree Shikshan Sansthan for 2 years. She is a member standing committee UGC working on women's study centers in various universities and colleges in the country. She is a nominated member for Central Advisory Board of Education of MHRD. I am very much delighted to invite her for today's session. Welcome, ma'am. Namaste. Chairperson of today's session is Srimati Rekha Sharma, Chairperson of National Commission for Women. She is on the way. She will join the session, and I request our keynote speaker to further move on the session, to start the session. Thank you very much. Yeah. नमस्ते सभी को। मंच पर कोई है नहीं इसलिए आपको नमस्ते। इस सेशन में एक कंबाइंड टाइटल है जेंडर इक्विलिब्रियम इन रिसर्च एंड एकेडमिक्स एंड वुमेन एंड सोशियो कल्चरल डेवलपमेंट एंड इंडिजिनस प्रैक्टिसेस। इस प्रकार से 2 विषय दिए हैं। मुझे पहले विषय का टाइटल बहुत अच्छा लगा। इक्विलिब्रियम ये अच्छा शब्द है एक्चुअली, इक्विटी से, मतलब इक्विटी में कट आता है, इक्विलिब्रियम में समतोल है, और जिसकी ज़रूरी है उसके वहाँ तक पहुँचना, ये इक्विलिब्रियम का मतलब होता है। इसलिए ये मुझे शब्द बहुत अच्छा लगा। दूसरा विषय है जेंडर बोला है इसमें, तो इसमें स्त्री पुरुष इसी प्रकार का मैंने सोचा है। अभी जो जेंडर इक्विलिब्रियम इन रिसर्च एंड एकेडमिक्स में जो है, हम लोग सब जानते हैं कि भारत स्वतंत्र जब से हो रहा था उस वक्त और आज की महिलाओं की शिक्षा की स्थिति में बहुत परिवर्तन आया है। लिटरेसी से लेकर हायर एजुकेशन तक बहुत परिवर्तन उसमें आया है, और इस परिवर्तन के सब हम लोग साक्षी हैं। हम लोग यहाँ आके बैठे, यही उस परिवर्तन का परिणाम है एक्चुअली। 1951 में जितने यूनिवर्सिटीज़ थे उससे अभी उनकी संख्या यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और कॉलेजेस लगभग 7 टाइम्स हो गए हैं। तो इतने यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और कॉलेजेस महिलाओं के लिए उपलब्ध है, फिर भी इलिटरेसी है। 65% तक हम लोग पहुंच गए हैं। ये 65% इन अर्बन स्लम्स और रूरल एरिया और जिसको हम वनवासी बेल्ट कहते हैं उसमें कम है। हायर एजुकेशन में भी ये जो नंबर बताता है, स्टैटिस्टिक्स बताता है, उसमें वो बताते हैं कि ये लोएस्ट नंबर है हायर एजुकेशन में। पहले कल से जो चर्चा चल रही है कि ग्रेजुएशन तक महिलाएं पहुंचती है, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन और आगे चलकर रिसर्च, इसमें महिलाएं कम पहुंचती है। तो ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशो ये बढ़ रहा है हायर एजुकेशन में भी, लेकिन रिसर्च में हम लोग अभी बहुत कम है। हायर एजुकेशन में जैसे महिलाएं कम है, वैसे पढ़ाने वाली महिलाएं भी कम है। प्रोफेसर्स, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर्स एंड उसके ऊपर जो है डायरेक्टर्स और अदर थिंग्स, इसमें महिलाएं कम है। किस में ज़्यादा है? ट्यूटर्स है, टेम्पररी टीचर्स है, इसमें उनके मेल काउंटर पार्ट से भी वो आगे चल रही है, लेकिन कुछ पोजीशन लेना, उसकी कुछ जिम्मेवारियां लेना, इसमें महिलाएं अभी तक पीछे है। हायर पोस्ट्स में भी अभी हम लोग पहुंच गए हैं 50%। हम परसों से देख रहे हैं यहाँ बहुत सारी वेल एजुकेटेड, वेल पोस्टेड एंड रिसर्च करने वाली महिलाएं, उन्होंने अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस, अपने क्षेत्र के एक्सपीरियंसेस और महिला करके उनके जो अनुभव है वो भी उन्होंने बताए हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ नहीं है, अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बहुत है और उन अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ में ही उसमें से ही इतनी सारी महिलाएं और हम सब यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं। तो ये जो बात है, इसमें उसका प्रश्न हमको दिखता है कि आगे चलकर अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ ग्रैब करना ये हमारा काम है एक्चुअली, और ना कि हम एज एन इंडिविजुअल महिला अकेली कुछ कर सकती है, ऐसा मेरा कहना नहीं है। उसका जो ब्रिंगिंग अप है, जिस फैमिली में वो पली पड़ती रहती है, उसका जो ब्रिंगिंग अप है उसे वहाँ से शुरू होता है एक्चुअली। वो सुमा वर्गीस के इसमें लिखा था एक्चुअली कि उसको क्या होना है, आगे चलकर वो क्या करेगी, इसके बारे में उसको पढ़ाया जाता है घर में। उसका एप्टीट्यूड क्या है और उसको वो क्या करना चाहती है खुद, इसके बारे में सोचा नहीं जाता है फैमिली में। ये ट्रेडिशनल प्रेशर्स है एक्चुअली, क्योंकि वो सपने भी उसी प्रकार के देखती है, जिसका माहौल, जिस माहौल में वो पढ़ती है उसी प्रकार से सपने देखती है वो। तो उनके सपनों को डायरेक्ट कर सकते हैं क्या हम, ये आगे चलकर इक्विलिब्रियम तक जाएगा। क्योंकि खाना बनाना, परोसना, घर ठीक ठाक रखना, ये सब उसकी कामें हैं और आगे चलकर उसी को यही करना है। इस प्रकार के सपने यदि उसको दिखाए गए तो और ये क्या करेगी, इसके आगे वो क्या करेगी। तो उसका जो एटीट्यूड है वो एटीट्यूड टेस्टिंग, और इस प्रकार का इसका एटीट्यूड है, ये फैमिली मेंबर्स को भी उसकी चिंता रहे। इस प्रकार का माहौल यदि रहेगा तो ये ध्यान में आएगा। क्योंकि इसमें माँ भी पढ़ी लिखी होनी चाहिए, उसको भी ध्यान में आना चाहिए। मैंने एक पुणे की साइंटिस्ट है सुलभा कुलकर्णी, नैनो टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट है वो, और अवार्ड्स भी उनको बहुत मिले। ये सुनने के बाद मैंने उनको जाके मिली, उन्होंने एक किताब लिखी है साइंटिस्ट वुमेन्स जो है, उन्होंने बिल्कुल 300-400 सालों से मतलब क्या चल रहा है इस क्षेत्र में, ऐसे बहुत सारी महिलाओं की स्टोरीज उन्होंने लिखी है। ध्यान में ये आता है कि बहुत दिक्कतें हैं उनको आगे आने के लिए। तो ये दिक्कतें कैसी है, मतलब साबुन से बर्तन धोने वाली महिला घर में, वो जो जिसको ये कहते हैं हम बबल्स आते हैं साबुन से जो आगे आते हैं, तो उसको देख के उसके मन में आ गया कि ये इसका रिलेशन कुछ सरफेस टेक्नोलॉजी से है। उस विषय में उसने किया, धो रही थी बर्तन, लेकिन उसका दिमाग उसी में चला। ऐसे कुछ उदाहरण हमने वो सुमा वर्गीस के इसमें भी देखे हैं, जैसे कि डीएनए वाला देखा हमने। कई महिलाओं के संशोधन ये दबाए गए हैं या भगाए गए हैं पैट्रियार्की के कारण, ये उसका हो ही नहीं सकता, ऐसा होता है। और बहुत ऐसे उदाहरण उनकी किताब में मुझे पढ़ने को मिले। तो ये जो ट्रेडिशनल प्रेशर्स है और हम जो मानते आए हैं कि महिला और पुरुष का एक विशिष्ट रोल फैमिली में है, उस प्रकार से सोसाइटी में है। तो इसमें जब तक चेंज नहीं होता तब तक ये नहीं हो सकता। कल से जो चल रहा है आज भी हो गया है कि वो इंटरडिपेंडेंसी, इंटर कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री, इंटर कंसर्न, ये जो रिलेशनशिप है, इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशनशिप है और फैमिली का जो माहौल है, उससे समाज का भी माहौल बनता है और उसमें से जो दिक्कतें हैं उनको दूर करने की हमें ज़रूरी है। महिला के लिए उसको फैमिली में डॉक्टर माशेलकर ने एक पंचसूत्री बताई थी, विकास के लिए, डेवलपमेंट के लिए उन्होंने बताया, और उन्होंने सेंटर ऑफ द फैमिली महिला को बताया है। वुमन इज अ सेंटर ऑफ द फैमिली। अभी वो यदि सेंटर है तो उसको सक्षम रहना, एम्पावर्ड रहना बहुत ज़रूरी है। मेरे ख्याल से उसके साथ 3 प्रकार के रोल उसके पास है। एक तो सेंटर ऑफ द फैमिली है, शी ऑल्सो इज अ पर्सन, उसकी भी कुछ आकांक्षाएं हैं और वो आकांक्षाएं पूरी करे, इस प्रकार का परिवार का माहौल रहना ये बहुत ज़रूरी है, ऐसा लगता है। और शी इज़ अ मदर। अभी कहीं मैंने पढ़ा कि बच्चा जो है 9 महीने तक माँ के पेट में रहता है, 3 साल तक माँ के हाथ में रहता है और बाद में वो खुला हो जाता है। तो ये जो कंट्रोल उसके पास है, उसके लिए वो एम्पावर्ड होना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि साइकियाट्रिस्ट और साइंटिस्ट अभी कहते हैं कि 5 साल तक बच्चा जो कुछ भी सीखता है, उसके ब्रेन के जो डेवलपमेंट है, डॉक्टर लोग ज़्यादा बता सकते हैं, लेकिन वो लगभग 70 से 80% तक डेवलपमेंट वहाँ होता है। और यदि वो वहाँ होगा तो जो करने वाली है वो माँ है, क्योंकि 5 साल तक बच्चा बहुत सारा समय माँ के इर्द गिर्द रहता है। तो इसमें फैमिली सिस्टम भी जिम्मेवार है इसके लिए। तो ये खुद को भी चाहिए कि मैं एम्पावर हूँ खुद को भी जिज्ञासा चाहिए कि ये क्या है, ये क्यों है, ये किस तरह से होता है। मराठी में एक किताब निकली है, स्वयंपाकघरातील विज्ञान, सायन्स इन किचन। तो ये क्या है, क्यों है, ये क्यों करना चाहिए, यदि वो सेंटर ऑफ द फैमिली है तो उसको इस सभी विषयों की चिंता करने की ज़रूरी है और इसको सभी ने एक्सेप्ट करने की भी ज़रूरी है। मतलब उसका जो रोल है, ब्रिंगिंग अप का जो रोल है, वो ब्रिंगिंग अप का रोल वो ठीक तरह से कर पाए, इसलिए फैमिली स्ट्रक्चर भी उसी प्रकार का होना चाहिए। सोसाइटी ने वो एक्सेप्ट करने की ज़रूरी है। अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर डेवलपमेंट, ये उसको भी देना ज़रूरी है। मैं हमारी संस्था के लिए एक व्यापारी के यहाँ डोनेशन मांगने गई थी, तो बात चल रही थी हम क्या करते हैं, दृष्टि क्या करती है वगैरह वगैरह। तो बीच में उनकी बहू इतना घूंघट निकाल के चाय देने के लिए आ गई और चाय दे के चली गई। तो मैंने उनको पूछा कि क्या करती है आपकी बहू, तो उन्होंने पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन उसने किया है, वो नौकरी करना चाहती थी, लेकिन हमने उसको ना कहा क्योंकि पैसे की कोई ज़रूरी नहीं है और उनको कहीं क्लॉक आवर बेसिस पर टीचिंग का जॉब मिल रहा था कॉलेज में। तो जितना उसको आने जाने में पैसा खर्च होगा उतना ही उसको सैलरी वहाँ क्लॉक आवर बेसिस पर होने के कारण मिलने वाला है, तो क्यों आना जाना। तो मैंने उनको कहा कि ये आपने ठीक नहीं किया एक्चुअली, क्योंकि पैसों की ज़रूरी नहीं है, उसको भी एक जिसको कह सकते हैं इंटेलेक्चुअल हंगर है, उसके पास इंटेलेक्ट है और उसकी एक हंगर है, वो यदि आप सेटिस्फाई करेंगे तो वो आपके घर का काम भी अच्छी तरह से कर सकेगी, क्योंकि हम उसको भूखे रखते हैं, जो वो करना चाहती है हम उसको भूखे रखते हैं। तो ये इस प्रकार का एटमॉस्फेयर बनाना और जेंडर वाइज रोल्स फिक्स ना करना, ये जैसे कि फैमिली का उसी प्रकार से सोसाइटी का रोल है। सोसाइटी ने इस प्रकार से अपनों को रीस्ट्रक्चर करना पड़ेगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। हम सबको सुधा मूर्ति जी का उदाहरण मालूम है। वो नौकरी करती थी, नौकरी के पहले जब उन्होंने अप्लाई किया तो जिस एडवर्टीज़मेंट के बेस पर उन्होंने अप्लाई किया था, वहाँ उस एडवर्टीज़मेंट में लिखा था वुमन डज नॉट अप्लाई। तो उन्होंने डायरेक्ट JRD टाटा को खत लिखा कि हमको इंजीनियर होने की सहूलियत है, लेकिन आपके कंपनी में ये लिखा है नीड नॉट अप्लाई। तो ये क्यों? तो उन्होंने उनको इंटरव्यू के बुलाया, सिलेक्शन हो गया, काम किया उन्होंने। उनके पति नारायण मूर्ति वो कंपनी निकालना चाहते थे और उन्होंने अपनी सैलरी जो 10,000 थी उस वक्त, तो वो 10,000 रुपये अपने पति को दिए कि चलो आप जो करना चाहते हैं आप करो, मैं पैसा दूंगी मेरे सैलरी से। तो ये ट्विस्ट हो गया रोल, लेकिन उन्होंने किया। आगे चलकर उनके बहुत किताबें निकली है, आप पढ़ सकते हैं कि उनके अनुभव अलग अलग प्रकार के हैं। इक्विलिब्रियम का फ़ायदा है, बहुत फ़ायदा है, क्योंकि स्त्री पुरुष इकट्ठा फैमिली में रहते हैं, सोसाइटी में रहते हैं और जहाँ काम करते हैं वर्क प्लेस में, वहाँ भी वो इकट्ठा काम करते हैं। तो जो रिसर्चर्स हैं उनका कहना है कि इस प्रकार से इकट्ठा काम करना ये फ़ायदेमंद है, न कि सिर्फ प्रॉफिट के लिए, बट जो कॉरपोरेट क्षेत्र में जो माहौल रहता है काम का, उस काम के माहौल में डिसीजन मेकिंग में स्त्री पुरुषों के फ़र्क रहता है, और ये कंबाइंड डिसीजंस ये हमेशा फ़ायदेमंद रहते हैं। दृष्टि ने वुमेन एंड एग्रीकल्चर इस नाम से एक स्पेसिफिक इशू निकालते हैं, हम स्पेशल इश्यूज निकाले तो खेत में काम करने वाले हमारे जो कार्यकर्ता मिले उनको मैंने पूछा कि डिसीजन मेकिंग में क्या फ़र्क आपको लगता है, महिला किसान है और पुरुष किसान है, तो डिसीजन मेकिंग में क्या फ़र्क लगता है। तो उन्होंने बोला कि वुमेन ऑलवेज थिंक अबाउट द फूड सिक्योरिटी एंड मैन ऑलवेज थिंक अबाउट द कैश क्रॉप। एक्चुअली दोनों की ज़रूरी है, तो कंबाइंड डिसीजन हो, पैसा भी चाहिए घर चलाने के लिए, सिर्फ फूड सिक्योरिटी से नहीं होगा, तो ये दोनों चाहिए। तो ये इन कंबाइंड डिसीजन से फ़ायदा होता है, एक हार्मनी बनी रहती है, दोनों के अपने अपने लाइफ एक्सपीरियंसेस अलग अलग रहते हैं, तो ये लाइफ एक्सपीरियंसेस का डिसीजन पर परिणाम होता है, और ये जो परिणाम होता है तो उसका फ़ायदा जहाँ काम करते हैं वहाँ कंपनी हो और कहीं हो उसको होता है। क्रिएटिविटी रहती है महिलाओं के पास, इनोवेशंस रहते हैं, और जो परिस्थिति है उससे मतलब मार्ग निकालने का, सिचुएशन यदि संकट का हो तो मार्ग निकालने का जो तरीका वो अपनाती है वो इमीडिएटली एप्लीकेबल रहता है, ऐसा रिसर्चर्स का कहना है। तो ये जो इक्विलिब्रियम हम चाहते हैं उसमें ज़्यादा फ़ायदा फैमिली के लिए होगा, सोसाइटी के लिए होगा, अल्टीमेटली राष्ट्र के लिए होगा। टीम बनाने में महिलाओं का बहुत अच्छा सहभाग रहता है। इमरजेंसी के समय हम लोग इकट्ठा बैठते थे, सहेली ने दूसरे को पूछा कि आप बोल क्यों नहीं रही है, तो वो कवि थी हमारी सहेली, मराठी में उसने कहा कि भाषा हवी कशाला, क्यों चाहिए भाषा, भाषा हवी कशाला, डोळ्यामधून बोलू। हमारी जो आंखें हैं एक दूसरे से मिलेंगे तो पता चल जाएगा कि आपके मन में क्या चल रहा है। तो बिना बोले कुछ समझ में आता है वो महिला है, सामने वाले के मन में क्या चल रहा है वो, और फिर कहती हूँ कि ये रिसर्चर्स का ऑब्जर्वेशन है। तो बिना बोले सामने वाले महिला के पुरुष के क्या चल रहा है वो जानती है, इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशंस में वो माहिर है। तो ये उसके जो क्वालिटीज़ है और इनहेरेंट क्वालिटीज़ है। एक्चुअली बच्चा क्यों रोता है उसको मालूम होता है, जल्दी भूख लगी है या उसका कपड़ा गीला हो गया है या उसको बाहर जाना है या उसको जिसकी गोद में है वो वहाँ से उठाकर दूसरी की गोद में जाना है, जो कारण है उसके रोने का वो उसकी माँ बराबर जानती है। तो ये जो इनहेरेंट क्वालिटीज़ है इसका उपयोग आगे चलकर हमारे क्वालिटी डिसीजन मेकिंग में होना, ये इक्विलिब्रियम का फ़ायदा है। रिसर्च तक जाने के लिए उनका जो उनके ज़रूरी जो माहौल बनाना चाहिए परिवार ने और सोसाइटी ने, क्योंकि कमेंट्स करने वाले बहुत होते हैं। क्या कर रहे हैं दूसरों की लड़की या दूसरे घर की महिला, इसके ऊपर सभी का ध्यान रहता है। परिवार वाले यदि अलाउ करें उसको रिसर्च करने के लिए या रात तक लेबोरेटरी में काम करने के लिए, लेकिन नेबरर्स कहेंगे कि वो बहुत देरी से आती है आजकल, और उसको एस्कॉर्ट करता है उसका साथी कोई होगा तो वो किसी के साथ आती है रात को। तो ये जो माहौल है ये बदलने के लिए हमको सोसाइटी को भी अवेयर करना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो क्या करती है, तो उसकी जिज्ञासा क्या है, उसको सेटिस्फाई करे, उसका एटीट्यूड क्या है, एप्टीट्यूड क्या है उसको ध्यान में लेके उसको आगे चलना है। तो ये माहौल क्रिएट करने के लिए हमें चाहिए। बहुत सारी महिलाएं पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन तक जाती है, थोड़ा रिसर्च बीच में किया, फिर शादी हो गई, बच्चा हो गया, बीच में रह गया वो। कल ही जो कल्चरल कार्यक्रम में एक महिला मिली थी, वो बोली कि मैंने उनको ऐसे ही पूछा, पुणे की थी, तो पूछा अच्छा आप इनके पास शिक्षा लेती है क्या गाने की? तो बोली कि हाँ, मेरा 14 बरस का गैप है। 14 बरस पहले मैं गाना सीखती थी, फिर शादी हो गई, बच्चे हो गए, अभी बच्चे थोड़े बड़े हो गए, फिर से सीखना शुरू किया। मैंने उनका बहुत दिल से अभिनंदन किया कि ये ठीक है, ब्रेक हो गया, लेकिन ब्रीच किया आपने और फिर से आया, फिर से प्रेजेंटेशन दिया यहाँ कल्चर। तो ये जो ब्रिजिंग है टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में, टेक्नोलॉजी दिन ब दिन बदलती है, आगे जाती है। तो ये जो ब्रिजिंग कोर्सेस है उसका प्रोविज़न ये एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट और इंस्टीट्यूट्स जो है उनको करने की ज़रूरी है। साथ में उनके मन को भी कहना, नहीं मुझे अभी यही अच्छा लगता है, मतलब घर बार संभालना, बच्चों को बड़ा करना, यही मुझे अच्छा लगता है, तो अलग बात है। लेकिन करना चाहती है आगे चलकर, तो फिर से ब्रिजिंग द गैप इसके होना ज़रूरी है, उसका माहौल होना ज़रूरी है, उसका फैसिलिटीज़ होना ज़रूरी है। जैसे कि सुबह के सेशन में आया था कि एज रिलेटेड जो बंधन है, बैरियर्स है, उसको भी कम करना ज़रूरी है, उसको निकालना ज़रूरी है। एक्चुअली फ्लेक्सी टाइमिंग जो है वो रहना, क्रेश रहना, ये जनरल डिमांड्स उनकी रहती है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल सिस्टम्स बदलनी पड़ेगी। लैब में काम करने के लिए देरी से काम करे, जब टाइम परमिट्स उसको काम करने की सहूलियत वहाँ होनी चाहिए, ऐसा लग रहा है। तो ये एजुकेशन सिस्टम्स में, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल डेवलपमेंट में, पीएचडी रिसर्चेस और ये सब जो है उनमें ये अभी गवर्नमेंट को योजना कर रही है, उसका फ़ायदा महिलाओं ने लेना, ये अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ आर देयर, ये लेना ज़रूरी मुझे लगता है। आगे चलकर इनका जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है सोशल डेवलपमेंट में, कॉरपोरेट्स में, बिजनेस हाउसेस में, अदरवाइज डिसीजन मेकिंग में, अभी रिजर्वेशन आ गया, पॉलिटिकली भी रिजर्वेशन आ गया, लोकल सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट के लिए 50% रिजर्वेशन आ गया, बाकी जगह 33% आ गया, तो उसमें उसका फ़ायदा मिलता है। लेकिन सोशल डेवलपमेंट इन जनरल, इसमें भी यदि ये विचार करने वाली महिला है तो उसमें वो कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकती है सोशल डेवलपमेंट में। हम लोग सामाजिकता का विचार करें तो ऊंची जात, नीची जात, अलग अलग प्रकार के व्यवसाय करने वाली महिलाएं, उनसे एक सहजता से बात करना, सखी भाव जिसको कहते हैं, उस प्रकार से बात करना, ये महिलाओं को आराम से होता है। मेरी बहन यूएस में रहती है, वो लॉन मोवर करने वाला या बर्फ़ निकालने वाला गाड़ी आता है उनके यहाँ, तो वो लॉन मोवर करने वाला जो रहता है या कचरा कलेक्ट करने वाले की गाड़ी आती है, तो दूर रहता है घर, वहाँ से हाथ करके उसको बताएगी कि आप गाड़ी वहीं रोको, अंदर आओ, चाय पी के जाओ। तो अमेरिका में ये प्रैक्टिस नहीं है। कचरा कलेक्ट करने वालों को घर में बुला के चाय पिलाना और 1-2 मिनट बात करेंगे, हंसेंगे, जाइए फिर अपने आप काम करने के लिए। ये जो इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशनशिप में एक सहजता है, वो महिला के पास ज़रूर है और भारत में उसका ज़्यादा प्रभाव है, इनहेरेंट है हमें। हम सहज से हमारी मेड आती है, उसको ऐसा नहीं कि लिस्ट दिया है ये काम करो जाओ, बोलने की ज़रूरी नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होता है। आपके घर में क्या है, मेरे घर में क्या है, वो किसी भी स्तर की महिला हो, किसी भी स्तर का पुरुष हो, अपने आप में जो इंटरेक्शंस होते हैं वो हम सब एक है। आपको हमारी ज़रूरी है, हमें आपकी ज़रूरी है। ये भाव डे टू डे रिलेशन में हमें आता है और ये सोशल डेवलपमेंट है। ये जो संस्कृति कल्चर कहते हैं, ये जो कलेक्टिव हमारा बिहेवियरल है, कलेक्टिव बिहेवियरल पैटर्न है और ये सदियों से चला आता रहा है। उसको डेवलप करें, उसको सुरक्षा दे और डेवलप करें कि जिसको असमानता नहीं रहे, सब लोग एक रहे और किसको उसकी जाति के कारण, उसकी आर्थिक स्थिति के कारण, उसकी शिक्षा के कारण वो हमसे नीचे है कहीं, और उस प्रकार की ट्रीटमेंट मिलना ये हमारे मन में नहीं है, हमारे सिद्धांतों में भी नहीं है। तो ये निकालना और अच्छी तरह से एक हार्मोनियस सोसाइटी तैयार करने की ज़रूरी हमें है। और एक्चुअली ये हमारा एक इनहेरेंट क्वालिटी है इंडियंस का। तो भारत की जो संस्कृति चली आ रही है वो इसी प्रकार की है, लेकिन उसको नकारते हमने जो अलग अलग प्रकार के सोसाइटी में के कुछ लोगों ने दुय्यम दिखाना, सेकेंडरी ट्रीटमेंट देना, ये सब निकाल के और हार्मनी बढ़ाना, ये हमारा काम है। और बीच में पर्यावरण के विषय में भी आया कि सभी हम लोग एक है, एक दूसरे से जुड़े हुए हैं। एक खेत में एक महिला ने ज्वार लगाया था और वो पंछी आते हैं उनको हटाने के लिए बैठी थी। हमारा एक कार्यकर्ता ने उनको पूछा, जो खेती विषय में काम करता है, उनको पूछा कि ये ऐसा क्यों है कि बाहर जो है वो इंडिजिनस सीड्स है, वो पारंपरिक सीड्स जो है वो बाहर के बाजू में लगाया है और बीच में हाइब्रिड ज्वार लगाया है, ऐसा क्यों लगाया है? तो बूढ़ी थी महिला, वो बताई कि बाहर का जो ज्वार है, पारंपरिक सीड्स है, उसमें पंछी अपनी चोंच डाल सकते हैं। हाइब्रिड ज्वारी जो है, जो कुल मिलाकर पकड़ के एकदम घट उसका टाइट रहता है, उसमें पंछी डाल नहीं सकते अपनी चोंच। और फिर उनको कौन दाना देगा? पंछियों को कौन दाना देगा? इसलिए वो बाहर पारंपरिक बीज लगाए हैं और उत्पादन के लिए बीच में हाइब्रिड सीड्स लगाए हैं। तो ये जो ममत्व भाव है ये महिला के साथ है ही, इनहेरेंटली है। तो इससे किस प्रकार से हम लोग आगे जाए, वो किस प्रकार से उजागर करने के लिए उसको सहूलियत मिले, ये फैमिली का रीस्ट्रक्चरिंग और सोसाइटी का अवेयरनेस इसके ऊपर निर्भर है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। अभी तक वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट या वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट्स रहती थी, बाद में वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट आ गया, अभी वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट, इस प्रकार का शब्द प्रयोग गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे अदरवाइज हो रहा है। तो उसके पास शक्ति है, वो लीडर बन सकती है। लीडर बनने के लिए जो क्वालिटी चाहिए वो उनके पास रहे, और उसके लिए पूरे समाज ने, उसके फैमिली ने और उसने खुद ने भी प्रयास करने की ज़रूरी है। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, ma'am, for providing insights on the session. Theme of the session, Women in Gender Equilibrium and Socio-Cultural Indigenous Practices. You have reminded Leelavati's daughter's book, released by Indian Academy of Sciences. This is very useful book for the younger generations, in which 100 scientists, female scientists, biographies have been written. Now, I invite Dr. Sudha Tiwari ji onto the dais to felicitate our keynote address, speaker, Dr. Anjali Deshpande. I welcome Dr. Anuja Datta, SERB Ramanujan Fellow, to be the co-chairperson of today's session. Madam, welcome onto the dais. I also welcome Professor Poonam Kumari, School of Language, Literature and Cultural Studies, JNU, as the moderator for today's session. Thank you. सबको मेरा नमस्ते। सबसे पहले तो मैं अपने अतिथियों को मंच पर बुलाना चाहूँगी। डॉक्टर शशि बाला सिंह जी, डायरेक्टर NIPER, मैं बहुत विनम्रता से आपसे आग्रह करूँगी कि आप मंच पर आएं और अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। डॉक्टर शशि बाला सिंह जी, आपका इस सेशन में हार्दिक स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। डॉक्टर गीता वानी रायश्याम जी, साइंटिस्ट CSIR HRDG, मैं अनुरोध करूंगी कि आप मंच पर आएं और अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। प्रोफेसर आनंद रंगनाथन जी, आप JNU के हैं और मैं आपसे अनुरोध करती हूं कि आप मंच पर आएं और अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। डॉक्टर नवनीत मानव जी, नहीं है, ये कौन है? शर्मिला। डॉक्टर शर्मिला मांडे जी, आप सभी लोगों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन है, इस सेशन में स्वागत है। और ये दृष्टि वाली कौन थी? मैडम कौन थी? अभी उनको धन्यवाद देना। डॉक्टर अंजलि देशपांडे जी को बहुत धन्यवाद। हम लोगों ने सुना था कि ज़मीन पर अगर कोई दृष्टि की कार्यकर्ता हैं और परिवर्तन के लिए जो संस्था काम कर रही है, उसमें हम लोगों ने अंजलि देशपांडे जी का नाम तो सुना था, लेकिन आज उनको सुनने का भी अवसर मिला। और इतनी परिवर्तन हर जगह छोटे छोटे स्तर पर हो रहा है। ये छोटे छोटे परिवर्तन ही एक बहुत बड़े परिवर्तन का रूप लेंगे। और जिस समता की कामना हम अपने इस सेशन में कर रहे हैं, स्त्री के पूरे सेशन में या कहीं भी जहाँ भी जेंडर इक्वलिटी की बात होती है, वहाँ स्त्री और पुरुष जिस समानता की बात हम कर रहे हैं उसके लिए प्रयासरत है इनकी संस्था। हम लोग उनके बहुत आभारी हैं कि उन्होंने इतना अच्छा व्याख्यान दिया। अंजलि देशपांडे जी, आपका बहुत धन्यवाद। मुझे मॉडरेटर की भूमिका मिली है, तो मैं इस जो सेशन है उसकी शुरुआत करती हूँ। वुमेन इन जेंडर इक्विलिब्रियम एंड सोशियो कल्चरल इंडिजिनस प्रैक्टिसेस। मुझे जो ये समझ में आया है कि इस पर क्या बात करनी है, सबसे पहले तो ये कि हमारी संस्कृति में, हमारी भारतीय सभ्यता में, भारतीय संस्कृति में सबसे पहला जो ग्रंथ, प्रामाणिक ग्रंथ उपलब्ध है वो ऋग्वेद है। और चूंकि मेरा जेंडर स्टडीज़ पर काम रहा है, उससे पढ़ती पढ़ाती हूँ, इसलिए कुछ उसी से संबंधित बात लेकर मैं आगे बढ़ना चाहती हूँ कि अगर ऋग्वेद की ऋचाओं में जाएं तो सबसे उल्लेखनीय बात आपको नजर आएगी कि यहाँ स्त्री रचनाकारों के लिए भी ऋषि शब्द का प्रयोग किया गया है। ऋषि का शब्द का प्रयोग बहुत बाद में चलन में आया है। ऋषि कहा गया है रचनाकारों को, और ये बहुत ही सुखद लगता है। बहुत छोटी सी बात लग सकती है, क्योंकि आजकल हम लोग स्त्री कवित्रियों को, स्त्री रचनाकारों को कवि कहते हैं, लेकिन ये उस समय हमें ऋग्वेद में देखने को मिलता है। ये आज की धारणा नहीं है, आज का बनाया हुआ नहीं है, ये हमारे ऋग्वेद में है। ऋषि का शब्द बाद में आया है स्त्री रचनाकारों के लिए। ये प्रामाणिक तौर पर तथ्यों के साथ आप अगर देखना चाहेंगे तो मुझसे बाद में पूछ लीजिएगा, मैं किताब बता दूंगी कि कहाँ पर ये है और कहाँ से ये शुरू हुआ है ऋषि का कहना। उसके पश्चात आप ऋग्वेद की ऋचाओं में देखें तो स्त्रियों के लिए सिर्फ स्त्रियों के लिए कहा नहीं गया है। बहुत सारे श्लोक हैं, बहुत सारे सुंदर सुंदर श्लोक हैं जो स्त्रियों के लिए कहे गए हैं। सिर्फ उसमें स्त्रियों के लिए कहा नहीं गया है, देवी के रूप में उसकी स्थापना या उसको देखा नहीं गया है। स्त्रियां भी वहां हस्तक्षेप करती हैं। बहुत सारी स्त्री रचनाकार हैं और उनको अगर आप पढ़िए तो आप देखेंगे कि कहीं भी उनमें ऐसा नहीं लगता है कि इन स्त्रियों को समाज में या परिवार में दोयम दर्जा प्राप्त है। बिल्कुल बराबरी के लेवल पे वे बात कर रही हैं, चाहे वो अन्य बहुत ज़्यादा हो उसके लिए हो, चाहे वो अपने पति और पुत्र के लिए अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कामना हो। बिल्कुल खुले ढंग से पूरे आत्मविश्वास के साथ उनकी ऋचाओं में उनका उद्घोष है। ये दिखाता है कि हमारी संस्कृति के प्रारंभ में, और वो हस्तक्षेप एक रोमशा को तो मैं भूल ही नहीं पाती, जो ऋग्वेद के 26वें मंडल में उनका श्लोक है, उनकी ऋचाएं हैं, जिसमें वो अपने पति को कहती हैं। रोमशा उनका नाम ही पड़ा था क्योंकि उनके सारे शरीर में रोम था और उनके पति उन्हें बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेम से नहीं देखते थे, रोम के कारण, उनके शरीर में बाल के कारण। तो वो कहती हैं कि हे राजनपति, तुम मुझे मेरे गुणों से देखो, मैं अपने गुणों में तुमसे कहीं भी कम नहीं हूं। मेरे सौंदर्य को नहीं, मेरे गुणों को देखो। तो हम देखते हैं कि सभ्यता के, संस्कृति के प्रारंभ से ही स्त्रियां सशक्त रूप से हस्तक्षेप करती हैं। अगर उन्हें कहीं लगता है कि उन्हें वो स्थान, वो मर्यादा प्राप्त नहीं हो रहा है, तो वो हस्तक्षेप करती हैं, वो अपनी बात को रखती हैं। इस संस्कृति से हम आए हैं यहाँ तक। लेकिन इसके साथ ही साथ, चूंकि मेरा ये क्षेत्र है, हमें ये नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि इसके साथ ही साथ बौद्ध धर्म की थेरी गाथाएं भी हैं। थेरियों का जब आप पूरा का पूरा आकलन पढ़ेंगे, उनका जो कहना है वो अत्यंत सहज और सरल शब्दों में है। वो जब आप पढ़ेंगे तो पता चलेगा कि हाँ, समाज में स्त्रियों की स्थिति कैसी थी। जब कोई भी थेरी गाथा के आप ले लीजिए, उनको पढ़ेंगे तो आपको लगेगा कि वाकई स्त्रियों की स्थिति वैसी नहीं थी जैसा ऋग्वेद की ऋचाओं में हमें कुछ स्त्रियों को पढ़ा के लगता है। स्त्रियों की स्थिति वैसी भी थी जो थेरियों ने लिखा है। एक दो पढ़ के उसके बाद फिर मैं आगे बढ़ाती हूँ। और अहो एक थेरी हैं जिनका नाम है अहो मैं मुक्ति नारी, मेरी मुक्ति कितनी धन्य है। पहले मैं मूसल लेकर धान कूटा करती थी, आज उससे मुक्त हुई। मेरी दरिद्र अवस्था के छोटे छोटे बर्तन, जिनके बीच में मैली कुचैली बैठती थी, और मेरा निर्लस पति मुझे उन छातों से भी तुच्छ समझता था जिन्हें वह अपनी आजीविका के लिए बनाता था। अब उस जीवन की आसक्तियों और मलों को मैंने छोड़ दिया। मैं आज वृक्ष मूलों में ध्यान करती हुई जीवन यापन करती हूँ। अहो मैं कितनी सुखी हूँ, मैं कितने सुख से ध्यान करती हूँ। और इस तरह की बहुत सारी पंक्तियां हमें मिलेंगी जो दर्शाती हैं कि स्त्रियों की स्थिति समाज में कैसी थी। और आप आज कोई भी मापदंड ले लीजिए, आप देखेंगे, चाहे वो शिक्षा का हो, चाहे वो रोजगार का हो, चाहे स्त्री पुरुष जनसंख्या का अनुपात हो, हर जगह हमें दिखेगा कि स्त्रियां पुरुषों से बराबर नहीं है, उससे कम है, उससे नीचे हैं। तो ये क्यों है? ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है। और इसी सवाल के साथ मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ
इसी सवाल के साथ मैं सबसे पहले आनंद रंगनाथन जी को आमंत्रित करती हूँ। उनको सुनना बहुत प्रिय रहा है, रोज शाम में हम लोग उनको सुनते रहे हैं। आनंद रंगनाथन जी।
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and I would like to first thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be part of this esteemed panel. That I'm the only male member of the panel should not have any bearing on what I'm going to say. But I think over the past 2 days, and I've attended a multitude of sessions, one thing is very clear, that the time for taking action is right now and present. We cannot, at least to me, our past has been glorious. There have been a lot of problems, particularly with this issue. But we have to, and this is where I would concentrate my next 5 or 6 minutes, ma'am, is that the time that I have? Yes, 5, 6 minutes, is to first ask a few simple questions. And then if at all there is a problem there, then we should look for solutions. I mean, I'm not one of those who looks for, problems for every solution, or looks for a solution when there is no problem. Have we identified a problem? Is there a problem? Let me just talk about the data here. And of course, the previous erudite panelist talked about facts, about our history, much of it very glorious, that we have always considered women at par, if not more. There are women goddesses, female goddesses in our culture and civilization, that then spread to various other parts of the world. But the fact also is that there has been a lot of discrimination. And if we talk of modern times, we have to restrict ourselves to the present and the current. So in order to act, the first question that I would ask myself is there a need to act? So let me give you the data. And clearly from the data, at least I feel that there is a problem, because right now, if you look at the gross enrollments, more women, and I'm only talking of higher education here, after 12th, college and beyond, more women enrolled than men for the first time in India's history in the last 2 years. I think that's really incredible. That's fantastic. And the distribution of men versus women is nearly at par now. It is 52% men as higher education students and 48% female, which again is incredible. I think in another couple of years it would be half and half, which is absolutely fantastic. So it's in 2020, 19.6 million males versus 18.9 million females. It might be in 2022, this data is 2 years old, so it might already be 50-50. But it was, in 2016, it was 18.4 million males to 16 million females. So this gap is narrowing, which is great. So it might be the case that right now 50-50, you have 50% of females as students and 50% of male as students. So where is the problem? Here is the problem. This is, I've taken some of the data, most of the data from the DGCSIR's talk yesterday, where she didn't have time to actually tell what the data was, the figures were. So this is the faculty distribution in some of India's premier universities. ISC Bangalore. This is the faculty. So you've seen the student distribution is roughly 50-50. 50% female, 50% male. This is the faculty distribution. In ISC, 91% male, 9% female. In IIT Bombay, 90% male, 10% female. In BHU, 90% male, 10% female. In Jamia Millia, 88% male, 12% female. In BITS Pilani, 87% male, 13% female. In JNU, 75% male, 25% female, little bit better. In Anna University, 60% male, 40% female, and so on. So in our premier institutes when it comes to hiring faculty position, there clearly is a problem. I mean, you can't suddenly have 50-50 and then go to 90-10. So what is happening here? Is this a problem, or is this a manifestation of a socio-cultural thing, or this is not a discrimination at all? I think we need to discuss that. So let me elaborate on that in the next couple of minutes, if I may. Because then we need to look for solutions if we identify a problem. So right now the data tells us that something dramatic is happening. There are equal number of females as students, but as faculties there is 90-10. So it's a fraction, something is going wrong. Now I tell you that the situation right now, even with the faculty distribution, bad as it is better than Japan. Now, is Japan actively discriminating against women? The data is saying that no, that is not the case. It is a socio-cultural thing in Japan. And I don't know why that should be the case, because of course it is a first world country. We are a third world country and still we are better in terms of STEM recruitment. I'm just talking of limiting that. By the way, this is faculty distribution across all disciplines. So this is not just STEM distribution. So is it a socio-cultural problem? Or is it a discrimination? Is it the fact that when it comes to faculty hiring, we have, let us say on the interview boards, 10 men and they somehow, fat cats or old boys club, they decide that no, we will not have a woman as a faculty. Then clearly that is discrimination. Or is it that somehow you have same number of female students, but they themselves voluntarily or through their family pressure or peer pressure, nothing to do with discrimination, decide that they don't want to continue on this career? Is that the case? Because if that is the case, then there is no discrimination per se, because then that is a voluntary decision of the woman, or maybe steered by the family. So that's much more difficult problem to tackle by the government, if at all the government wants to tackle such problems. An easier problem to tackle would be that if there is a discrimination at the faculty hiring level, then of course there are many solutions, that you have interview panels that are constituted half female, half male, or even reservations. So I think we should come to this situation where we should be discussing this rather than, with absolutely no disrespect to a lot of other fantastic talks that have happened before, rather than talk about our glorious past, which indeed has been glorious, or the things that were problematic then. Because unless we tackle this, for the next 10-15 years, every year we will be having this symposium and we'll be talking about our glorious past and not tackling the problem that there is. Clearly a problem exists. You cannot have 10% faculty as female and 50% of them as higher education students. I think I would end there, and I would solicit some solutions from the esteemed panelists, if they have, how to tackle this problem, if it is a socio-economic or family problem, or it is a university discrimination problem. I shall end there. Thank you very much.
बहुत धन्यवाद आनंद जी। कुछ पंक्तियां हैं। मुझे लगता है कि जब हर स्त्री जागेगी तो निश्चित रूप से जिस परिवर्तन की आकांक्षा हम लोग कर रहे हैं वो परिवर्तन जरूर आएगा। पंथ रहने दो अपरिचित, पंथ रहने दो अपरिचित, प्राण रहने दो अकेला। अन्य होंगे चरण हारे, अन्य होंगे चरण हारे, अन्य है जो लौटते दे शूल को संकल्प सारे। दुख व्रती निर्वाण उन्मद, यह अमरता नापते पद। आज हर स्त्री अमरता नापने के लिए संकल्प है। और इसी पंक्तियों के साथ मैं शशि बालाजी से अनुरोध करती हूँ, प्रोफेसर शशि बालाजी से, कि वो अपना वक्तव्य।
Namaskar and good afternoon. I would agree to my predecessor who said I can add more. We have more women students, 60% women and 40% men. However, the same story repeats. Less women faculty than men. So I think one need to really think and analyze and, put scientifically how does it happen. Maybe it is because of the wish and will of the women, or it is something more than this. I think it is a combination of two. This is how I see it. But when I looked at the title of the discussion, it is Gender Equilibrium, Socio-Cultural Indigenous Practices. So I will put in another perspective of what is the title today, because the title specifically says indigenous practices. So, the way I have understood the title and the way I would like to deliberate may be slightly different than what my predecessor did. When we look at India, it's a vast country, we have 140 crore of population, and we have about 705 ethnic groups, which constitute about 8.6% of total population. And if you look at the India and the history, and especially, centuries ago, women were respected. This is what has been said by the moderator also. And especially, there were a lot of laws and provisions which still exist to recognize indigenous women. Indigenous women, as the word in dictionary suggests, it is people living in the place where they originally belongs to. So this is what indigenous culture and indigenous women means. And when you look at this indigenous women, they faces a lot of challenges. I'm talking about indigenous women means women mainly being isolated, maybe not exposed to urbanization. They are in some of the remote locations of India, of different ethnic groups. As I said, there are more than 705 ethnic groups which exist in India. So if you look at this group, this ethnic group, they still have lack of access to education, healthcare, even the ancestral land, poverty. They face domestic violence and sexual abuse. I'm talking of that 8.6% of women population. I'm not talking of the population which are in the mainstream. They have access to education. They have access to many facilities which is available in the country. So, why should we be discussing our indigenous women, and how do they come into the stream where they are respected, they are able to perform, they are able to walk, they are able to financially they become independent. So for this, one of the reasons why they have been where they are is because of the way, the way people are exploiting ecosystem, natural resources. So depletion of the natural resources is the one which is making them constrict or restrict to where they are. Then also the way, there's alteration in the local issues, so local issues, social, cultural variations, and even, when these places are get sort of penetrated by the dominant people, dominant society. So these people, indigenous men and women, they sort of become marginalized in that place. And if you look at the indigenous men, also, they respect their women. It is very well documented in the literature. So they treat them equally. They give all the access and control over collective land, natural resources. And the best example, I'm sure in Northeast Meghalaya and many other. Women is the head. After marriage, the men will come and join her, and she gets inherited all the land and property of the father, or you can say mother. So this is the best example, and this is being practiced somehow or other. We were very rich. I think all the things were in place. Somehow or other we got into something, and and now I feel we are again discussing the things which we were already practicing maybe 100, 200 or 400 years ago. And I've seen in some of the north, you will find only women market. A lot of women having heart. So this is how the women are in some of the ethnic groups which are present in India. But today there is a lot of gap between the indigenous women and the, I can say, non-indigenous women. And this is because of the, what is happening now, the gap increases because, when this non-indigenous women, they contact the indigenous women, because of the urbanization and also because of rapid expansion which is taking place across India. So, but government also realizes this is a problem, and then there are a lot of programs in place. Like awareness is being, their awareness programs, social mobilization, and organization building, training programs, saving credit schemes. People are going and telling them about how to be a financially independent, literacy, cultural revitalization. But the key issues which still remains with these women, non-indigenous women, is mainly the violence, globalization, development, underrepresentation in the public domain. And most of this is because, and also, this also comes because of the awareness, not being aware, even the inheriting the property of the parents, and also some of the wealth that also doesn't take place. So the key issue to my mind is, for this is accessibility to the education. And if even the health again, for health, if you have to show to a doctor, you have to spend a lot of money. But then poor health, because of the reduced financial status, then poor caring, all this also lead to more marginalization of these indigenous women. And I strongly feel education is the only way we can do it. And you should appreciate new national education policy. I think through national education policy, we should be telling them in their own mother tongue. They will understand. And use of technology. Use of technology is important. This is what our Honorable Prime Minister also says. If we have to reach masses, if we have to reach to the last person in the queue, we need to use technology. And this is also being emphasized in national education policy. We should be doing it to make them, come at par with the non-indigenous women. But at that sense, I feel, their culture, their socio-economic status has to be improved. But the ecosystem, which is very fragile, should be strengthened. I think pandemic has taught us enough to live with, to coexist with the ecosystem. So this is what is the basic value of these indigenous women who are part of the larger organization. So one thing which I want to know is, if there is education, they will be having more opportunities. Decision making will be better with them, because they can think and then take a right decision. Then capacity building is again very important. And if you look at the history of India, Chupko movement, saving trees, who started it and how it was accelerated and facilitated by the women mass movement. So women have been in forefront. I think only thing is we need to realize it. Give them a space to grow. They can grow, I can tell you this. And things are changing. I'm sure I want to see a day when we don't talk of women issues at all. Let there be a day when we do not talk of women issues. We should not also celebrate Women International Day. We should be at par with the men. I think onus lies on the women also. That how do we facilitate, accelerate, how do we move, how do we sort of professionally skill ourselves to be part of the system. Because other people have a role to play. Women should realize that they are 50%, the men should realize they are 50% of women, but then women also has to be part of this movement. And you should be the agent of the change which you want to see. So let us do this. With this, I want to thank everyone, and thank you so much. Thank you, organizers.
बहुत शुक्रिया शशि बाला जी, आपने इतने कम समय में इतनी बातें बताई। अब हमारे नेक्स्ट स्पीकर हैं शर्मिला मुंडे जी। मैं उनसे आग्रह करती हूँ कि वो अपनी बात आए और रखें।
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to first thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this event. Although the title is on the gender equilibrium and social culture and indigenous practice, the previous speaker has already talked about the indigenous practice. I'll focus more on the equilibrium, which was dealt by the first two, Professor Ranganathan and Dr. Anjali ji. So when we talk about the gender inequilibrium or equilibrium, the notion of that actually begins right at the school or the college level, right? Anjali ji very rightly pointed out that the way children are brought up at home is depending on the surrounding, and one has to know the aptitude of the child, which and basically the freedom to think what the child wants to become. So for example, if the child wants to become an engineer right from the beginning, so he wants to become a mechanical or a civil or even a mining engineer, which is normally the, people will think these are not the things which the girl child will do that, right? At the end, who will go to the mine, for example, or in the mechanical, right? Or even science, some of the families, they may feel that, it's not the way. So one has to look into the passion of the child to start with. For the younger the generation who are in the school and the college, this is more for them. So if you have a passion to do something, whether it is science or engineering or technology or any other field, you go with the passion. If you have the passion, you can do it. But there are certain things which you will need to succeed or to go to the next level. And I'll also touch upon a little bit later on what Professor Rangathan mentioned, that although it is 50-50 in the higher education, why do you lose out on the, I'll try to point out that as well, what probably needs to be done. So first thing is that if you want to go ahead with your passion to do whatever, science or engineering or whatever, first thing is you need to have a family support. Your family right from the beginning has to support that, yes, you want to do this, go ahead and do whatever you want, right? And so that has been, I think, successfully done because considering the 50-50, almost like equal number at the higher education. I think it's been, I feel that, support from the family has been taken care of up to the up to your higher education, because of that which you have the 50%. So what are the different challenges which you have or the hurdles which you find? So there are, we call that as a leaky pipeline, right? So after marriage, the family of the husband might think that, no, you need to concentrate more. We also heard about the story about the woman who came with that ghungat in the front, who wanted to do some work, which Anjali ji had mentioned. So so it has to, you have to have a support from the family, which is your in-laws family. So now, given that, suppose you have a support from the family as well, what are the other things which actually are making that the woman go into the next stage? First thing is, by the time the woman gets married, then has children, and then applies for a job, the flexibility of the age limit is one of the things. I think that flexibility of age while hiring is something which probably we'll have to look into. Somebody who is, during the hiring, there's other thing, like somebody who has done specialization in a particular field and wants to go and do something in some other discipline because of the interdisciplinary nature. So during the hiring as well, the hiring has to be flexible enough to say that if you are looking for somebody in, say, biotechnology department, they should be open to hiring somebody from maths or physics background, for example, right? So because of that, the woman, somebody who would have done in some interdisciplinary areas of work, may not get the opportunity to get into the right kind of department, and that's why one of the factors. Flexible timing is another, because once the woman gets married and has children and would like a flexible timing, although contributing the same number of hours. That's another thing which I think is one of the things. Creche is one thing which was mentioned earlier as well in the morning session, which I think is mandatory in all the institutes. So I think that has been taken care of. The biggest, one of the things which I feel is that for the young generation, that it's very important that if you want to continue and you want to get into increase the number from 10% in the faculty position to more than that, one is to learn to do the balance the work life, which is, I think, is not an easy task, but I think it's not, you prioritize your work. so that you can manage both the work and as well as the home front as well. And another important thing which I would like to say is that at every stage, because we are competing with others, at every stage you have to prove yourself. That if you can prove yourself that you are as good or better than the other counterpart, then there's no way, I mean, people can say that, why not increase that from 10% to 20% to even 50%. I think if we, to take home message from what I feel is that to increase that from 10% to 50% at the, when we get into the faculty position, for example, it's really sad to know that even places like IISc or IITs, they have just 10% faculty compared to the 90%, 10% women compared to the 90% men. But I'm sure it's possible if we have, really you have the motivation to continue in that area, you prove yourself, and also, take care of what I was mentioning about the work-life balance, have a, support from both the family side as well as from the organization side. With that, I will stop. Thank you very much.
बहुत शुक्रिया शर्मिला जी। हम लोगों को थोड़ा जल्दी करना होगा, मुझे बार बार संकेत मिल रहा है कि चीफ गेस्ट वैलिडिक्टरी सेशन के लिए आ चुके हैं और थोड़ा जल्दी हमें करना होगा। अब मैं अपने अगले अतिथि डॉक्टर गीता वानी जी को अनुरोध करती हूं कि वो आएं और अपना वक्तव्य दें।
Good afternoon. So I'll be brief. Already many eminent speakers have spoken before me, and that's the opportunity. Being the last, already many topics are covered, so I don't have to do much. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers for this great symposium. And I echo with what Dr. Ranganathan talked about the women in STEM, and he talked about the DGCSIR. It took us 80 years to get the first women DGCSIR, and there are barriers breaking, but there are many more to break. Every time they say the first woman, I am like, that itself shows that there has been a barrier so far. So I think we need to get away, and there should be a very common thing. That's the wish I think all of us have. And just following up on what Dr. Ranganathan told, since I am from the CSIR and Human Resource Development Group, I'll just give you one brief highlight. The participation of women in doctoral and postdoctoral fellows has been steadily increasing, and kind of echoes with what Dr. Ranganathan said. From 36% in 2017, it's come to 45%. And we are talking of PhDs and post-PhDs, the highest level of education possible. And the very recent exam which we conducted, the NET CSIR UGC, I was very pleasantly surprised to see the data. One is life sciences. Most of us know that women do biology, so it's not surprising. We had 43% women applying versus 20% of men. That was good number, but not very. What to me was more surprising was in mathematical sciences, which is typically considered that women don't do well. It was almost 16 and 15%. And I think there was a famous controversy which a Harvard professor had some time back said that women cannot do mathematics. And here we are showing that the numbers are low, but 15 and 15, we are going neck and neck. And chemical sciences, again, women are leading. And so in physical sciences and earth sciences, we are a little less, the women, but getting there. So the moral of the story is, yes, we are getting there, but the stark reality, like Dr. Ranganathan pointed out, and even at CSIR, at the higher positions, and even at assistant professors, it's about 15 to 20%, best case scenarios. Now, why is this? Way back in 2000, when I was doing postdoctoral work at the NIH in the US, we did a study. And even then it was the same. So it's not an India-specific problem, it's a global problem that women in STEM, especially in the higher education, they are not there, post-PhD and post-postdoctoral. And I think it's a variety of factors. I don't think it's one factor which actually is responsible, because it's a complex problem. It's the family, it's the women themselves, the way they are brought up, and the research conditions, I think. So we know that there are solutions, but then how quickly are we going to implement? whenever we talk of history, I'm like, we are making history today. What you do today will be tomorrow's history. So I think the decisions we take today as a government or as an organization is what is going to pave the future, which we are enjoying today that because of the past people who have done it. So I think focusing on what are the changes that we can do going forward, like previously Dr. Sharmila Mandi and others talked about creche. We know the solutions that, having a creche, is it mandatory? I do not know whether it's still mandatory, but I think this is something which the government has to say. You cut down one lab, you cut down one office, it doesn't matter, but you have to ensure that there is a creche. Because as a working woman, and I know I have gone through, it's very difficult to work when you have young children without a creche. So we know the solutions, age barriers, flexibility, but still it's not yet there. So I think unless we implement those, we are not going to go far. And another thing I found is within CSIR, I think Dr. DG CSIR also talked, now we have more women leaders in CSIR. And most of us are in 50s. Now we are free because our kids have grown up. But the critical age between 35 to 45 or whatever 30 to 40 is where you need the hand-holding by the organizations and by the family. And my request to women who have made it so far is don't give up. Please be engaged in whatever form you can. You will make it. Because I personally see that when your kids are young, you don't want to give too much time. But stay engaged in your science, do your science or literature, whatever you're doing, don't give up. Because once the kids grow up, again, you will be free and you can take it up. So I think that critical age is where I think organizations and family have to support. And I think various policies can really make a difference. You should not let this go, people who have come so far. They are interested, otherwise why would they apply? And why would they do PhD? So it's not the lack of interest on the women's part. I think it's the other conditions which are there. So I really believe that we can make a difference and various policies are required. And I think we should, and a last point I want to touch upon is, I was recently in an awards committee, and being a woman, I really wanted to see a woman get a prize. But where are the applicants? There are hardly any good applications in the women. Where are they all gone? I was really shocked. Unless I have a good application, how do I push even as a woman? So that's where I think the gap is. We know there is a gap, and how do we fix that gap is something very, very critical. And I hope that we can take better steps, and I'll end here. Thank you.
बहुत धन्यवाद गीता वानी जी, आपने काफ़ी कुछ शेयर किया। कहा जाता है कि हर आत्मा में महाकाव्य की कथा है। आप लिखना तो शुरू कीजिए, बोलना तो शुरू कीजिए। खैर, कुछ पंक्तियां हैं जिससे समाप्त करती हूँ कि मत रोको एक लड़की को, मत रोको किसी स्त्री को, बढ़ने दो उसे, करने दो उसे जो करना चाहती थी, जो करना चाहती है। तुम्हें दिखेगी एक नई स्त्री अपनी परंपरा में, संस्कृति में, समाज में, परिवार में, जिस पर तुम्हें भी गर्व होगा और उसे भी अपने आप पर। अतिथियों को सम्मानित करने की परंपरा हमारी संस्कृति में रही है, अतिथि देवो भव, और इसी के तहत मैं डॉक्टर रंजना से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वो मंच पर आसीन अतिथियों का स्वागत करें। शर्मिला जी, शर्मिला मुंडे जी, आनंद रंगनाथन जी, शशि बाला जी, गीता वानी जी, अनुजा दत्ता जी, सबको बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत अभिनंदन इस सेशन में भाग लेने के लिए और अपना अनमोल वचन, अपना अनमोल वक्तव्य देने के लिए। सबको धन्यवाद।
अंतर्मुखता की शक्ति, पावर टू विड्रॉ, समेटने की शक्ति, पावर टू लेट गो, सहन करने की शक्ति, पावर टू टॉलरेट, समाने की शक्ति, पावर टू एक्सेप्ट, परखने की शक्ति, पावर टू डिसर्न, निर्णय लेने की शक्ति, पावर टू डिसाइड, सामना करने की शक्ति, पावर टू फेस, सहयोग की शक्ति, पावर टू कोऑपरेट। आइए अपनी अष्ट शक्तियों का आह्वान करें, अपनी कमजोरियों रूपी असुरों का विनाश करें। Let's invoke our divinity, being शक्ति। मैं शक्ति हूँ।
Shakti, a national movement for women, is spread across India, believes in a holistic approach in rejuvenating our society, and therefore opines that to make a constructive change, men and women should work together. Shakti envisage India as an equality-free developed nation, and to sustain the development it wants its women be a constructive and creative parts of the foundation along with her complementary part. The objectives of Shakti include to motivate women, to educate, to empower, to disseminate scientific knowledge, to create awareness about societal issues. In 2003 at Kerala, Shakti is formed as an offshoot of Vigyan Bharati, leading organization for science popularization and implementation of modern technology and ancient sciences in India. In following years, Shakti evolved as a national organization, reaching out for the development of women with the intervention of science and technology. Shakti covers various activities: academic activities, Anveshan, research analysis and publication awareness for PG students and academicians, State Women's Science Conference, Mahila Vigyan Sammelan, National Women Conference, Yuva Shakti Abhiyan. The aim of this movement is to help adolescents grow into socially aware, empowered youth who are aware of the social issues and is motivated to find a solution. Rural Development Program, Awareness Lectures, Ayur Jeevan, Nandini. Mother's Kitchen. The purpose of this module is to explore issues regarding women's nutrition, women's nutritional status, causes of malnutrition, the effects of nutrition on the intergenerational life cycle, the consequences of inadequate weight and height, micronutrient deficiencies and interventions to improve women's nutrition. The module also addresses the synergistic relationship between nutrition and various deficiencies.
मधुकैटव विध्वंसी वेधात्री वरदे नमः कृपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि महिषासुरनिर्णाशि भक्तानां सुखदे नमः कृपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि
अंतर्मुखता की शक्ति, पावर टू विड्रॉ, समेटने की शक्ति, पावर टू लेट गो, सहन करने की शक्ति, पावर टू टॉलरेट, समाने की शक्ति, पावर टू एक्सेप्ट, परखने की शक्ति, पावर टू डिसर्न, निर्णय लेने की शक्ति, पावर टू डिसाइड, सामना करने की शक्ति, पावर टू फेस, सहयोग की शक्ति, पावर टू कोऑपरेट। आइए अपनी अष्ट शक्तियों का आह्वान करें, अपनी कमजोरियों रूपी असुरों का विनाश करें। लेट्स इन्वोक आवर डिविनिटी, बीइंग शक्ति। मैं शक्ति हूँ।
Shakti, a national movement for women, is spread across India, believes in a holistic approach in rejuvenating our society, and therefore opines that to make a constructive change, men and women should work together. Shakti envisage India as inequality-free developed nation, and to sustain the development it wants its women be a constructive and creative parts of the foundation along with her complementary part. The objectives of Shakti include to motivate women, to educate, to empower, to disseminate scientific knowledge, to create awareness about societal issues. In 2003 at Kerala, Shakti is formed as an offshoot of Vigyan Bharati, leading organization for science popularization and implementation of modern technology and ancient sciences in India. In following years, Shakti evolved as a national organization, reaching out for the development of women with the intervention of science and technology. Shakti covers various activities: academic activities, Anveshan, research analysis and publication awareness for PG students and academicians, State Women's Science Conference, Mahila Vigyan Sammelan, National Women Conference, Yuva Shakti Abhiyan. The aim of this movement is to help adolescents grow into socially aware, empowered youth who are aware of the social issues and is motivated to find a solution. Rural Development Program, Awareness Lectures, Ayur Jeevan, Nandini. Mother's Kitchen. The purpose of this module is to explore issues regarding women's nutrition, women's nutritional status, causes of malnutrition, the effects of nutrition on the intergenerational life cycle, the consequences of inadequate weight and height, micronutrient deficiencies and interventions to improve women's nutrition. The module also addresses the synergistic relationship between nutrition and various deficiencies.
मधुकैटव विध्वंसी वेधात्री वरदे नमः। कृपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि। महिषासुरनिर्णाशि भक्तानां सुखदे नमः। कृपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि।
अंतर्मुखता की शक्ति, पावर टू विड्रॉ, समेटने की शक्ति, पावर टू लेट गो, सहन करने की शक्ति, पावर टू टॉलरेट, समाने की शक्ति, पावर टू एक्सेप्ट, परखने की शक्ति, पावर टू डिसर्न, निर्णय लेने की शक्ति, पावर टू डिसाइड, सामना करने की शक्ति, पावर टू फेस, सहयोग की शक्ति, पावर टू कोऑपरेट। आइए अपनी अष्ट शक्तियों का आह्वान करें, अपनी कमजोरियों रूपी असुरों का विनाश करें। लेट्स इन्वोक आवर डिविनिटी, बीइंग शक्ति। मैं शक्ति हूँ।
Shakti, a national movement for women, is spread across India, believes in a holistic approach in rejuvenating our society, and therefore opines that to make a constructive change, men and women should work together. Shakti envisage India as an equality-free developed nation, and to sustain the development it wants its women be a constructive and creative parts of the foundation along with her complementary part. The objectives of Shakti include to motivate women, to educate, to empower, to disseminate scientific knowledge, to create awareness about societal issues. In 2003 at Kerala, Shakti is formed as an offshoot of Vigyan Bharati, leading organization for science popularization and implementation of modern technology and ancient sciences in India. In following years, Shakti evolved as a national organization, reaching out for the development of women with the intervention of science and technology. Shakti covers various activities: academic activities, Anveshan, research analysis and publication awareness for PG students and academicians, State Women's Science Conference, Mahila Vigyan Sammelan, National Women Conference, Yuva Shakti Abhiyan. The aim of this movement is to help adolescents grow into socially aware, empowered youth who are aware of the social issues and is motivated to find a solution. Rural Development Program, Awareness Lectures, Ayur Jeevan, Nandini. Mother's Kitchen. The purpose of this module is to explore issues regarding women's nutrition, women's nutritional status, causes of malnutrition, the effects of nutrition on the intergenerational life cycle, the consequences of inadequate weight and height, micronutrient deficiencies and interventions to improve women's nutrition. The module also addresses the synergistic relationship between nutrition and various deficiencies.
मधुकैटव विध्वंसी वेधात्री वरदे नमः। कृपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि दिशो जहि। महिषासुरनिर्णाशि भक्तानां सुखदे नमः। कृपं देहि जयं देहि यशो देहि।
अंतर्मुखता की शक्ति।
Namaskar, Vanakkam, and good evening to one and all. I, Dr. Anuja, Assistant Professor in School of Social Sciences at Jawaharlal Nehru University, welcome you all on behalf of University and Shakti. Valedictory, while in its more obvious sense means bidding farewell, which in itself implies an end of sorts. But today, this valedictory would be an innovation of new beginnings, of new visions, of holding hand and not handshaking, as Director CSIR, Dr. N. Kalai Selviji yesterday said. The JNU community is blessed to have hosted this event, which began as a collaborative but culminated into a collective. We are in debt to all of you for transforming this event into a carnival and building such lasting relationship in the process. This is an opportune moment for all of us, so let's pledge to strengthen this bond of love and togetherness where we come together to build platforms and events like these in the future with as much vigor and zeal, which only comes through organic connections like we have built here. We feel honored that Honorable Minister of Ayush, Sri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, agreed to come to this event, but due to some time constraint, he couldn't. But on behalf of him and from his ministry, we have with us Sri P.K. Pathak, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush. Along with him, we have for today's session, convener of this conference, Dr. Ranjana Arya from JNU, Dr. Sudha Tiwari, President Shakti. I request Dr. Ranjana Arya and Dr. Sudha Tiwari to assist the guests to come on stage, and would also request Dr. Leena Bavedkar, who is National Secretary of Shakti, and Dr. Bindu Suraj, National Coordinator Shakti, also to come upon on stage. साहस त्याग दया ममता की तुम प्रतीक हो अवतारी हो, वक्त पड़े तो लक्ष्मीबाई, वक्त पड़े तो झलकारी हो, आंधी हो तूफान घिरा हो, पथ पर कभी नहीं रुकना है, आया समय उठो तुम नारी, तुम निर्माण तुम्हें करना है, युग निर्माण तुम्हें करना है। शैलेंद्र कुमार सिंह चौहान की एक कविता, ये पंक्तियां नारी के भीतर की क्षमता को बेखूबी प्रदर्शित करता है। साथ ही आज के इस कार्यक्रम को भी वो कवि बहुत अच्छे से इसको निभाता है। जिस तरह स्त्री 2020 का जो ये थीम है वो उसी पे आधारित है। Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, entire country is celebrating the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which observes the 75th year of independence of our motherland. Through this conference, Stree 2020, we have also tried to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to give recognition to the remarkable work done by the indigenous women and women entrepreneurs whose works sometimes are not recognized and many of us are not aware of it. Now we would like to welcome and felicitate our guests on dais. I would request Dr. Sudha Tiwari and Dr. Ranjana Arya to welcome and felicitate our guest with memento and plant sampling. Thank you. It is not recent knowledge that women across nations have suffered invisibilization, whose presence has been vital to the growth of nations, but has been unseen and unappreciated. This is equally true of their participation in science and technology, wherein their presence has been relatively scant compared to their counterparts, not for lack of an inherent scientific, psychic, but for the lack of a comprehensive system of extrinsic institutional support. In fact, it is in no way a surprise for all of us who have grown up around grandmothers that their scientific wisdom surpassed the scientific wisdom that one would acquire after years of research. As someone earlier in the course of this conference rightfully said, and I quote, "Kitchen is the laboratory for women," and we must acknowledge their indispensable role in the field of science and technology. This congregation saw its initiation with the inaugural of the Expo, followed by elaborate and highly enlightening sessions with diverse themes, including inspiring accounts of women leaders and technocrats in science and technology. This was followed by insightful addresses by engaging and reputed personalities who bestowed upon us their wealth of wisdom. These included eye-opening addresses by eminent personalities from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Santishree Dhulipuri Pandit, who is also the chief patron of this conference, Stree 2020. Illuminating talk given by Shri Sunil Ambedkarji to an informative address by Dr. N. Kalai Selviji. Consequently began the conference sessions marking various themes of immense importance, who we can say we also had likes of Padma Shri Nivedita Bhireji and Padma Shri Rahi Baiji respectively as keynote speakers. Furthermore, there were sessions with more emergent themes that saw the presence of illustrations like Ms. Suva Varghese, Ms. Neeta Ganguly, Dr. Anjali Deshpande as a keynote speakers. This has brought us to now, it means today, when we gather here to bid a successful farewell of this carnival of celebration that are women of today, tomorrow, and of yesteryears, of women who tirelessly work in the fields, in offices, in the informal sectors, and as homemakers. Women from Kashmir to women from Kanyakumari, from Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh. Women everywhere are an institution within the sector that is being called, and themselves they are the quintessence of the family, which is the microcosm of the society, which subsequently decides the collective psyche of a nation. Hence, achievements and strides made by a nation in the scientific domain in part must be seen as a result of the deep scientific temper that women exhibit and impart to the future generations. On those very lines, this program basically celebrates the scientific ethos that is integral to the traditional knowledge system that is manifested in our day-to-day lives through the medium that are women. It is an auspicious coincidence today that the culmination of this conference falls on arguably the most significant historical date of independent India, that is the Constitution Day. To add to today's auspiciousness, 26 November is also celebrated as the World Environment Protection Day, which adds to the meaningfulness of many themes that we have covered in this conference during this papers. This is also a day that marks the sacrifice made by many of our fellow brothers and sisters in the dastardly Mumbai attack of 26/11, and today we must celebrate their legacies manifested in the image of this beautiful and vibrant country that they sacrificed their lives for. To make this day more felicitous, I would like to invite upon the stage Dr. Anjali Audhya-ji. She is Shakti Raipur member, and Dr. Ankita Bohre-ji, Vice President Shakti, to come on the stage to say a few words on this.
थैंक्स अनुजा जी। आज त्रिदिवसीय स्त्री 2020 के समापन समारोह का दिन है 26 नवंबर 2022। ये दिन बहुत विशेष है, इसलिए भी कि ये दिन दो और महत्वपूर्ण घटनाओं का साक्षी है, संविधान दिवस और 26/11 का मुंबई अटैक और उसके शहीदों के लिए श्रद्धांजलि का दिन। संविधान दिवस पर संवैधानिक मूल्यों को जन जन तक पहुंचाने के लिए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सोशल जस्टिस एंड एम्पावरमेंट ने भारतीय संविधान दिवस मनाने का फैसला 2015 में लिया था और परंपरागत रूप से इसमें संविधान की प्रस्तावना का पाठ किया जाता है। तो लीजिए प्रस्तुत है संविधान की प्रस्तावना, जो कहती है, हम भारत के लोग भारत को एक संपूर्ण प्रभुत्व संपन्न समाजवादी पंथ निरपेक्ष लोकतंत्रात्मक गणराज्य बनाने के लिए तथा उसके समस्त नागरिकों को सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनैतिक न्याय, विचार, अभिव्यक्ति, विश्वास, धर्म और उपासना की समता प्रदान कराने के लिए तथा उन सब में व्यक्ति की गरिमा, राष्ट्र की एकता और अखंडता सुनिश्चित करने वाली बंधुता बढ़ाने के लिए दृढ़ संकल्प होकर अपनी संविधान सभा में आज 26 नवंबर 1949 को एतद द्वारा इस संविधान को अंगीकृत, अधिनियमित और आत्मार्पित करते हैं।
हर किसी के हितों की रक्षा हो ऐसा विधान है, सबको जोड़ के रखे ऐसा भारत का संविधान है। जय हिंद।
और अब श्रद्धांजलि का समय। कहा गया है, जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। तो उत्सव के राग रंग में भी हमें शहीदों को कभी नहीं भूलना है और इसी भावना से आज हम 9/11 के शहीदों को श्रद्धांजलि देना चाहते हैं।
आओ झुक के सलाम करें उनको जिनके हिस्से में ये मुकाम आता है। खुश नसीब होते हैं वो लोग जिनका खून देश के काम आता है।
India's financial capital Mumbai was struck on 26 November 2008. 166 innocent people lost their lives. The attack lasted for 4 days and we couldn't do anything. Terrorists reached via Arabian Sea from Karachi to Mumbai. So the coastal cities are not protected, and after that, anti-terror security framework overhaul started. So let's pay homage to the martyrs. जब तुम शहीद हुए थे तो न जाने कैसे तुम्हारी माँ सोई होगी। एक बात तो तय है कि तुम्हें लगने वाली गोली भी 100 बार रोई होगी।
लौटेंगे हम अगर भारत का ये आदेश है, जिंदगी प्यारी है लेकिन सबसे प्यारा देश है। जय हिंद। आप सभी को धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you. Each conference ends up with the compilation of everyday tasks that was done by the members of the organizing committee and dignitaries who came with their outstanding research work. So to present a report of the conference, I would like to invite Dr. Ranjana Arya, a faculty of School of Biotechnology, JNU, and who is also a convener of Stree 2020 conference.
सभी को नमस्कार. गुड इवनिंग टू एवरीवन. ऑनरेबल श्री पी के पाठक जी, डॉक्टर सुधा तिवारी, बिंदु सूरज जी एंड डॉक्टर लीना बावड़ेकर और यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी जनगण. It is an honor to be the convener of such a mega conference and expo that has come to its concluding session. When it began, even I was not sure where it is going to be, and I think in the beginning we were all looking forward to how it is going to shape up. But today I can proudly say that with all of your cooperation, with the cooperation of all the Shakti members, with the cooperation of all the participants, JNU faculty, my team works, organizing people, and Shakti members, Sudha Tiwari ji and all, we have worked all for last couple of months to make it a success, and whatever we dreamt about it, with the blessings of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Pandit, I can see that dream has come true. So this is the first conference and expo, as students have also emphasized, that has taken place in JNU, where many women entrepreneurs, startups, had come together, interacted with the hardcore academicians, researchers who work in the lab, as well as the people from general society. So the whole idea of the conference was to interact and provide a platform to scientists and technocrats and join them with the shake hand with the NGOs, with the social society and self-helping groups. All of them have come together. So this was a platform, not only these NGOs, SHFs, JNU as an academician community, but even the school children, they had visited these expos in large number and have tried to get a glimpse of what science and technology is and what we are looking forward in terms of innovation that can take us to Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this conference began with the inauguration by Dr. Shekhar Mandi, who was the former Secretary DSIR. And the occasion was graced by Dr. Tanuja Nesri, who is the Director of All India Institute of Ayurveda, along with Dr. Harjinder Kaur Talwar, who is the MD CEO at Comvision India, who was our entrepreneur representative. And the whole idea of the various exhibits of our sponsors, primarily Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, and CSIR and AIA, were present, and they gave us the glimpse of the exhibits that was provided by CSIR. Dr. Purnima Rupal, she presented a brief report, and from DBT there was Dr. Gulshan Wadhwa, who presented the gist of the exhibits that is being put in the Department of Biotechnology stall, and Dr. Naresh Agrawal from DST, he represented what was displayed. And of course, Dr. Tanuja Nesri was the chief guest here, representing All India Institute of Ayurveda. So the whole exhibits were displayed. There were thousands of people who had visited, the good footfall, and along with the school children, and lot of energy could be seen among various participants and interacting sessions. Along with that, we had parallel sessions that was going on day one. We had two of the open forums, one on success stories by women leaders in science and technology and women technocrats. And there, that session was chaired by Professor Vibha Tandon, who is from Special Center of Molecular Medicine and JNU, and it was moderated by Dr. Sangeeta Kale, who is at DIAT DRDO Pune. The talks that were delivered on that day was by Professor Lakshmikanta Manipillai, who is the director at ICT, and Srimati Nandini Harinath, who is the deputy director at ISRO, and Professor Deepika Bhaskar at IIT Delhi. So the whole discussion points that emerged around were women should have a genuine plan towards meticulous career and advanced studies, moving to various designated locations for upgrading the career and for higher studies should be always opted. Opportunities come rarely and they should be taken. Professor Lakshmi emphasized on the fact that hard work and innovation give identity to a person. International exposure is necessary. Srimati Nandini Harinath mentioned that ISRO has a good presence of women and it has nurtured women scientists for a long time. In her language of space, she said, it is important to cruise the trajectory of career and do proper course of correction in the middle if needed so that the final flight is good and successful. Professor Deepika Bhaskar mentioned that science administration is an important as the role of the scientist. They are facilitators for doing good research and innovation. Her unconventional journey showed that institutes like IITs require an able registrar to facilitate new schools and centers. Session 4 was with the interaction with women in science and technology for research areas and career plannings that was chaired by Professor Anita Verma from Delhi University and moderated by Dr. Uma Masoor. Dr. Jyotna Dalal, she spoke about TDP and its activities, the funding area specific for women, sport, extended for startups, scaling of companies, incubation centers, etc. Dr. Renu Pandey, she was coming from a remote farthest parts of India from a humble background, and she outlined her career growth, the challenges in the area of agriculture, the projects, funds acquired, and projects in ICAR institution. Dr. S. Uma detailed about different varieties of banana, the training programs for women in cultivation, value addition of banana crop residues, and products for commercialization. The session 3 of Open Forum, it held on 25th November on partnership and linkages, businesswomen and women entrepreneurs, that was chaired by Indu Shrotri and Srimati Rajni Sinha, who was a moderator. And there it was a very popular and I can say well-praised lecture by Srimati Phulbasan Bai Yadav, who is a Padma Shri awardee. And she detailed her hardship in life, and she formed a women sangathan for empowerment training and skilling for women financial independence. The resources in their village are the source of their income and business entrepreneurship. Professor Chaudhary, she spoke about her endeavors in changing life of people through microbiology, and she has a startup on degrading waste material into linen substitute. Shrimati Simmi Nanda spoke about her e-commerce venture in rainbow block heeled men's footwear for LGBTQ society, and her sales are worldwide. The session on the prospects and possibility by women administration was chaired by Srimati Indu Shrotri and Srimati Rajni Sinha. So the first speaker here was Mallavrappu Balaglata, who spoke on the motto of life and life like live current, not a dead current. So the second speaker here was Srimati Supriya Badave. She started with 3 workers and now became a group of more than 20,000 workers in Badave Engineering Limited. And she has recruited various females with robots in their factories, which are also regulated by females. So I think that was a great achievement that was shown. So Srimati Gedi Surikhaji, who is a senior manager in the Podupu Lakshmi and World Women Bank, she also discussed her points to strive for entrepreneurship of whole family and staff development with dignity that is required. The technical and vocational training for women should be focused, and they have focus on SHG learning leaders training, and they aim at forming 500 self-help groups and offer credit for health, education and agriculture. The last talk was by Dr. Priyanka Priyadarshini, who is R&D head at Panacea Biotech, and she said that only 11 to 12% are represented by women in science and technology across various horizons. So a lot has to be still done to bring women together posts and become professionals. So to increase the percentage of women entrepreneur motivation, dedication, skill development is must. Parallelly, we had a lot of academic sessions on 8 themes that began on 25th November. In the beginning, we had the inaugural session that was conducted in the presence of Shri Sunil Ambekar ji and Shri Sudhir Bhadoria ji, and there was a plenary talk as well as the presence of Ma'am DG CSIR, Dr. N. Kalai Salvi ji, and we had many other dignitaries. In the august presence of all of these, we had the inaugural session that was focusing on how we can bring about science and technology to the common people and link the society with the science and technology platform. After the plenary talk by Dr. N. Kalai Salvi, we had a session on women in health and lifestyle management where keynote speaker was Nivedita Bhideji, and who shared her experience on the work where poverty was taken care of by making others realize about sharing and giving. The session had a panel discussion that was chaired by Dr. Rama Jayasundar, and the panelists were Dr. Vinti Davar, Srimati Rima Anand, and Dr. Manasi Deshpande and Dr. Kirti Bhati were co-chairing the session, and they recommended that sensitivity and bondage should be recreated. Lifestyle disorders can be taken care of by following traditional ethics. Women should attend to their own health along with that of the family. So that is a very important point, that women should not ignore their health but focus to their health also. The second session was on women in sustainable agricultural production and consumption that was chaired by Dr. Shubhra Chakravarti. Keynote speaker here was Padma Shri Rahi Bai ji, who is the seed mother of India. And the panelists here were Dr. Shri Devi Annapurna Singh from CFTRI, who is the director at the CFTRI, Dr. Anita Karun, leading palm biotechnologist, Dr. Purnima Rupal from CSIR, Mrs. Monica Mohit, I was introduced as a farmer, and then Dr. Vibha Tandon. So Rahi Bai ji primarily talked about her journey of life from being a farmer to the seed mother and emphasized the need to conserve oil. The whole term about sustainable agriculture was discussed, and the society's need for food without compromising with any future demands were detailed. So the session provided the insights about the challenges that female farmers in remote areas face and how scientists can reach to them and provide them necessary technical knowledge that they are devoid of. The third session was on 26th November, that is today in the morning, Women in Pure Applied Sciences and Women in Technical Institute, that was chaired by Dr. Seema Vinayak could not come to the session, but we had other panelists as well as the main talk that was given by DG DRDO, Ms. Suma Varghese. The panelists were Dr. Vinita Sahai, Professor Vibha Tandon, Dr. Sangeeta Kasture, Dr. Kamna Barakatiki, and Dr. Vishwajanani Satyagiri from CSIR. The main focus points that came out of the discussion were that many women take up science till graduation, but slowly the number decreases. Why? There are very few people who come to the higher studies and they don't take up long careers in science and technology, particularly related to women. So we agree that the statistics which show a pyramid in the representation of women in science, it is broad at the bottom, but it narrows down as it goes up. So women do not request reservation of any kind, but request for inclusiveness. Gender equality should be maintained. Women require acceptability by the society and be given a chance to showcase her strengths in her areas of interest. Women should be heard and therefore positioned in policy-making decisions. Facilities like housing on campus, institute must be given preference, and women wanted to have few flexible timings with related to the working areas. A general gap period or a lean period comes for most of the ladies, and the policies should be there to overcome that. So in conclusion, the feeling of sisterhood has to be promoted, and every woman must extend their hand and help others to come forward. The session on Women in Pure and Applied Sciences and Women in Technical Institute was chaired by Dr. Seema Vinayak, and this session was where Dr. Suma Varghese, that was the first session on women and applied sciences. Here she mentioned and gave few examples of gender biased discrimination that was faced by women in the past country, and how STEM can start the second career for women, and there can be expression of views. And she suggested that we should not hesitate to take the right position in the society. So they gave information about various opportunities for women in DST, DBT, CSIR laboratories, and Dr. Vinita Sahai, founder director IIM Bodh Gaya, they gave lot of examples of women who started successful business and are making lot of profits through business ideas. Dr. Vibha Tandon, she mentioned that don't ask government reservation, but earn your position by competing as equal with others fighting for their positions, which was a great suggestion. The session on women in environment protection that was chaired by Dr. Chandrakala Padia, and the keynote was given by Srimati Neeta Ganguly. The panelists were Dr. P. Binisha, who is Executive Director at International Institute of Waste Management, Dr. Akshay Manarikar, Fellow Yojak, Professor Kavita Shah, who is Dean of Institute of Environment and Sustainable Development at BHU, Dr. Nisha Mendirata from DST, and Dr. Tripta Thakur from National Power Training Institute, Director General there. So Srimati Neeta Ganguly, she was the keynote speaker and focused on the key leadership capabilities of women. She gave example of certain women from certain regions of India who are the keeper of biodiversity, like women of Khasi from Meghalaya, Gairsen, women like Chamomail of Uttarakhand. She also explained causes of unsustainability and how important it is to recycle waste. So, and chairperson Dr. Chandrakala Padia also spoke about importance of interdependence between man and woman, between human beings and earth, interdependence among society as a whole to protect the environment. So we had all these various sessions, the last sessions on women in gender equilibrium and socio-cultural indigenous practices. There the keynote speaker was given by Dr. Anjali Deshpande, and she spoke about her book on Leelavati's daughter, where she pointed that she is continually said cooking, serving, doing home chores and women's work, what else she can do. So she summarized an overall picture of the woman, the various roles, hands that a woman plays in one's life. Panel discussion was chaired by Dr. Poonam Kumari and Dr. Anand Rangnathan, Dr. Shashibala Singh, Dr. Sharmila Mande, Dr. Geeta Vani Rayasam, they were the panelists. And Dr. Anand Rangnathan stressed on lower representation of women in professional world. He said, though there are so many 50% male and female enrolled in higher education, but only 10% women are there in premium institutes. And Dr. Shashibala Singh mentioned that indigenous women emphasized that women should be financially independent. So this was, after that, we are here for the valedictory session and to a concluding session. I think all the session emphasized that we have women at various platforms, but we need to see them at the decision-making forums where they can take decision and contribute effectively to the upliftment of the society. So I'm very proud to be here, and of course I would like to thank everyone for being here, for organizing this whole conference, and the whole team of JNU organizing team, Shakti, as well as the Vigyan Bharati, who has been there supporting and making it a success and reaching it to this level. So thank you all for coming.
Thank you so much, Ranjana ji. Thank you very much for such an elaborated way, that the way you have given the report today of this all the 3 days conference that we have gone through, and such a nice theme that has been covered in this 3 days conference. That was STREE, that is STREE, Science and Technology, Enhancement and Entrepreneurship. And research is of course added to R. So now I would like to call up Dr. Sudha Tiwari ji to present the anticipated outcome of the conference and she is National President of Shakti.
थैंक यू अनुजा जी। आदरणीय प्रमोद कुमार जी, लीना जी, रंजना जी, बिंदु जी और मेरे समक्ष बैठे हुए डिग्निटरीज और मेरे प्यारे शक्ति मेंबर्स और स्टूडेंट्स, सभी को इस समापन सत्र में आप सभी का स्वागत है। और जैसा कि आपने सुना कि एंटिसिपेटेड आउटकम के बारे में मुझे बोलना है, मैं एक लाइन शक्ति के बारे में बोलती हूँ। शक्ति ये विज्ञान भारती द्वारा प्रेरित 2003 में स्थापित एक महिला ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर काम करता है और इसकी 25 राज्य स्तरीय यूनिट्स हैं, शाखाएं हैं हमारी। और हम अर्धनारीश्वर के कंसेप्ट पे वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट थ्रू साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी पे काम करते हैं। ये कॉन्फ्रेंस जब हमने इसका कंसेप्ट इवॉल्व किया था, उसी समय हमने ये सोचा था कि क्योंकि हमारे जो मेंबर्स हैं वो ज़्यादातर वैज्ञानिक हैं, एकेडमिशियंस हैं और रिसर्चर्स हैं, तो ऐसा देखने में आ रहा है कि जिस तरीके से आज ये है कि भाई साइंटिस्ट लोग बड़ी बड़ी लेबॉर्ट्रीज़ हैं, CSIR की लेबॉर्ट्रीज़ हैं और भी साइंटिफिक इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं जहाँ पे लोग काम करते हैं, लेकिन उनका जो काम है या उनका जो शोध है वो शोध जनरली लेबॉर्ट्री में डंप होके रह जाता है। कई बार मैं एक्सेप्शनल्स रह सकते हैं, तो लेकिन मैं एक जनरल व्यू बता रही हूँ। तो ये ऐसा होता है और इसको एंड यूज़र तक पहुँचाना बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। तो इसके लिए लेकिन क्या आवश्यक है? इसके लिए ये आवश्यक है कि हम एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म दें जहाँ पे कि जो एंड यूज़र है, जो और भी वैलिड फील्ड की जो महिलाएं हैं, उन सारी महिलाओं को हम एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाएं जिसमें कि वो एक दूसरे के साथ बातचीत करें, एक दूसरे की समस्याओं को सुने और एक दूसरे का सॉल्यूशन भी ढूंढें। और जैसा कि सर ने सुना होगा, फीडबैक लोगों ने दिया सामने कि ये एक ऐसा अनोखा समारोह रहा है, अनोखा कॉन्फ्रेंस रहा है जिसमें कि ये सारी चीज़ें हासिल हुई हैं। तो ये मुझे बड़े हर्ष का विषय लगता है। और इसी तरीके से हमारे लिए हमको मिल गया जो हम चाहते थे, लेकिन क्योंकि मुझे शब्दों में कहना है उस चीज़ को, तो हमारा जो कंसेप्ट था वो था कि लैब टू लैंड कंसेप्ट था हमारा, कि भाई लेबॉर्ट्री में जो काम हो रहा है उसको हमको लैंड तक पहुंचाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो इसके लिए हमने वुमेन फार्मर्स तक को यहाँ पे इन्वाइट किया। और यहाँ पे मैं आपको बता दूं कि हिमाचल प्रदेश से, छत्तीसगढ़ से और भी अलग अलग आंध्र प्रदेश से इन सारे जगहों से अवॉर्डीज जो महिला किसान हैं वो यहाँ पे आई। और वो यहाँ पे आके जब हमने उनको स्टेज पे बैठाया और उन्होंने अपना एक्सपीरियंस बताया, तो जो साइंटिस्ट महिलाएं थीं वो भी शोध में लग गई। यानी ये है कि हम जो चाहते थे कि भाई इनकी जो समस्याएं हैं वो महिला वैज्ञानिक जो ऑलरेडी इस शोध कार्य में लगी हुई हैं उनको एक दिशा मिले, उनको एक सोचने का सब्जेक्ट टू समथिंग टू थॉट अबाउट। So that we achieved, and then that is a very good achievement, we must say, and anticipated outcome also of the this particular conference. और इसी तरीके से हम भी ये भी हम चाहते थे कि जो भी यहाँ पे अटेंड करता है, जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट यहाँ पे है, उसके मन में ये भी भावना आनी चाहिए कि भाई हम भी थोड़ा बहुत जो है, हम इतना समाज से लेते हैं तो समाज को कुछ देना भी हमारा कर्तव्य है। तो इसीलिए हम लोगों ने इसमें कुछ थिंकर्स ऐसे लाए थे जो कि अध्यात्म की बात करें, जो कि मनुष्यता की सच्चाई क्या है, मनुष्य का सच्चा अचीवमेंट क्या है, इस पर भी बात करें। तो वो भी हमने यहाँ पे लाए। निवेदिता जी थी और चंद्रकला पाडिया जी थी, जिन्होंने मतलब सच्चाई क्या है जीवन की उसके बारे में हमको बताया और सभी लोग बड़े खुश थे उसको सुनकर। और उसी तरीके से हमने फूलवासन बाई का हमने ओपन फोरम करवाया। ओपन फोरम में सारे ऐसे पार्टिसिपेंट्स बुलवाए जो कि आउट ऑफ द रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिस्ट में वो नहीं थे, लेकिन वो जो दिल्ली के आजू बाजू की एरिया के जो बहुत ही मार्जिनल लोग या फिर जो डिप्राइव्ड लोग थे, उनको हमने, स्टूडेंट्स थे, उनको हमने यहाँ पे बुलाया और वो उन्होंने सुना। दे वर सो इम्प्रेस्ड दैट सभी के मन में एक संचार शक्ति, एक अलग ही प्रेरणा इसमें दौड़ गई है कि हमें भी कुछ करना है, और देर इज नो एंड, यू नो, देर आर प्रॉब्लम्स. अगर आप हमसे ऊपर ही देखते रहेंगे तो हमको ऐसा लगता है कि ये हमसे बहुत ऊंचा है, लेकिन हम अपने नीचे देखें तो हमको लगता है कि अरे ये तो हमसे कितना ज़्यादा सहन कर रहा है और कितनी ज़्यादा समस्याएं ये झेल रहा है अपने जीवन में. तो ये जो चीज़ें हैं, ये सारी चीज़ें, देखिए क्या है कि कोई कितनी भी ऊंचाई पे पहुंच जाए, मनुष्य जो है वो जब तक अपने आप को समझेगा नहीं, जब तक वो उसका अपने आप को अंतर में उसको जो समझेगा नहीं कि मनुष्यता की किस लिए है और उसने जन्म किस लिए लिया है, तब तक उसके जीवन का सार्थकता नहीं है. तो ये जो हमारा अचीवमेंट था, तो हम साइंटिस्ट हैं और हमारे सारे मेंबर्स साइंटिस्ट हैं, लेकिन ये जो एक अचीवमेंट में है ये बहुत ही आवश्यक था. और मुझे बहुत खुशी है ये आप लोगों को बोलते हुए कि ज़्यादातर हमने जो सोचा था उससे कहीं ज़्यादा हमें यहाँ पे अचीव हुआ है, और ये हमारे कॉन्फ्रेंस की बहुत बड़ी सार्थकता है और बहुत बड़ी सफलता है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है. और लेकिन एक चीज़ मैं और भी मेंशन करना चाहती हूँ कि इस दौरान, इस 3 दिन के दौरान, जिस किसी को भी कोई भी तकलीफ हुई हो, किसी भी प्रकार का दुख हुआ हो, किसी के भी मन में कोई ठेस पहुंची हो, या कोई को भी किसी प्रकार की तकलीफ हुई हो, तो एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजिंग चेयरपर्सन मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ. और पर इसके साथ ही एक बात और भी कहना चाहती हूँ कि वी आर द पार्ट ऑफ, मेरा परिवार, मेरा समाज, मेरा विश्व, ये सब मेरा ही विराट स्वरूप है. तो सुख दुख भी दूसरों के भी मेरे ही हैं, और ये भावना जब मन में आ जाती है ना, तो हमको दूसरों के दुख सुलझाने में बहुत खुशी होती है. तो इसी भावना के साथ आपसे विदा लेते हैं. नमस्कार. थैंक यू.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सुधा जी. Stree 2020 has instituted certain awards for the encouragement of participants and delegates, which is also covering the oral as well as poster presentation. Jawaharlal Nehru University, along with Shakti, has also instituted a unique award, namely Award for Outstanding Women in Social Cause through Science and Technology. And to read the citation of Stree 2020 Award for this Outstanding Women in Social Cause and through Science and Technology, I would like to call upon Professor Vibha Tandon, who is a professor in the Special Center for Molecular Medicine and also coordinator Ayurveda Biology Program in JNU.
Thank you, Anuja, for introducing me. And thanks to the organizing team for giving me opportunity to do such an important work. And I would say rather I'm feeling nervous to announce this award, which is one of the unique award. So as you know that the Stree 2020 was announced in 2020, and it is being held today in last 3 days from 24th to 26th. So in order to, a unique award was constituted by the organizing committee of the Shakti and JNU Stree 2020. And the name of the award was given, First Award for Outstanding Women in Social Cause through Science and Technology. So, once again, I would like to repeat the title, Award for Outstanding Women in Social Cause through Science and Technology. So, this award was instituted by this as an outcome, and we wanted to give this award to such a person, and there was a lot of deliberations done by the Shakti officials and Vigyan Bharati and among the organizing committee of Stree 2020. We invited nominations from number of academicians, scientists, and say policy makers, and we have got number of nomination, and then a duly constituted committee looked into the nominations, and after deliberations we have reached to the name of one of the awardee, and I'm really honored to announce the name of that awardee on the behalf of the Shakti, on the behalf of the JNU. I'm really honored to take this name, and the name of the awardee is Dr. Chanda Nimkar, a scientist in the National Agriculture Research Institute, Falton, Maharashtra, India. She has joined us with, she's online. No, not my video, awardee's video. Yeah, ma'am, can you hear us?
Hello, everybody.
So now I would like to, I will give her opportunity to talk to all of us after her citation is being read. So I would like to read her citation. Dr. Chanda Nimkar is the Director of Animal Husbandry Division at Nimkar Agriculture Institute, Nari, Falton, Maharashtra, India. Dr. Chanda Nimkar has been working from last 3 decades, and the focus of her work is on developing, implementing, and improving practical strategies for genetic improvement of sheep and goats, which are reared by small holders who are among the most underprivileged people in Indian villages. If I say in Hindi, it's very simple thing that जो हमारे यहाँ भेड़ बकरी चराने वाले या पालन करने वाले लोग होते हैं, वो समाज में सबसे अंडर प्रिविलेज्ड लोग होते हैं, और उनको हेल्प करने के लिए शी हैज़ डेवलप्ड साइंटिफिकली ए बेटर say genetically breeded sheep and goat, and I would like to, rather reading her citation, I would like to mention one thing very important about her, that she has done her MA in economics from the Brown University, and after doing her MA in economics, she came back to India and then again went back, and she did her MSc in animal breeding. So one can understand, MSc and PhD, so one can understand that what was in her mind. And a person who has graduated in MA in economics from Brown University and she moves her, in terms of her career towards the animal breeding and husbandry, she must had something in her mind, and that she pursued her dream for another 30 years. So I'll be back now. That Dr. Nimkar started to work for goat and sheep development at Nari with inspiration from her father, Padma Shri awardee, Mr. B.V. Nimkar. One of her main aims was to improve the economic and social status of the profession of goat and sheep rearing villagers and that of the rearers with the help of the science. So she is a true woman who has used science for the benefit of the society. So after 30 years, she has made a significant progress towards accomplishing her aim. And now her team has introduced and disseminated the Boer goat breed into India, which maybe some of you do not know it. Boer goat is a type of a goat, which is one of the very good goat, with a healthy goat with a good carcass. So she has developed that kind of a goat in India, and she has helped the hundreds of young entrepreneur farmers and largely helped sheep and goat rearers to improve their financial conditions. She was born on 20th December 1960. Dr. Chanda Nimkar went to United States in 1982, then again in 1984, and did her PhD. She came back, she spent some time here, then she again did PhD in 2006, and since 2006 she has been continuously working with the Nari. So she has number of publications, number of peer-reviewed journal, peer-reviewed publication, non-refereed and refereed publication. But one of the most important, few of the most important thing about her I would like to mention here, that she has got several awards, accolades, but one of them being the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research Award for Science and Technology Innovations for Rural Development 2007, which she has got. And her project was use of the FECB gene in Deccani breed of sheep to increase lamb production and thereby the incomes of shepherds. So I would like to give all of you to please give her a big round of applause to Dr. Chanda Nimkar. I would like to now say there is a long list of citation about her, but I would just say that she is continuously working even now, and she has been working for the last 12 years with the Usmanabadi Goat Field Unit, and she has coordinated several projects on the goat improvement. So she has been continuously working with the ICAR, with the Government of India, and NARI, which is actually an NGO, and she is continuously trying to help the farmers, rearers, and poorest of the poor people, and brought them to increase, to help them financially. With all these things, I would like to invite Dr. Chanda Nimkar to speak few words with us. Ma'am, you can say 1 or 2 lines. Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much, Dr. Tandon, for this glowing introduction. And all the dignitaries present there in the function on the dais, and all the very outstanding scientists and students in the audience. I am extremely honored to accept this award, and I would like to thank the organizers of the Stree 2020 conference for giving me this award. I would just like to say here that I consider this award not only for me individually, but to my team at the Nimkar Agricultural Research Institute, because the work we have done so far in the development of sheep and goats for the betterment of the rural poor has been a teamwork. It would not have been possible for me alone to do this work. And here I would just like to mention that that there are a whole lot of people at our institute, starting from the laborers on the farm who look after our experimental and breeding animals, and culminating with my colleague who is our consulting veterinarian at Nimkar Agricultural Research Institute, Dr. Pradeep Galsasi. And along with him, there are several other people who have worked together with me, and we have been able to achieve the goal of carrying out genetic improvement in our local sheep and goats. And I am really happy that sheep and goats are getting a mention on this high scientific dais because of this award today. And I would also like to mention how important these animals are for our rural poor, and they earn a livelihood from these animals. And I would just like to mention here a project that I'm currently involved in, which is Project Mesha, which is being carried out in the Muzaffarpur district of Bihar by the Aga Khan Foundation, India. And this project is working with 50,000 women goat keepers. And some real change is being brought about in their lives and in women empowerment by this project. And these days, because of climate change, livestock is also getting some bad publicity because the animals that ruminate also produce methane. But we have to have a balanced approach while we look at this livestock agriculture. And many of our livestock production systems in India are very eco-friendly, and they also do not emit such a large amount of methane. And on the other hand, they bring about economic and social empowerment of a lot of rural poor people. And even now, people in the rural areas who do not have resources or even an education, they can fall back upon these small ruminants to make a respectable living. And again, I would like to mention here all our national and international partners with our institute who have supported us over the years. Among them, particularly, I would like to mention the CSIR National Chemical Laboratory in Pune, the University of New England in Australia. There is a company called Abacus Bio in New Zealand, and there are a whole lot of other people. And I can't really take the names of everybody here. But finally, I would just like to mention my life partner, who is an Australian. His name is Gavin Bromilo. He's a retired Australian diplomat. We have been together since 1990, but we decided that we would not migrate to each other's countries because of our deep commitment to our own countries. So it is a sort of a long distance relationship, but it has endured the test of time and other tests as well. And he has always given me great support. So again, I thank you, Stree 2020 and the organizers for giving me this award and for bringing livestock agriculture at the forefront of the scientific development in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chanda Nimkarji, and congratulations to you for this award. Now, I feel honored to announce the best paper and best poster presenter who are the winners of today. And I have a request to those I have got a request from the presenter that somebody have a flight and a bus to catch early. So I'm going to announce their name first. So I would like to call from the theme. There are different themes that has been already mentioned in the early hours of today's. The theme 8, which is Women and Social Cultural Development and Indigenous Practices. First, oral presenter Padma Shri Kari ji. I just want you to come, and she's a winner of oral presentation. Second name, I just want to call the theme 5 of poster presentation, Women in Environment Protection. Praveen Kanwar, please come on the stage and take your award. Come here, please come in the forward, please. The winners, please come in the front of the dais so that you can. Both of them are the first prize winner in the poster, and one is the first prize winner in the oral presentation of theme 8 and theme 5. So now I would like to call, I will go sequence wise. Theme 1A, Women in Pure Sciences, oral presenter, Ms. Dr. Supriya Sabani. First prize. Second, Dr. Yasmin Ahmed. Theme A1, Women in Pure Sciences, poster presenter. First prize winner, Dr. Prabha Singh, Dr. Richa Singh, second prize. Theme 1B, Women in Applied Sciences. Please come near the stage to take your awards. Oral presenter, first winner Aarti Gautam, second winner Dr. Tulika Prasad, and there is a tie between Dr. Tulika Prasad and Dr. Neha Hebalkar. Please, both of you, you are invited on the stage to take your award. Theme 1B, Women in Applied Sciences, poster presenter. First prize, Diksha Sharma. Second prize, Shweta Mishra. Please come on the stage. Theme 3rd, Gender Equilibrium in Research and Academics. Oral presentation, first winner Kajal. Second winner Dr. Chavi Sharma. And for the same theme, poster presenter. First prize, Dr. Chavi Sharma, yeah. A poster presenter, first prize, Mehrina Manzoor Tak. Mehrina Manzoor Tak. Same for the same theme, second prize. I feel honored that she is my student and I was the co-presenter of this poster. So I would announce my name as well. Manjari Shukla and Dr. Anuja, myself. Thank you. Theme 4, Women in Sustainable Agriculture, oral presenter. First prize, Usha Nutaki. Second prize, Mannat Kaur. Poster presenter for the same theme. First prize, Khushi Bruta. Second prize, Maitri Rotela. Theme 5, Women in Environment Protection. Please, oral presenter. First prize, Surekha Kalkar and Anuja Datta. And second prize, Madhu. Please come near the stage. For the same theme, poster presenter, Praveen Kanwar. She has already taken the prize. She was the first winner of this poster presenter. And the second is Rubia Noori and Mariam Sardaf. Rubia Noori and Mariam Sardaf. Okay. Theme 6, Women in Responsible Production and Consumption. Oral presenter, first winner Dr. Sunita Singh Dhawan. Second winner Dr. Rakhi Roy. Poster presenter, first prize Neha Shehra. Theme 7, Women in Health and Lifestyle Management. First presenter, oral, Dr. Shweta Rawat. And second, Dr. Dishari Ghosh. Poster presenter, first prize, Sonia Malik. And second prize, Neha Bahadria. Theme 8, Women in Socio-Cultural Development and Indigenous Practices. First prize, Padma Shri, she has already taken her award. Second prize, Antara Verma, Dr. Antara Verma. And the poster presenter, first prize is Dheeraj Kumar. Yeah, Dheeraj Kumar is coming. Thank you all and congratulations to all the winners. आज के इस चीज़ को देख के ये लगा नारी सब पे भारी, तो एक पंक्ति रणदीप चौधरी की कविता से ज़रूर बनती है। मैं का मतलब यहाँ हम है। डोंट थिंक आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट माई सेल्फ, इट्स हम। मैं अबला नादान नहीं हूँ, दबी हुई पहचान नहीं हूँ, मैं स्वाभिमान से जीती हूँ, रखती अंदर खुददारी हूँ, मैं भारत की नारी हूँ। पुरुष प्रधान जगत में मैं अपना लोहा मनवाया, जो काम मर्द करते आए हर काम वो करके दिखाया। मैं आज स्वर्णिम अतिथ सदृश फिर से पुरुषों पर भारी हूँ, मैं भारत की नारी हूँ। Now I would like to call Stree Pramod Kumar Pathak ji for valedictory address. He is serving as a special secretary in the Ministry of Ayush. He has undertaken numerous ventures to further the adoption and development of Ayurveda across India as well as at the global stage. An example of this is the announcement of introduction of Ayush Visa, which will facilitate travel to India for Ayurvedic treatment. We extend a hearty welcome to you, sir.
Namaskar to all participants. Respected Dr. Sudha Tiwari ji, Srimati Bindu Suraj ji, Dr. Leena Bowdekar ji, Dr. Ranjana Arya ji, distinguished participants, and most important, the students who are participating in these 3 days. I may say that 3-day festival on science, technology, and research entrepreneurship enhancement. In fact, our Honorable Minister, Sri Sarvanand Sonowal ji, was to attend this valedictory session, but I was to attend along with him. But only a few hours back an important assignment came to him and he couldn't come. He has asked me to convey his apology and best wishes for the successful completion of this Entrepreneurship Enhancement Festival. In fact, I was very much impressed. Before coming to this valedictory session, I went to each and every stall of this Stree. And then I was really very much impressed how multifaceted talent is there among the women power. The true empowerment, women empowerment, is miniatured in this expo which is being displayed outside this hall. So I went to see this CSIR, then stalls are there, Ministry of Ayush, then various entrepreneurship, startups are also there, all being driven by the women power. So it was really very impressive show how women can contribute and take the concept of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Atmanirbhar Bharat, which can very well be visualized in the expo here. In fact, Ministry of Ayush has always supported and appreciated the concept of women empowerment. In fact, our national institute, many national institutes like All India Institute of Ayurveda, National Institute of Siddha, Central Council for Institute of Siddha, then Northeastern Institute of Ayurveda Homeopathy are headed by women, and they are performing exceedingly well. Around 70%, we are having around 750 Ayush colleges. Ayush means Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, Soa Rigpa, homeopathy colleges. Nearly 60 to 70% students, they are girls students and they are opting for Ayush system of medicine. This shows that Ayurveda system of an Ayush system, traditional system, is very much promoting the women power for the treatment, for the expansion of traditional system of medicine. And we are promoting, we are supporting in various ways the adoption of traditional system of medicine by our women power. In fact, yesterday only, Secretary Ayush Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha signed an MOU with the Department of Science Technology, and there was an autonomous body of Science Engineering Research Bureau. And this, as per this MOU, a special component is there where the women scientists will be asked to carry out the research between Ayush system of medicine with the support of the Department of Science and Technology. So this shows that we are very much in the field of promoting women power in the field of traditional medicine. Then we are also having collaboration with Women and Child Development Ministry, and with that we are promoting we are supporting Poshan Abhiyan, which is giving Ayush fortified food to women and children also. So in that way also Ministry of Ayush is promoting the women empowerment. Then certainly that special research is being carried out, scientific researches are being carried out in antenatal care. Then I would like to mention that this entire traditional system of medicine, Ayurveda, has originated in Shastras, where the concept of women was very much there. This Rasa Shastra, which is an important component of Ayurveda, that is believed to have been started by Shiva and Parvati. Then in Rasa Sankhya Samhita, there is a mention of Prakriti and Purush. Prakriti is symbolizing Nari power. So there are ample evidences to mention that traditional system of medicine is certainly, it is greatly encouraged by the women empowerment. And I'm sure that today's conference on this Stree, certainly it will open a new chapter in the field of women empowerment. And I told the organizers that this type of conferences should be organized every year and in different parts of the country, so that people can realize that more and more women should be roped in. And the Ministry of Ayush is always committed to support such initiatives, especially conducted by Women Power. And I can assure all the support from the Ministry of Ayush for taking it forward. And certainly we will be participating also in such activities, not only here but any part of the country, if this type of conferences are taking place. With these words, I convey my best wishes to you, and I hope that these students, startups who are participating, they will carry a very pleasant memories of this conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting Nari power in different sectors. Now, it's a small announcement. Shakti is a part of Indraprastha Vigyana Bharati, and this Vigyana Bharati is organizing an international conference on the contribution of Acharya Jagdish Chandra Bose. And this program will be in the IUAC, Delhi only. So it's basically it's a request for all you to attend that program. So now the program has come to an end. For the formal vote of thanks, I would like to call upon Dr. Bindu Pujari ji, who is a National Secretary of Bindu Suraj, who is National Secretary of Shakti.
स्त्री 2020 के 3 दिवसीय सम्मेलन में समापन सत्र का आखिरी पड़ाव है ये संगठन के साधना पथ का एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव है। ये यात्रा यहाँ पे, ये जो 3 दिवसीय ये यात्रा शक्ति को आगे की दशा और दिशा निर्धारित करेगा और इसके आगे के पूरे आयोजनों के लिए हमें प्रेरणा देगा। इस सम्मेलन में स्त्री शक्ति के जागरण का ये एक यज्ञ हुआ है। इस यज्ञ में सहयोग किए, सम्मिलित हुए सभी लोगों को कृतज्ञता देना, कृतज्ञता अर्पित करना, ये मेरा यहाँ का कर्तव्य है। स्त्री 2020 सम्मेलन के इस सत्र में मैं यहाँ मंच पे बैठे आदरणीय मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष के स्पेशल सेक्रेटरी आदरणीय प्रमोद कुमार पाठक जी का मैं कृतज्ञता से यानी कि उनका धन्यवाद देती हूँ। उन्होंने अपना बहुत ही बहुमूल्य समय निकाल के हमारे यहाँ आए और अच्छा वक्त देते हुए साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से जो हमारे एग्जिबिट्स बाहर लगे हैं उसे बहुत ध्यानपूर्वक देखा, समझा और वहाँ के एग्जिबिटर्स को एक प्रोत्साहन दिया। इसके लिए हम तहे दिल से आपको धन्यवाद देते हैं और हम बहुत आपके इस भाव से हम बहुत कृतज्ञ हैं। यहाँ पे आज अपेक्षित थी इस महा विश्वविद्यालय की कुलगुरु माननीय शांति श्री जी पंडित, लेकिन उनके कुछ कारण की वजह से वो नहीं आ पाई। उनका जो शुरू से ही एक मातृतुल्य हमारे साथ यानी कि इस सम्मेलन के संयोजकों के साथ जो मातृतुल्य उनका जो एक व्यवहार रहा है और उनका जो पूरा योगदान रहा है, इसको तहे दिल से मैं नमन करते हुए मैं शक्ति की तरफ से, हमारी बहनों की तरफ से, सभी संगठन कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ से मैं उनको हृदयपूर्वक धन्यवाद देती हूँ। हमारी आदरणीय अध्यक्ष सुधा जी जो महीनों से अपना घर के यानी कि घर लॉक करके आती थी यहाँ पे, महीनों से ये सम्मेलन को सार्थक बनाने के लिए आज मैं सुनने को आया है कि सब बहुत खुश हैं, सक्सेसफुल हुए हैं। इसके पीछे में इनका एक महनीय सानिध्य और इन महनीय हाथ के बिना ये संभव नहीं होता। इसके लिए मैं सभी की तरफ से मैं इनको तहे दिल से मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ। और इन्हीं के साथ ये शक्ति की जो राष्ट्रीय यानी स्त्री 2020 की जो संयोजिका डॉक्टर रंजना आर्या, जो 3 दिन से आप देखते आ रहे हैं, उनको सुनते आ रहे हैं, उनके काम को भी आप देख रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं। उन्होंने ये शक्ति की तरफ से जो संकल्पना थी वो जेएनयू में सार्थक करने के लिए जेएनयू के रिसोर्सेस को, उसके डोर को पूरी तरह से ओपन करने में इनका जो एक योगदान रहा है, इससे ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा यानी कि इनके पूरे वो रिसोर्सेस आप देख सकते हैं, आप समझ सकते हैं। यहाँ के पूरे टीम जो लगी है उनकी सब नेतृत्व करती हुई रंजना जी को मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ। धन्यवाद बहुत कम बात है क्योंकि बहुत छोटा ही बात है, लेकिन उनकी जो योगदान है वो सराहनीय है। ये आगे उनके कार्य क्षेत्र में ये बहुत उनके लिए भी एक अच्छा एक अनुभव बने, यही हमारी प्रार्थना है। इनके साथ उमा जी हैं, डॉक्टर उमा कुमार और रंजना जी अग्रवाल, इनका भी एक अच्छा एक सहयोग रहा और इनकी बीच बीच में उनकी भी मार्गदर्शन होते थे। तो उनको भी मैं एक विशेष रूप से यहाँ मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि वो भी आज यहाँ प्रेजेंट नहीं है, तो भी उनका योगदान इस पूरे सम्मेलन में, पूरे इस विचारधारा में उनका अच्छी मात्रा में रहा है। आगे जो जेएनयू की तरफ से जितने भी इसमें योगदान हुए हैं और जेएनयू के जितने लोग जुड़े थे, उनका प्रयास क्या था, इसको सब हाईलाइट करते हुए खुद डॉक्टर रंजना आर्य उनको कृतज्ञता अर्पित करना चाह रही हैं, धन्यवाद देना चाह रही हैं। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है जो उनके ही मुंह से जब वो अपने इस जेएनयू के सभी मेंबरों को अपने आप से वो थैंक्स देना चाहती है। तो मैं रंजना जी आपको बुलाती हूँ, आइए।
Thank you, Binduji. Actually, this valedictory session cannot come to an end without thanking my real dears and dears who have been standing behind me for last 1 month, day and night. Without their support, I cannot be standing here, and this mission could not have been accomplished. So it would be a completely incomplete process if I don't thank my team members. Thank is again not a real gesture. They know what I feel for them. And I would request all of them, as I announce their name, to come over, and I would like to present a memento. Thank you so much, my team. I believe Dr. Pratima Solanki, she was the total open forum in charge, and she didn't let me think for a minute about open forum. She said, Ranjana, मैं कर लूँगी, you take care of other things. So that was a huge thanks किया, उनके लिए thanks भी छोटा word है, because that was a big relief for me that open forum session was very gratefully, nicely, graciously conducted by Dr. Pratima Solanki. So I request Dr. Pratima Solanki to be presented a memento. Dr. Rita Soni, she was the expo in charge, and had heads and tails, right and left, top and bottom. She has been dancing around the whole expo, managing the different crowd and different aspects, bringing funds, starting from bringing the stalls and pacifying all the sponsors was not a joke. So I think it was incredible contribution from Dr. Rita Soni, and a big round of applause for Dr. Rita Soni. I will request now Dr. Anamika Gulati, a big round of applause. All the food that you had was arranged by Dr. Anamika Gulati with no complaints to anyone. We never felt short of shortage. Suddenly we have plus 200, minus 100, plus 300, minus 200. I mean, I know how she has managed. So a big round of applause for Anamika Gulati for maintaining the food committee in charge. Dr. Manju Khari, she was a real good backbone, and I would say I discovered a new friend because she was there standing behind me looking at auditorium and all the audio visuals, and also a big support in the finance. So I would like to acknowledge Dr. Manju Khari. Okay. Dr. Kavita Arora, all the website management was done by Dr. Kavita Arora, along with our professional Dr. Jigyasa, but from the JNU front, Dr. Kavita Arora was the one. She made all the excels, all the commitments, late night, morning, anytime we were calling her, despite all the family commitments, she was doing the website management. Miss Neetu Singh, Dr. Sapna Ratan Shah, Smita Sundaram. Neetu Singh, you would have seen all the clock around the auditorium running from here and there. Dr. Sapna Ratan Shah and Smita Sundaram, who were looking for the registration desk, and it was a huge task, having and controlling 700 participants and more than 800 demands then. So maintaining the count of registration kits, I'm sure many of you must have got offended, but that was my call because I had to manage and keep the things still. The show to go on. So Dr. Sapna Ratan Shah for registration desks and Dr. Smita Sundaram for registration desks. So they all had good bashings, good interactions, good annoyance, but still everybody worked till the night. I would like to acknowledge here to Dr. Pallavi Somvanshi. The souvenir book that you are seeing here is the result of the hard work that has been culminated through the chief editorship of Dr. Pallavi Somvanshi. She is from School of Integrative Sciences. Dr. Pallavi Somvanshi. She has dedicated her full time to conceptualizing, along with Dr. Leena Bavdekar, the souvenir book. Dr. Poonam Mehta and Dr. Tulika Prasad, Usha Meena ji, they all were behind the poster and oral sessions, all the abstracts that you have seen. It was not an easy job putting all together 300 posters, and we had 64 oral talks. The whole show was managed through them. Usha Meena ji, Dr. Poonam Mehta and Dr. Tulika Prasad. Late night workers, someone forenoons, koi raat mein karta tha, koi morning mein, but work should not stop. That was the motto for all the women leaders here. Dr. Anuja, you have been seeing her. She is on the stage, managing a stage on the forefront cultural program, and all the editings and making sure that things are done in a proper and a perfection way. So, thank you so much, Dr. Anuja, for being here and supporting us. Dr. Priya Gupta, without her support, the accommodation would not have been possible. All of you who got the accommodation must have heard the name of Priya Gupta revolving around their heads. She has been managing, running from one place to another. Dr. Priya Gupta and Ranjit. Dr. Ranjit, yeah, please. So all the accommodation mess could have been created, but they were the ones who cleared all the knots and made sure that everyone gets a good place to stay for no complaints from JNU. Dr. Manuradha Chaudhary, she is our treasurer and managing the whole show from behind. She has been standing there, and now she knows that a lot of work is coming after the conference that she has to look for. So Dr. Manuradha Chaudhary for the finance and the treasurer of this JNU representative. Dr. Sneha Bhagavat was providing the media support, and you can see this whole program has gone live and live streaming, as well as the media conversation that was done by her and Dr. Suchi Yadav. So thank you all. I'm not sure whether I have missed. Of course I have missed. So above all, at least I would like to name my lab, Shagun and Vaishali Gautam and Jyoti Oswalia. They have to really, they have been, I can't be standing here without them. They have been there since last 3 months working. Archana. So yeah, so there are actually Rohan, he was the one who designed all the banners that you are seeing. Soumyajit Ray, Prachi and Arijit, Archana, Vaishnavi, Gaurav. So at least we'll have all these certificates of excellence that will be distributed to all the members. We had good support from the NSS people and a lot of volunteers who had come working behind, running around day and night through this conference. And I thank all of them to support and making this conference a big success. So thank you so much all. Thank you so much.
उनको देना है क्या?
उनको दिया नहीं था? नहीं, गीता भट्टाचार्य को बोलिए ना। गीता भट्टाचार्य
नहीं, अभी नहीं बोलाएंगे, अभी ठीक है, आप ही बोल।
नहीं, again that's what, when you are coming to the end, few things go away. So Professor Vibha Tandon was there, who was there, I know that at the end she was sitting on my head and knew that I am not doing anything wrong. So I was relaxed that if anything goes wrong, she is there to look after me. So Professor Vibha Tandon and Dr. Rita Bhattacharya, Mohit also, Mohit and Sarang, they were also there at the end, who were, if they were not there, probably सब messy होता. कोई बात नहीं, आप लेकिन एक्सपो आपने भी पूरा ही संभाला. कम ऑन आइए आइए. So if anybody is left out by mistake, they can always come to my room also. So many thanks to all of you, and thank you so much.
देख सकते हैं ये सहयोग कितना सार्थक हुआ. थैंक यू डॉक्टर रंजना. ये जेएनयू की तरफ से जो योगदान हुआ, हाँ ले गए, जेएनयू की तरफ से जो योगदान हुआ है उसके लिए उसका एक कृतज्ञता हुआ. इसके अलावा जैसे कि सब आप सुनते आ रहे हैं शक्ति एंड जेएनयू, तो ये संगठन की तरफ से जो इसके जो स्त्री 2020 की संचालन समिति में इसकी जो चीफ ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी हैं हमारी वैद्य लीना बावडेकर जी जो आपके सामने बैठी हैं, इनका इस सम्मेलन में भरपूर यानी कि ओवरऑल मार्गदर्शन के साथ साथ सभी आयामों को उनका एक स्पेशल एक अटेंशन रहा. इसके साथ साथ उन्होंने कल जैसे हमने देखा एक कल्चरल प्रोग्राम आज़ादी का अमृत स्वर, ये उनके ही पूरे तत्वाधान में हुआ था. यानी कि उनके पूरा प्रयास उनका था और उनकी सोच थी. इसके लिए विशेष रूप से हम सब उनको धन्यवाद देते हैं, क्योंकि पूरे दिन के सम्मेलन में वो एक सभी के लिए एक रिफ्रेशिंग था. तो यानी आज के लिए एक एनर्जी बूस्टर भी था. तो ये बहुत बड़ी बात है और इसके लिए हम विशेष रूप से हम शक्ति की तरफ से जेएनयू के सभी संगठन की तरफ से आप सभी की तरफ से मैं उनको धन्यवाद अर्पित करती हूँ. ये शक्ति के प्रयासों को देश में एक विशिष्ट स्थान देना, शक्ति संगठन को समाज से जोड़ने के लिए सम्मेलनों की परिकल्पना की प्रेरणा देना, ये शक्ति के शुरुआत से होती आ रही थी. इस प्रेरणा को देने के लिए शक्ति को इस ऐसे सम्मेलनों से अपना परिचय देने के लिए और समाज को शक्ति से जोड़ने के लिए ये एक भाव हमारे अंदर हमेशा हमसे कहा जाता था, बोला जाता था, इसके लिए प्रेरणा दिया जाता था, एक गाइडेंस दिया जाता था. इसके पीछे के एक महान एक पुरुष ही हैं जो विज्ञान भारती हमारे प्रेरक संगठन विज्ञान भारती के पूर्व सेक्रेटरी जनरल श्री ए जयकुमार, उनको मैं यहाँ स्मरण करती हूँ और उनके पूरे प्रयासों को अब आज मैं ये बताना चाहूँगी कि ये एक सार्थक हुआ है. ऐसे सम्मेलन बहुत हुए हैं, इसके आगे पहले भी हुए हैं. ये भी उसमें एक कोई एक मील का पत्थर बनेगा ऐसा हम मानते हैं. ये भी उनके लिए मैं अर्पित करती हूँ. ये सम्मेलन उनके इस मंच में उनको मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ. इसके साथ साथ स्त्री 2020 के इस प्रयास में आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव में स्त्रियों को सार्थक भूमिका निभाने की प्रेरणा देना, ऐसा एक सोच विज्ञान भारती के संगठन मंत्री माननीय श्री जैन जी सहस्रबुद्धे, उनका हमेशा एक मार्गदर्शन रहा है. उनका एक अथक एक सोच और उनकी जो गाइडलाइंस होती थी एक एक विषयों में और उसके उनका जो प्रेजेंटेशंस कैसे होना है उसको पूरा मानते हुए ये पूरा सम्मेलन तैयार किया गया है. उनको भी हम यहाँ पे सब कृतज्ञता पूर्वक सभी की तरफ से मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ. इसके साथ विज्ञान भारती के जो महासचिव डॉक्टर सुधीर जी भदौरिया और गवर्निंग काउंसिल मेंबर डॉक्टर अरविंद जी रानडे, इनका महनीय सानिध्य रहा, इसके लिए भी मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ। यहाँ एक और बात मैं स्मरण करना चाहती हूँ, विज्ञान भारती के कार्यालय कार्यकर्ताओं का 2019 से 2020 मार्च तक एक बहुत बड़ा प्रयास हुआ था इस सम्मेलन को करने का। अप्रैल में होने वाला था लेकिन कोविड की वजह से टल गया, लेकिन मार्च तक के प्रयासों में कार्यालय से जो ऑफिशियल जो भी वर्क होते रहे थे उसमें, यानी कि जो 2022 में देखा जाए तो एक 80% काम हो चुका था, उसको हमने आगे बढ़ाया है। उस 80% काम के पीछे जो ऑफिशियल जो भी कम्युनिकेशंस होने थे, जो भी काम होने थे, उसके पीछे मैं हमारे बीच हमारे एक भाई जो अब नहीं रहे हैं, स्वर्गीय श्री सुरेश जी को मैं यहाँ विशेष रूप से मैं स्मरण करूँगी और उनके उस योगदान हमेशा शक्ति याद रखेगी। इसके साथ साथ वर्तमान में इस साल श्री अंकित जी और श्री सूरज जी, ये दोनों का एक महनीय योगदान इस सम्मेलन के ऑफिशियल जो हमारे काम होते थे उनका रहता है। हम जब भी हमें कोई भी ज़रूरत होती है, इवन वो फिनेंस यानी कि बैंक सेक्टर में हो या किसी भी मंत्रालय में या कहीं पे भी अब लेटर्स भेजना हो, ये सब में इनका एक अच्छा एक योगदान होता रहा है। इसके साथ साथ मेरे देश भर से आई शक्ति के बहनें, देश में कई प्रांतों में शक्ति फैली हुई है, शक्ति का काम चल रहा है, वहाँ से आए हर प्रांत से आए हमारी बहनें, शक्ति की जो कार्यकर्ता बहनें यहाँ आई हुई हैं। 70 से ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं, विविध प्रांतों से आए हमारी बहनें। उन बहनों को और शक्ति के नेशनल गवर्निंग काउंसिल मेंबर्स को और शक्ति के जो स्टेट एग्जीक्यूटिव टीम्स हैं, उन सब को मैं तहे दिल से मैं कृतज्ञता पूर्वक उनका धन्यवाद करती हूँ और उनके उन भाव को, जो सेवा भाव, जो वो जिस उनके उन स्पिरिट को मैं नमन करते हुए ये सम्मेलन उनको आगे एक प्रेरणादायक बने, ये मेरी प्रार्थना है। आशा है स्त्री 2020 सम्मेलन आप सबकी अपेक्षाओं पर खरा उतरा होगा। 24 से 26 नवंबर के ये 3 दिन जो हमारे साथ बिताएं, विचारों का आदान प्रदान हुआ और मन भी मिले। हम एक नई शक्ति, नई ऊर्जा, नया उत्साह के साथ इस अमृत काल में भारत को विकास की नई ऊंचाई ले जाने में प्राणपण से जुट जाएं। यही शुभकामनाओं के साथ मैं विदा लेती हूँ।
Announcement, a small announcement. It is NSS volunteers, whatever pin and proper things you can see all over there in expo and a food stall on stage. It is because of the NSS volunteer and my student from PhD, Alok, Manjari, Abhash, Jayant. And also the backstage, they have never come on the stage ever. They have taken care of us. Yashika and Deepika, very thank you to all of them. And all guests are invited for high tea outside. शांति मंत्र के साथ समापन होगा, उसके लिए मैं लीना जी को आमंत्रित करती हूँ।
शांति मंत्र की पहली लाइन मैं बोलती हूँ, वही लाइन दोहरा के मेरे साथ आगे आप कहिए। ओम सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
एक बार सभी खड़े रहें राष्ट्रगान के लिए। जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा। जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे। धन्यवाद।